Top Court of India set to roll out verdict on freebies, promises and offers made by political parties. As central probe agencies turn up its heat in liquor gate, Kejriwal government calls special session of the Delhi Assembly today. Bihar's Mahagathbandhan government to elect Assembly Speaker today. Thanks for tuning in this morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Straight up, starting with breaking news coming in. The J&K High Court, we are told, has reopened case of Nadimarg massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. In fact, 7 persons were challaned in this case, remember, during the presidency of, during the pendency of the trial of this case, the prosecution moved an application before the trial court seeking permission to examine material prosecution witnesses on commission. According to the prosecution, these witnesses had migrated out of Kashmir Valley and were reluctant to depose before the trial court at Shopian in view of the threat perception. So that's the Nadimarg massacre of 24 Pandits case that has now been reopened. So a big move there by the J&K High Court. We'll go across to Gursimran as well to get us more details on this case, but that is the big news coming in this hour with the Nadimarg massacre case having been reopened, and that the J&K High Court passing this order regarding the reopening of this case. The massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. In fact, we are told that this incident dates, in fact, the next hearing of case is also set to happen. We have Gursimran reporting live. Gursimran, if you could give us more details, a big move there by the J&K High Court.
See, Samiksha, this is a major development, possibly the first case that is linked to the atrocities on the Kashmiri Pandits that has now been reopened by the Jammu and Kashmir High Court. And in its order, the Justice Sanjay Dhar has said that the court cannot review its own judgment, but it can recall the order that has been given, and it same has been done. Because what has happened in 2014, that the state, that is the Jammu and Kashmir State Prosecution Wing, has moved to the Jammu and Kashmir High Court, in which they sought that the case be transferred to a safer location so that the migrant Kashmiri Pandits who are witness in this case, they can dispose of their statements, because they don't feel safe in Kashmir Valley going to Shopian to register their statement. And the High Court in 2014 dismissed this petition by the J&K state, that is the prosecution wing. And we know that without giving any reason and without hearing the prosecution wing of J&K, the case was dismissed. And now Justice Sanjay Dhar has said that ordered the registry to list the case on 15 September 2022. That is on the 15th of next month. The hearing will take place. So important to mention that on 23rd of March in 2003, this unfortunate incident unfolded in the Pulwama district, Nadigam area, where over 24 Kashmiri Pandits, they were brutally killed. That includes male, female and even 2-year-old minors that were brutally killed by Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. This is what is in the FIR, and FIR was registered in the Zainpura police station of Shopian in 2003, but due to the delay and the court order that was given earlier by the trial court in Shopian and then by the Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the case was closed. But once again, a major move by the J&K High Court, which has given a clear direction to recall its 2014 order. And now what the prosecution has demanded is either the trial be moved to Jammu or another safer location, or the fresh trial be conducted soon after the framing of the charges. 7 people have been accused in this case, and now the witness statement has to be recorded. And now the court has taken the initiative that the next hearing will take place on 15 September. It has to be seen how things pan out, but very important decision by the J&K High Court, possibly first that atrocities on the Kashmiri Pandits case be reopened in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, well, Gursimran, thank you so much for getting us those details. So, Gursimran, they're reporting live. All eyes will be on the next hearing in this case, which will take place on 15th of September. And moving on to more news then, amid protests, lathi charge arrests and even flag march, the volatile situation in Hyderabad seems to be taking a political turn now. After issuing another threat, now suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh was rearrested in another old case and while he has been sent to preventive detention as well. The sloganeer who chanted Sartan se jura slogans was granted bail soon after his arrest. And as role of AIMIM chief Owaisi is revealed in release of several sloganeers, the question arises who is trying to stoke riots in the city of Hyderabad.
Speeches, slogans, protests. The streets of Hyderabad witnessed several volatile scenes in the past 3 days. In view of the controversial statement issued by now suspended BJP MLA T. Raja Singh. Almost 90 people were arrested for violent protests and eventually released after AIMIM President Assuddin Owaisi's intervention.
घर का दरवाजा तोड़ के हम हमको मार लेके
गनशन मतीन भी है ना उसमें।
जी हाँ, मतीन भी,
इरफान रियाज भी है ना।
जी हाँ,
एहतेशाम में चलिए
जी।
और भाई बहुत बुरा हुआ, वो मालूम होते कि मेरे को, मैं मुजफ्फर को बोला
जी हाँ, जो आके मुजफ्फर कोऑपरेटर साहब और समस्त कोऑपरेटर साहब आके हम लोग रिहा करे और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह.
And later boasting about political intervention.
अब जाओ 1:30 बजे, सुबह 1:30 बजे अब जाओ घर में, परेशान होंगे
जी।
इंशाल्लाह मुजफ्फर समझ लिया कि आप घर पे छोड़ देंगे
जी। अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया साहब।
आराम से रहो, परेशान रखो, इंशाल्लाह मालूम होता है कि हम हरकत में आए और ये नहीं होना था वो।
जी साहब,
आप जाइए, घर को जाइए, आराम करिए
जी। अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह साहब।
The protesters not only demonstrated on streets but also raised inflammatory calls of Sartan se juda. This sloganeer Kashaf, who chanted Sartan se juda and incited crowds. And even defended his actions on the debate with Arnab Goswami on Tuesday.
Including yours.
You condemn what Raja Singh said.
Including yours.
Yes, Raja, you condemn.
Including yours.
Including yours.
Say I
as well.
condemn myself.
Including yours.
Say I
as
ought to
well.
have been arrested
When
a long
you
time
support a
back.
fringe
Say I
radicalized
deserve to be
element
behind
like
bars, not on
Raja.
Arnab's program.
You
Say
are-
so.
Walked out of the bail soon after his arrest on Thursday. Meanwhile, the Telangana police re-arrested Raja Singh from his residence in Hyderabad soon after the second threat video was released by him. Congress leader Rashid Khan was also booked for promoting enmity between the different groups based on religion.
मैं बोल रहा हूं, अगर से 23rd के दिन उसको अरेस्ट नहीं करेंगे राजा सिंह को, 24th के दिन मैं राशिद खान गोशा महल को अंगार में बदल दूंगा। मैं फिर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को तोड़ने के लिए मैं तैयार हूं और मैं तैयार रहूंगा वो दिन भी। अगर से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर टूटेगा तो इसका जिम्मेदार मैं नहीं।
While Owaisi appealed to maintain peace on Friday,
स्लोगन्स आप जब लगा रहे हैं तो आप तशद्दुद के लिए वायलेंस की बात मत करिए। इस बात को हम तमाम को समझने की जरूरत है कि भाजपा और संघ परिवार हैदराबाद में जो 8 साल से पुरअमन माहौल है, तेलंगाना जो तरक्की कर रहा है उसको, उस तरक्की को और उस अमन को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
it needs to be seen how the situation turns out with the ongoing protest and war of words. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
फिर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को तोड़ने के लिए मैं तैयार हूं।
And on to more breaking news coming in now with back-to-back TMC netas and leaders who are now under the radar of central agencies. TMC Supremo and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has now said that she has only one request, that many cases that are pending for the last 3 to 4 years should be solved, adding that she knows that the agencies are trying their best, but that they should be cleared and trial by media should not be held. That's a remark coming in from the TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee, saying that there must be no media trials, going on to add that the cases that have been pending for the last 3 to 4 years, these matters, the cases should be expedited and should be solved at the earliest, and adding that the media trial should not happen. This of course comes in the background of several TMC leaders who are under the radar of central agencies in various scams, from the cattle smuggling scam to the SSC recruitment scam. Several TMC netas that are under the radar. We have that soundbite as well of Mamata Banerjee. Let's listen in.
Only one request would be served to all of you. Solve the pending cases. So many cases are pending, and give some more women judges also. Only few we have. And whatever the cases are pending since 3 years, 4 years, that should be cleared. I know it is not in your hand, you are trying your best. And also, sir, no media trial, please. Sometimes it mislead and misguide and give the bad name, though the incidents are not true. That is called judiciary, because judiciary, they first go through the details about the evidence, the witness and everything. So no media trial, my media friends. This will be my request to all of you also. My media friends, don't go for media trial.
So Mamata Banerjee there clearly rattled in wake of these several cases for which the TMC netas are under the radar of central agencies, saying that there must be no media trial and urging the High Court to expedite when it comes to solving of these cases, which she says that have been pending for the last 3 to 4 years. And moving on now to more news then, in trouble for the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, the Election Commission of India has submitted its report in mine lease case to Governor Ramesh Bias. As per sources, the ECI recommended his disqualification as an MLA. In such a scenario, the Chief Minister will have to step down as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Meanwhile, his wife Kalpana Soren and father Shibu Soren are believed to be the front runners to replace Hemant Soren.
Trouble seems to be mounting for the Jharkhand government as ED turns up its heat. Spelling more trouble for Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, the Election Commission of India has submitted its report in the mine lease case to Governor Ramesh Bias. Jharkhand Chief Minister Soren alleged blatant misuse of constitutional authorities and public agencies. According to sources, the ECI recommended his disqualification as an MLA. In such a scenario, Soren will have to step down as Chief Minister. Meanwhile, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha asserted that Hemant Soren will remain the Chief Minister for full term till 2024. JMM also demanded legal action against BJP leaders for disclosing a reported official decision despite no confirmation from either the ECI or Raj Bhavan.
अभी तक का कोई डेवलपमेंट के बारे में कोई ऑफिशियल कम्युनिकेशन नहीं है, और चूंकि यदि चुनाव आयोग संवैधानिक संस्था है, उसकी गोपनीयता कैसे भंग हुई, ये एक आपराधिक कृत्य है। यदि सीलबंद लिफाफा है चुनाव आयोग का, तो वो गवर्नर साहब उसकी पुष्टि करेंगे।
JMM also urged the commission to take suo motu cognizance against BJP MP Nishikant Dubey and other Saffron party leaders for allegedly disrespecting the constitution.
मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन ने ये उनके पास ये माइन्स है, ये उन्होंने नहीं बताया। दूसरा, माइन का जो समय बढ़ाना था, समयावधि बढ़ानी थी, उसको उन्होंने माइंस मिनिस्टर के नाते खुद ही बढ़ा दिया। अब आप समझिए कि इससे बड़ी बैंकरप्सी या इससे बड़ी करप्शन या इससे बड़ी चोरी क्या हो सकती है।
The latest development has triggered political slugfest in the state.
राज्य की सत्ता का चर्चित नाम, सत्ता के गलियारों का चर्चित नाम प्रेम प्रकाश, और किन किन राजनेताओं ने, किन किन विधायकों ने, किन किन लोगों ने उनको संरक्षण देने का काम किया, ये बातें साफ होनी चाहिए।
और क्या है नहीं है वो तो आप लोग ही ज्यादा हमसे बेहतर जानते हैं। आज ये विभिन्न चैनल से लेकर सोशल मीडिया में ये बात आया है कि जो है इलेक्शन कमिश्नर जो है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री का जो है सदस्यता रद्द कर दिया जी, लेकिन ये ऑथेंटिक है या नहीं है अभी तक हमको जानकारी नहीं है, इसलिए कि महामहिम राज्यपाल से कोई भी नोटिस हमारा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को नहीं है।
As the Election Commission's report threatens the Chief Minister's post, it remains to be seen what follows next in the Jharkhand political landscape. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, lots lined up on the other side. Top Court of India set to roll out verdict on freebies, promises and offers made by political parties. As central probe agencies turn up heat in Liquorgate case, Kejriwal government calls for special session of the Delhi Assembly.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Pegasus was a massive hoax. Hashtag Pegasus hoax. None of the 29 phones technically examined by the Supreme Court constituted committee, not one for suspected Pegasus infiltration, had the software installed or even present. Not one of the 29 phones could conclusively be said to have been infiltrated by the government using the Pegasus spyware. And what this means is that this whole lobbies theory, the fraudulent theory that the government of India is snooping on its political rivals, dangerously using Pegasus, was bogus. B-O-G-U-S, bogus. None of those who were so gleeful about Pegasus being found, saying this proves that the government has a magnifying glass inside everyone's phones, not even the Lutyens channels who are being bought and sold overnight these days are talking about it. Isn't that amazing? When it suits you, you push a theory. You scream around saying there are kickbacks in Rafale. Chokidar chor hai. Then you say the government has turned a super snooper using Pegasus. But when the Supreme Court, India's highest court, finds no conclusive proof to back your claims, then you go all silent about it. You talk about something else. What hypocrisy. This is dangerous hypocrisy, viewers.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now on to some more breaking news. This one coming from Bihar's Darbhanga, where a woman, in fact in a video, that has come to light where a man was beaten with sticks. The incident that is also going viral on social media. The visuals of the incident, in fact, is going viral, in which some people have tied the hands and feet of the man with a rope, and then he was thrashed with sticks. In fact, we'll also play out that video as well, the disturbing video in which the man was beaten. He was thrashed brutally. In fact, those are the visuals of him being treated following this incident. In fact, beg your pardon, this is the incident from that particular house where the man was assaulted in Bihar's Darbhanga. He was tied, his feet and hands were tied, and then he was beaten. We are told that this after he was accused of theft. Incident coming to light from Darbhanga district of Bihar. More details are awaited, but shocking visual coming to light of the man being thrashed. We also have the soundbite of the police official coming in. Let's listen it.
इस वीडियो वायरल के संबंध में थानाध्यक्ष बेदा से पूछताछ की गई तो उनके द्वारा बताया गया कि रहीका थाना का यह मामला है और पिटाई का मामला था। डीएमसीएच में इसका इलाज हुआ है और फर्द बयान लेकर संबंधित थाना को थानाध्यक्ष बेदा द्वारा भेज दिया गया। विस्तृत जानकारी फर्द बयान में दिया है और फर्द बयान लेकर के रहीका थाना को भेजा गया है। इसमें जैसा कि
दिख रहा है उसमें लग रहा है कानून को हाथ दिया जाए, जुर्म वो जो करेगा।
हाँ, सारे बिंदु पर तो अब जाँच होगी ही। दरभंगा पुलिस सारा बयान उनको लेके संबंधित जहां घटना घटी है वहां पर भेज दिया गया है इसको, और वहां पर अनुसंधान कार्य किया जाएगा और दरभंगा पुलिस से जो मदद वो लोग मांगेंगे हम लोग देंगे उनको। सारे बिंदु पर जांच होगी।
So that's the incident that is coming to light from Bihar's Darbhanga. As you can see in those visuals, the man was brutally thrashed. His hands and feet were tied. In fact, the police official also saying that they've received, in fact, the complaint, the incident coming to light from Darbhanga, where the man's hand and feet were tied after he was accused of theft. And on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country following the purported recommendation of the Election Commission in the Office of Profit case against the Jharkhand Chief Minister. Hemant Soren could be disqualified as an MLA and thereby lose his post as well. According to sources, the EC has sent its opinion to the Jharkhand governor on a plea seeking Soren's disqualification. As per sources, the election for the Congress president is likely to be postponed for a few weeks, and the final schedule will be decided in the Congress Working Committee meeting that was scheduled on August 28th. Earlier, it was announced that the election schedule will be from 21st of August till 20th of September. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will hold bilateral talks today with Tanzanian Minister of Defence and National Service in the national capital. According to sources in the know, the two ministers during the talk will review the defence cooperation between the two countries and also explore new avenues including defence industry cooperation to further strengthen bilateral engagements. Union Communications, Electronics and Information Minister Ashwini Vaishnav asserted that India is gearing up for the rollout 5G services by October, adding that it should reach every part of the country in the next 2 to 3 years.
By October 5G we should be launching and उसके बाद में बहुत रैपिड स्केल अप करेंगे। केवल शहरों में ही नहीं बल्कि कस्बों में, गांवों में, दूर दराज क्षेत्रों में भी जल्दी से जल्दी 5G लाने का टारगेट प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया है डिपार्टमेंट को, और बहुत ही तेजी से इस पर हम लोग आगे रोल आउट करेंगे।
Amid the completion of trials for the first indigenous Indian aircraft carrier and its handover to the Navy, Prime Minister Modi said to commission the IAS Vikrant 1 Vikrant on 2nd of September in Kochi. Now, as per sources, the aircraft trials will begin in November and the eventual goal is to have it equipped with India-made jets. Now, the Residents Welfare Association has finished all necessary preparations in order to carry out the scheduled demolition of Supertech twin 40-story building at its Emerald project in Noida on 28th of August at 2:30 p.m. Here's a full report.
The Residents Welfare Association has finished all necessary preparations in order to carry out the scheduled demolition of Supertech's twin 40-story building at its Emerald project in Noida on August 28th at 2:30 p.m. According to the Supreme Court, the twin towers can now be destroyed with explosives. The demolition was scheduled to begin on August 21, but the court granted the appeal filed by the Noida authority to delay it until August 28. At least 3,700 kilograms of explosives have been installed to demolish the Supertech's twin 40-story tower in Uttar Pradesh's Noida on August 28.
वो पूरे दोनों सोसाइटीज में वही सोसाइटीज है जो उनके भी चेयरमैन आए थे एटीएस के और आरडब्ल्यूए के भी थे मिस्टर तिवेतिया एंड मिस्टर अतुल चतुर्वेदी, तो उनको पूरा डिब्रीफ कर दिया गया। उसके बाद इनके जो स्ट्रेंथनिंग का काम चल रहा है उनका भी मुआयना सीईओ मैडम ने किया, उस पर भी सेटिस्फाइड है। कुछ आफ्टर पोस्ट डिमोलिशन भी कुछ स्ट्रेंथनिंग करना है। द सुपरटेक हैज ऑलरेडी गिवन इन राइटिंग टू आरडब्ल्यूए।
Supertech's illegal twin towers, which are taller than Qutub Minar, will become India's highest structures ever to be demolished in 9 seconds.
जब ट्विन टावर 9 सेकंड के अंदर ध्वस्त होगा तो 9 मीटर की दूरी पर बनी इस इमारत पर सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ सकता है। हालांकि मैं ये फिर बता दूं कि जिस तरह की तैयारियां हैं, कहा यह जा रहा है कि आसपास की इमारतों पर उसका असर नहीं होगा, लेकिन जरा आप अगर दूर तक देखेंगे जो करीब की इमारतें हैं उन्हें किस तरह से यहाँ ये जो फाइबर की चादर है उससे ढका गया है, और यहाँ नीचे जहां ट्विन टावर 9 सेकंड के अंदर ध्वस्त होकर गिरेगा, आप देख सकते हैं कि ट्रेंचेस जैसी बना रखी हैं। ये गड्ढा बनाया गया है क्योंकि जब मलबा गिरेगा तो मलबा इन्हीं के अंदर जाकर सेटल हो जाए, इसी उम्मीद में और इसी की तैयारी आप दूर तक देख पाएंगे जो ये गड्ढे बनाए गए हैं।
The order had come after a batch of petitions were filed by home buyers for and against the April 11, 2014 verdict of the Allahabad High Court, which had ordered razing of the 2 buildings within 4 months and refund of money to apartment buyers. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, this morning, coming up on the other side, US Senator Marsha Blackburn becomes the latest US official to visit Taiwan. Test flight of NASA's new spacecraft to the moon next week.
Midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM, who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go, and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
News clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering in the case of Pegasus as well is fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition.
কি আশা করছেন?
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
US Senator Marsha Blackburn becomes the latest US official to visit Taiwan. UK deals with the surge of Albanian migrants, looks to fast-track deportation of Albanians crossing the channel via boats. Several lives affected as severe floods are witnessed in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Test flight of NASA's new spacecraft to the moon next week. At least 25 killed as Russia claims responsibility for an attack on a train station in Ukraine. Demolition drive in Mariupol after the Donetsk People's Republic takes full control of the city. A very good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Big news coming in. Police in Pakistan's Punjab province on Thursday registered a case against Federal Interior Minister Rana Sanullah on charges of terrorism and threatening the judiciary and government officials. Now, former Federal Minister Munis Ilahi, who is the son of Punjab Province Chief Minister Parvez Ilahi, termed the move a tit-for-tat response to the federal government's illegal actions against former Prime Minister Imran Khan. Now, it is said the complainant, who is a resident of Gujarat City, said he was watching a talk show on a media channel on August 21st when clips of Sanullah's speeches from April 2021 and January 2022 were aired. In these speeches, the minister was shown hurling threats to the judiciary, the Punjab Chief Secretary and Lahore Commissioner and their children. A case under Section 7 of the Anti-Terrorism Act was registered against the Interior Minister in Gujarat City, around 150 kilometers from Lahore. Now, this is the news that is coming in right now. Pakistan Minister has been booked. Rana Sanullah has been booked in a terrorism case that has been registered. The complainant, who is a resident of Gujarat City, saw a talk show on a media channel on August 21st when these clips of his speeches from April 2021 and Jan 2022 were aired. Now, a case under Section 7 of the Anti-Terrorism Act was registered. Now, interestingly, it was on Sanullah's orders, was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act. Now, moving on to some other news. US Senator Marsha Blackburn arrived in Taiwan on Thursday in the second visit by members of Congress since House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip earlier this month sharply raised tensions with China. Take a look.
US Senator Marsha Blackburn becomes the latest US politician to visit Taiwan. The Republican lawmaker who represents Tennessee landed in Taipei after visiting the Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea. Her arrival came not long after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi traveled to Taiwan for a visit which sharply raised tensions with China. Tensions had already been high, with China conducting military flights near Taiwan and the US sailing warships through Taiwan Strait to emphasize that they are international waters. Beijing claims it as a part of its national territory and views any visit by a foreign government official as challenging its sovereignty, even after Taiwan being a self-ruled island. Following the Pelosi's visit, a congressional delegation composed of representatives from both the Senate and the House visited. Meanwhile, this week the Indiana governor came to Taiwan as well for a trip focused on business and academic cooperation, while the US politicians have called their visit a show of support for the island. Agency report, Republic TV.
Moving on, the UK announced plans to fast-track the deportation of failed Albanian asylum seekers as authorities combat a surge in the number of migrants crossing the English Channel in small boats.
The UK announced plans to fast-track the deportation of failed Albanian asylum seekers as authorities combat a surge in the number of migrants crossing the English Channel in small boats. British immigration officers said that those with no rights to remain in the country will be removed as soon as possible. The agency wants to dissuade Albanians from making the risky crossing in inflatable boats by demonstrating that they won't be allowed to live and work in Britain. Even though Britain considers Albania a safe and prosperous country, the number of Albanians crossing the channel on small boats has soared in recent months. Some 2,165 Albanians arrived in Britain via this route in the first 6 months of 2022, compared with just 23 in the same period last year. Albanians are now tied with Afghans as the biggest nationalities arriving on small boats, with each counting for 18% of the total. Agency Report, Republic TV.
According to the Russian authorities, the death toll from a Russian rocket attack as Ukraine observed its Independence Day has risen to 25, including an 11-year-old boy found under the rubble of a house and a 6-year-old killed in a car fire near a train station that was the target. Take a look.
Russia hit a passenger train and residential area in the town of Chaplin on August 24. Since then, the death toll has climbed to 25, which includes an 11-year-old boy who was found under the rubble of a house and a 6-year-old killed in a car fire near the train station.
Сидела я с дочкой в кухне, там у нас разбитая. И как ударило, как бывает, то, знаете, гроза. Як ударить гроза сильно, що я аж заплакала, так гроза сильно вдарила. І це все в один миг посипалось. І окна повискакували, попадали окна.
The attack occurred on the day that Ukraine marked its 31st anniversary of independence from the Soviet Union and the 6th month mark since the onslaught of the Russian invasion. Russia's defense ministry acknowledged the strike on the Chaplin station but claimed that it had targeted a Ukrainian train that was transporting ammunition to the front line. Russia further claimed to have killed more than 200 Ukrainian reservists during the strike. A local resident also spoke about the power of the strike while she was taking care of her daughter in the kitchen.
Упало туди у двор, не знаю. Там дитина 11 років відкупували, не знаю, чи вона жива, чи ні. Я йду, і в мене в голові, ні на що я не надіюсь, тільки на одного Бога. Прошу його, щоб це поскоріше пройшло. Очень тяжело жити.
President Volodymyr Zelensky also has warned that Russia might try to do something particularly nasty, something particularly cruel. The lethal train station strike in Chaplin served as a painful reminder of Russia's continued ability to inflict large-scale suffering 6 months into the war. Meanwhile, cluster munitions have been banned by the most nations due to their devastating and indiscriminate effect on military personnel and civilians alike. Agency Report, Republic TV.
The DPR's Ministry of Construction, Industry, Housing and Utilities announced that Russian builders had started demolishing the damaged high-rise buildings in Mariupol. According to the ministry, the demolition is carried out by a non-explosive method using excavators. The work will take about 10 days, after which removal of the debris will be carried out.
The DPR's Ministry of Construction, Industry, Housing and Utilities announced that Russian builders had started demolishing the damaged high-rise buildings in Mariupol. Footage film features the process continuing with removing the buildings that cannot be repaired. According to the ministry, the demolition is carried out by a non-explosive methods using excavators. The work will take about 10 days, after which removal of the debris will be carried out. On April 21st, Russian Defense Minister reported to President Vladimir Putin that Russian armed forces and the DPR People's Militia had taken full control of Mariupol. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky admitted on May 8 that Ukraine does not have any such heavy weapons to unblock Mariupol through military means. Moscow launched a military offensive on Ukraine in late February after recognizing the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic's independence. Kiev has denounced the Russian offensive into its territory, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has imposed martial law throughout the country, announcing a general mobilization. Agency reports, Republic TV.
Here are the other international stories that we're tracking at this hour. Dalai Lama to visit Delhi today after 3 years of gap. Ahead of his visit, Tibetan spiritual leader exuded confidence that this time will come soon when Ladakhis would be able to visit Tibet's capital, Lhasa, again, and added that Tibetans were seeking genuine autonomy rather than complete independence in Tibet, stating that the Tibetan government was adopting a middle way approach according to which they're seeking a mutually acceptable solution to the issue of Tibet. Imran Khan's protection from arrest till the end of the month, that is till September 1st. This comes after the police filed terrorism charges against the country's recently ousted opposition leader. The court protected Imran Khan from arrest over accusations that he made during a speech where he threatened police officers and a lady judge. US and European Union envoys held talks with Kosovo's Serb leaders in North Kosovo. As of now, both envoys refused to disclose details but emphasized that the talks were about the people who live in Kosovo. The envoys met with Kosovo's Prime Minister in an effort to avert further tensions with Serbia. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz paid a visit to the military training area at Putlos in northern Germany, where Ukrainian soldiers are being trained on self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. During his visit, Olaf said they will continue to support Ukraine with financial capabilities and also provide them with weapons. A severe heat wave continues to wreak havoc across much of southern China, sparking mountain fires and drying up hydro systems. According to the cargo officials, the extreme heat and drought have whittled crops and shrunken rivers. Authorities in drought-hit areas of China have been adopting measures to ensure steady water supply for the local residents' daily use. On the other side, several lives affected as severe floods are witnessed in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Test flight of NASA's new spacecraft to the moon next. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
सब बकवास है। मैं बताता हूँ घोटाला क्या है। घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है। 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए।
They are doing all sort of theatric exercise to divert the attention. Lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus.
Midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM, who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go, and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
Against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
news clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which
Welcome back. Hundreds of people were left stranded at the Chaman border crossing with Afghanistan on Thursday following torrential rains and flood water. Here's a report.
Heavy floods that hit Afghanistan and Pakistan have brought lives to standstill. Hundreds of people were left stranded at the Chaman border crossing with Afghanistan following torrential rains and floodwater. Business travelers and visitors alike watched as floods washed away bridges and submerged the roads.
Burada müşkilat the Chaman border the roads the gardo upoviodi. The savaladis mush maluna la tavalad the dona nasis mush da rodo the wiki kunumlu da gat dunya wala the bus wala the sapor wala the dunya wala the gadi wala the nasis mush the rodo so the bus mush the rodo chakar.
Meanwhile, all trade was suspended along the Quetta-Kandahar highway between Afghanistan and Pakistan, forcing vehicles to form long lines on both sides of the border.
نو په دغه باندې موږ دلته خدای دنیا دا سره راګرځېدلې د شی دا رخصیو دي دغه انسانان دي څوک په کروندو کې پراته دي څوک په امندو کې ناشته شه نو بار دا انسانان ګرځي د دې خپل ویني شورته ګوري دغه شین انسان غزنانی دي هغه را روان دي دغه غزنانی ما شومان دي پر دار کمره روان دي نو موږ نو ساوشتلې په دا خاطر ولا.
Heavy floods had caused severe economic and human losses. The United Nations said that it is helping Pakistan and Afghanistan deal with recent heavy flooding that has caused heavy casualties and material damage in both countries. Agency report, Republic TV.
Moving on, 2 Bulgarian police officers were killed early Thursday as they tried to stop a bus containing migrants who had entered the country illegally. The incident occurred in the Black Sea city of Burgas after the bus refused to stop at 2 consecutive border police checkpoints. Take a look.
2 Bulgarian police officers were killed early Thursday as they tried to stop a bus containing migrants who had entered the country illegally. The incident occurred in the Black Sea city of Burgas after the bus refused to stop at the 2 consecutive border police checkpoints. The bus with Turkish registration plates was carrying 47 migrants whose nationality has not been disclosed.
В автобуса са се превозвали общо 47 на брой мигранти, за които към настоящия момент имаме данни, че са от Сирия. Задържано е едно лице, което не е от групата въпросни мигранти, за което към настоящия момент имаме данни, че е участвал в превоза.
So far, no charges against the driver has been brought, but District Prosecutor Georgi Chinev called the driver's action a conscious, purposeful, intentional act.
Въпрос за съзнателен, целенасочен, умишлен акт.
Bulgaria, a Balkan country of 7 million, is located on a major route for migrants from the Middle East and Afghanistan to Europe. Only a small number of them plan to stay in the EU's poorest member, using Bulgaria instead as a transit corridor on their way westward. Agency report, Republic TV.
Breaking news coming in. Police in Texas on Thursday arrested a person after a video of her assaulting a group of 4 Indian American women surfaced and went viral, in which she's abusing them and asking them to go back to India. Now, the racial incident took place on Wednesday night in a parking lot of Dallas in Texas. The woman who has now been arrested is seen in the video identifying herself as a Mexican American and assaulting a group of Indian Americans. Now, a case of racism has come from Dallas in Texas. Now, the incident took place on Thursday night in a parking lot in Texas. The woman has now been arrested. She was seen constantly verbally abusing Indian Americans. The video has now gone viral and sent shockwaves among the Indian American community across the United States.
India, y'all here. Turn camera off. I'm happy to talk.
We are
Turn it off.
And we are.
No, why should I turn it off? You're the one who came and talked to me. I'm Mexican. I'm Mexican, and I paid my way here. What? Why would you come and talk to us? Come camera off. Don't touch me. You don't touch me. Talk to you.
Oh my God, guys, record. She's hitting me. She's hitting me. Oh my God.
Oh, she's
Oh my
hitting me.
God.
Oh, she's hitting me. She's hitting me. You too, bitch.
I didn't even talk to you. I did not talk to you. Do not.
Camera off.
Go back to your car.
I am.
Go back to your. Go back to your car.
Well, the racial video footage has now gone viral, but on the other hand, the police have arrested the woman in question regarding this incident. But moving on to other news, in an exceptional footage that has surfaced from Villanueva de Sau, a town in Spain, it shows a submerged church that has now emerged. Take a look.
In an exceptional footage that has surfaced from Villanueva de Sau, a town in Spain, it shows a submerged church that has now emerged. This is the footage from Catalonia Reservoir. Locals reported that the exceptional natural phenomena has occurred after driest condition in over 1,000 years.
Sí. Quan apareix el que és la teulada de l'església, vol dir que hi ha un nivell més baix del pantà, però no és res excepcional, no? Però quan ja comença a sortir el que és tot l'edifici i amb la rectoria i a vegades fins i tot pot arribar a sortir el cementiri, vol dir que hi ha una situació de sequera excepcional.
Footage showed ruins of Saint Roman Church were revealed due to low water levels in the Sau Reservoir.
Hemos venido porque hemos visto la iglesia bastante descubierta, sin agua, y bueno, y ese era el motivo para verla de cerca, la iglesia romana, a ver si estaba en pie todavía.
Visitors to the town of Villanueva de Sau were seen at the 11th century church following the drought which left the reservoir at just 37% capacity.
No, mai l'havia vist així i m'ha sentit molta pena, no? Però m'han dit que d'aquí a quan plogui una miqueta més s'omplirà d'aigua, millor.
US experts have estimated that the country is experiencing its driest condition in approximately 1,200 years, while last month was the hottest on record since 1961. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, NASA's new moon rocket makes its debut next week in a high-stakes test flight before astronauts get on top. The 322-foot rocket will attempt to send an empty crew capsule into a far-flung lunar orbit. If all goes well, astronauts could strap in as soon as 2024. Here's a report.
NASA's new moon rocket makes its debut next week in a high-stakes test flight before astronaut gets on top. The 322-foot rocket will attempt to send an empty crew capsule into a far-flung lunar orbit. If all goes well, astronauts could strap in as soon as 2024.
We're going to stress it and test it. We're going to make it do things that we would never do with a crew on in order to try to make it as safe as possible.
Liftoff from Florida's Kennedy Space Center is set for Monday morning.
I rather suspect that a lot of people on planet Earth are going to be tuned in to when in 2025 we land humans again for the first time in a half century, and one of those humans is the first woman and the next man.
The launch comes 50 years after NASA's famed Apollo moonshots.
We have one rocket and one spacecraft that is now in the barn, in the stable, that's ready to launch astronauts. And that is the rocket SLS and the spacecraft Orion.
The price tag for the single mission exceeds $4 billion.
Space is hard, and space flight is risky business. And you accept the risk and you try to prepare.
The entire program will have set NASA back $93 billion by the time astronauts are back on the moon. Agency report, Republic TV.
On the other side, top court of India set to roll out verdict on freebies, promises and offers made by political parties. And Bihar's Mahagathbandhan government to elect Assembly Speaker today. All of this on the Morning Express.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
सब बकवास है। मैं बताता हूँ घोटाला क्या है। घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है। 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए।
They are doing all sort of theatric exercise to divert the attention, Lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus.
Midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
Against Manish Sisodia and through it the Ahmad.
News clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a step back to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned.
Headlines this morning, Bengal cash scam gets bigger by the day. CBI now issues lookout circular against TMC leader Manik Bhattacharya. Top court set to roll out verdict on freebies, promises made by political parties. ED news tightens around accused Sisodia. Kejriwal government swings into huddle mode, calls for special assembly session. Bihar's Mahagathbandhan government to elect Assembly Speaker today. Big move by J&K High Court to 2003 case of Nadimarg massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits opened. Thanks for tuning in this Friday morning. You're watching the Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's get started with our top story. Now, the Residents Welfare Association has finished all necessary preparations in order to carry out the scheduled demolition of Supertech's twin tower 40-story building at its Emerald project in Noida, which will take place on 28th of August at 2:30 p.m. Take a look at these ground reports.
जब ट्विन टावर 9 सेकंड के अंदर ध्वस्त होगा तो 9 मीटर की दूरी पर बनी इस इमारत पर सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ सकता है। हालांकि मैं ये फिर बता दूं कि जिस तरह की तैयारियां हैं, कहा यह जा रहा है कि आसपास की इमारतों पर उसका असर नहीं होगा, लेकिन जरा आप अगर दूर तक देखेंगे जो करीब की इमारतें हैं उन्हें किस तरह से यहाँ ये जो फाइबर की चादर है उससे ढका गया है और यहाँ नीचे जहां ट्विन टावर 9 सेकंड के अंदर ध्वस्त होकर गिरेगा, आप देख सकते हैं कि ट्रेंचेस जैसी बना रखी हैं। ये गड्ढा बनाया गया है क्योंकि जब मलबा गिरेगा तो मलबा इन्हीं के अंदर जाकर सेटल हो जाए, इसी उम्मीद में और इसी की तैयारी आप दूर तक देख पाएंगे जो ये गड्ढे बनाए गए हैं।
And in fact, those are the visuals also of that are coming in of the preparations that are underway when we talk about the demolition, which is all set to take place on 28th of August. So in 2 days' time, the demolition is going to happen at 2:30 p.m. And Sucharita there getting us those ground details. Let's take a look at this report as well on the demolition drive, which will take place on the 28th of August of this twin tower.
The Residents Welfare Association has finished all necessary preparations in order to carry out the scheduled demolition of Supertech's twin 40-story building at its Emerald project in Noida on August 28th at 2:30 p.m. According to the Supreme Court, the twin towers can now be destroyed with explosives. The demolition was scheduled to begin on August 21, but the court granted the appeal filed by the Noida authority to delay it until August 28. At least 3,700 kilograms of explosives have been installed to demolish the Supertech's twin 40-story tower in Uttar Pradesh's Noida on August 28.
वो पूरे दोनों सोसाइटीज में वही सोसाइटीज है जो उनके भी चेयरमैन आए थे एटीएस के और आरडब्ल्यूए के भी थे, मिस्टर तिवेतिया एंड मिस्टर अतुल चतुर्वेदी, तो उनको पूरा डिब्रीफ कर दिया गया। उसके बाद इनके जो स्ट्रेंथनिंग का काम चल रहा है उनका भी मुआयना सीईओ मैडम ने किया, उस पर भी सेटिस्फाइड है। कुछ आफ्टर पोस्ट डिमोलिशन भी कुछ स्ट्रेंथनिंग करना है। द सुपरटेक हैज ऑलरेडी गिवन इन राइटिंग टू आरडब्ल्यूए।
Supertech's illegal twin towers, which are taller than Qutub Minar, will become India's highest structures ever to be demolished in 9 seconds.
जब ट्विन टावर 9 सेकंड के अंदर ध्वस्त होगा तो 9 मीटर की दूरी पर बनी इस इमारत पर सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ सकता है। हालांकि मैं ये फिर बता दूं कि जिस तरह की तैयारियां हैं, कहा यह जा रहा है कि आसपास की इमारतों पर उसका असर नहीं होगा, लेकिन जरा आप अगर दूर तक देखेंगे जो करीब की इमारतें हैं उन्हें किस तरह से यहाँ ये जो फाइबर की चादर है उससे ढका गया है और यहाँ नीचे जहां ट्विन टावर 9 सेकंड के अंदर ध्वस्त होकर गिरेगा, आप देख सकते हैं कि ट्रेंचेस जैसी बना रखी हैं। ये गड्ढा बनाया गया है क्योंकि जब मलबा गिरेगा तो मलबा इन्हीं के अंदर जाकर सेटल हो जाए, इसी उम्मीद में और इसी की तैयारी आप दूर तक देख पाएंगे जो ये गड्ढे बनाए गए हैं।
The order had come after a batch of petitions were filed by home buyers for and against the April 11, 2014 verdict of the Allahabad High Court, which had ordered razing of the 2 buildings within 4 months and refund of money to apartment buyers. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And on to more breaking news coming in. This one with regard to another infiltration bid by Pakistan that has been foiled by the forces. In fact, that's an infiltration attempt that was being made by the Pakistan terrorists in the Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, 3 Pakistani terrorists was also neutralized while this infiltration bid was neutralized by the armed forces. In fact, the operation was launched that was based on specific intel that was received from the Army Intel Agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August, multiple ambushes were laid to trap these infiltrators. In fact, intensive electronic surveillance of the suspected area led to detection of an attempt as well. We have Gursimran also breaking that story for us. Gursimran, yet another infiltration bid by the Pakistan terrorists. Give us more details.
See, this is a major infiltration bid that has been foiled by the Indian Army, and this is in the Uri sector along the line of control, wherein 3 terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists who were trying to sneak in into the Indian territory, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. And now a 90-second video footage has been accessed by Republic Media Network that clearly shows that how taking the advantage of the dense foliage, these 3 terrorists, they were trying to sneak in into the Indian territory, but the anti-infiltration grid of the Indian Army that has already been put in place and is on alert, keeping in view the recent attempts from the Pakistani territory. They spotted the movement of these 3 intruders and later they were neutralized by the Indian Army. The Army has recovered 2 AK rifles and 1 M carbine from these terrorists, those who were trying to sneak in. We are getting to know that this is part of a series of attempts that are being made by the Pakistani side to push as many as terrorists to the Indian side if they can before the onset of the snowfall. They want to keep the winters hot this time in the Kashmir Valley, and that's why these kind of intensified efforts are being made by the Pakistani side. We have seen that in the past 5 days, 5 nefarious attempts, 4 along the line of control and 1 along the international border have been foiled by the security forces, and Indian Army on the line of control is on alert, keeping in view the inputs that have been shared by the intelligence agency about the possible attempts of infiltration by the Pakistani terrorists. And this 90-second video that is accessed by Republic Media Network clearly establishes that how desperate Pakistan and the Pakistani terror groups are to sneak in into the Indian territory, that they don't even miss a single chance of getting into the Indian side, but has been foiled by the Indian Army.
Yes. Gursimran, stay with us. We also have our senior editor Shravan also joining us. Shravan, if you could talk to us more about this surveillance, the electronic surveillance that was carried out to detect these terrorists who were trying to infiltrate in the Uri sector of J&K.
Well, Samiksha, this is a part of the Loris surveillance video that has now been accessed. Remember, in the last few days, there has been a renewed attempt by these terror launch pads to sneak in the infiltration bid that has been made, and multiple attempts from various sectors that were basically made. In fact, what you're seeing right now on the screens are basically the images, the surveillance video of the Pakistani terrorists who were basically trying to infiltrate from the forward areas of Uri sector. This was on 25th of August, where they were basically spotted. The operation thereafter was launched by the army, and there were multiple ambushes that were laid to trap the infiltrators. Now, this electronic surveillance is around roughly about 7 o'clock in the morning on 25th of August. And what was happening was that previously also in the infiltration bids that they were made, they were hoping that they would be able to get some sort of cover by hiding in those in the forested areas, because there is a thick undergrowth, there's a foliage, and there's continuous rain that was going on. So they were hoping that that would act as some sort of a cover for them to basically cross over, but that did not happen because the surveillance cameras had picked them. The images were picked up, and thereafter an operation was launched. This was roughly about 8:30 in the morning. 8:45 is when the contact with these terrorists were established in the forward areas, leading into a heavy exchange of fire across the line of control, and thereafter the terrorists were also eliminated.
This is getting serious by the day because, like Gursimran was telling us, there have been 5 such infiltration attempts in recent times.
So if you, as Ghulam was also pointing out, in the last few days also there have been multiple attempts. Consecutively, I think starting from the 21st of August, we've seen such infiltration bids that have been made and they have been completely foiled. And we have been repeatedly pointing out the fact that this is a clear reflection of the robust grid along the line of control. Because if you talk about these, surveillance that is essentially done, the electronic surveillance that is being done. Now, not that this is something new, but the fact of the matter is that this is a reflection of how strong the grid is and how strong that entire area surveillance has become, and that is the reason why it has become far more easier for the Indian Army to ensure that these infiltration bids that are essentially made time and again, they are followed.
Yes. Well, Shravan, thank you for getting us all those details. Let me also go back to Gursimran, who is also reporting live from Jammu. Gursimran, if you could once again talk to us about this operation, how long did it last for, and also about this electronic surveillance that was carried out.
It was at around 7 in the morning when the forces saw the suspected movement of 3 terrorists in the area using the surveillance devices, that is the Loros, that has been put there as part of the anti-infiltration grid of the Indian Army. And soon after that the operation was launched, and we are getting to know that within 120 minutes the operation was conducted successfully, because there were regular monitoring of these terrorists where they were actually moving in, and when they reached where there was already a anti-infiltration grid deployment, they were neutralized by the Indian Army. But this clearly shows the desperation of the Pakistani side, that how they are trying to push as many as terrorists into the Indian territory. They want to, because they want to keep the winters hot in the Kashmir Valley, and also there is a pressure from those who have been funding terrorism in Kashmir Valley and in other parts of the country, that the Pakistani proxies, they are being asked to show their presence, and that's why they are doing so. We know that how Pakistan is up to the internal situation of the Pakistan, and this is part of a tactics to divert the audience from the internal political and total upset, the mess that is going on in Pakistan, towards the Kashmir Valley and Jammu.
Yes, well, Gursimran, thank you for getting us all those details. So, Gursimran getting us the details on this infiltration bid that was foiled in the Uri sector of J&K. Moving on then to another big story that we've been tracking amid protests, lathi charge arrests and even flag march. The volatile situation in Hyderabad seems to be turning political by the day. After issuing yet another threat, now suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh was re-arrested in another old case, and while he has been sent to preventive detention, the sloganeer who chanted Sar Dard Se Jura slogans was granted bail soon after his arrest. Meanwhile, a role of AIMIM chief Owaisi has also revealed, in fact, that has also come to limelight. Following the release of several sloganeers, the question now arising, who is trying to stoke tensions in the city of Hyderabad.
Speeches, slogans, protests. The streets of Hyderabad witnessed several volatile scenes in the past 3 days. In view of the controversial statement issued by now suspended BJP MLA T. Raja Singh. Almost 90 people were arrested for violent protests and eventually released after AIMIM President Assuddin Owaisi's intervention.
घर का दरवाजा तोड़ के हम उनको मार लेके गनशन
मतीन भी है ना उसमें
जी हाँ मतीन भी
इरफान रियाज भी है ना
जी हाँ एहतेशाम
में चलिए
जी
और भाई बहुत बुरा हुआ वो मालूम होते कि मेरे को मैं मुजफ्फर को बोला
जी जो आके मुजफ्फर कॉपरेटर साहब और समस्त कॉपरेटर साहब आके हम लोग रिहा करे और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जज़ाकल्लाह.
And later boasting about political intervention.
अब जाओ 1:30 बजे सुबह 1:30 बजे अब जाओ घर में परेशान होंगे
जी
इंशाल्लाह मुजफ्फर समझ लिया कि आप घर पे छोड़ देंगे
जी अच्छी बात है साहब शुक्रिया साहब
आराम से रहो परेशान रखो इंशाल्लाह मालूम होता है कि हम हरकत में आए और ये नहीं होना था वो
जी साहब
आप जाइए घर को जाइए आराम करिए
जी अच्छी बात है साहब शुक्रिया जज़ाकल्लाह साहब.
The protesters not only demonstrated on streets but also raised inflammatory calls of Sar Dard Se Jura. This sloganeer Kashaf, who chanted Sartan se juda and incited crowds. And even defended his actions on the debate with Arnab Goswami on Tuesday.
Including yours.
You condemn what Raja Singh said.
Including yours.
Raja, you condemn.
Including yours.
Including yours.
Say I condemn myself.
Including yours.
Say I ought to have been arrested a long time back. Say I deserve to be behind bars, not on Arnab's program. Say so.
Walked out of the bail soon after his arrest on Thursday. Meanwhile, the Telangana police re-arrested Raja Singh from his residence in Hyderabad soon after the second threat video was released by him. Congress leader Rashid Khan was also booked for promoting enmity between the different groups based on religion.
मैं बोल रहा हूं अगर से 23rd के दिन उसको अरेस्ट नहीं करेंगे राजा सिंह को 24th के दिन मैं राशिद खान गोशा महल को अंगार में बदल दूंगा। मैं फिर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को तोड़ने के लिए मैं तैयार हूं और मैं तैयार रहूंगा वो दिन भी। अगर से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर टूटेगा तो इसका जिम्मेदार मैं नहीं।
While OVC appealed to maintain peace on Friday,
स्लोगन्स आप जब लगा रहे हैं तो आप तशद्दुद के लिए वायलेंस की बात मत करिए। इस बात को हम तमाम को समझने की जरूरत है कि भाजपा और संघ परिवार हैदराबाद में जो 8 साल से पुरअमन माहौल है, तेलंगाना जो तरक्की कर रहा है उसको, उस तरक्की को और उस अमन को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
it needs to be seen how the situation turns out with the ongoing protest and war of words. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
फिर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को तोड़ने के लिए
Meanwhile, in the latest development, the AIMIM chief has appealed for peace ahead of the Friday prayers. Remember, the Telangana police has re-arrested suspended BJP leader T. Raja Singh from his residence in Hyderabad on Thursday. Now, as per inputs, the police had relevant arrest notices for 2 different cases. This comes as protests continue across Hyderabad following the provocative remarks that were made by the suspended MLA. So, situation still tense in the city of Hyderabad, and security, meanwhile, what we understand has been stepped up ahead of Friday prayers. We'll go across to Priyanka as well to get us more updates. Priyanka is joining us live from Hyderabad. Priyanka, good morning. If you could take us to the updates you're picking up. We understand security remains tightened ahead of the Friday prayers.
Good morning to you, Samiksha. We've been on the ground for a while now since morning, and we have seen that the movement, in fact, is back to normal. But of course, as you pointed out, that there has been a notification issued. The police have been alerted that there might be some kind of mobilization that will take place after the Friday prayers. Now, this is something that they had been getting in the form of intelligence over the past 4 to 5 days itself, where they had said that this will be the first Friday post this kind of a video that had been made by Raja Singh. But of course, we have seen that rapid developments took place yesterday. Let me just point that out for our viewers as well. Let me quickly recap that, because Raja Singh had made another video, another hate video, where he had come out and justify the kind of statements that he had made, in which he was clearly seen making fun of Prophet Muhammad. He refused to apologize, completely brazen, unapologetic, and he had stated that the protesters had misconstrued what he had tried to say and that they did not understand his joke. Is what he has said, and that is not his fault. This is something that he has said in the video, and just a few minutes post that video that he had made, the police officials had gone to his house, to his residence, and then had, of course, re-arrested him. Now, let me just point this out very quickly, because this is of utmost importance. We had seen that the case, the investigation of this video that had been posted by Raja Singh on YouTube, a 10-minute long video, that was being carried out. But in the backdrop of this, we have seen that the police had gone and issued him the section 41A under the CRPC to the member of the Legislative Assembly, Raja Singh, and told him that he will be arrested in the cases that had been pending against him. One was in February, the other was in April. In February as well, he had made a very insightful video that had been taken cognizance of as something that he was doing to threaten the voters. Now remember, this was in the backdrop of the Uttar Pradesh elections. Now the second one, the second case under which he has been placed under arrest is that of 10th of April in Begum Bazaar here in Hyderabad, where during the procession of Ram Navami he had played extremely insightful songs and had in fact made provocative speeches and provocative songs that had been played on loudspeakers. And now the police has taken him into custody. In fact, he was arrested. And it's also interesting to note that the Preventive Detention Act had also been invoked by the Commissioner of Police, and it was executed by the police, and then he was directly taken after getting his medical done to the jail itself. So now he is placed in the jail right now. He is at the central jail here in Hyderabad, and the police of course had also acted with respect to how the Friday prayers, the mobilization threat that had been given, and also how the entire situation on the ground had been volatile, and they had been trying to help the situation by at least Raja Singh being inside and behind bars, because today, remember, two very
Priyanka, stay with us. Just hold your thoughts there. Let's also listen into what Asaduddin Owaisi had to say in his latest remarks.
और हम तमाम की पूरी कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए कि जिस पुरअमन तरीके से हमने एहतजाज किया और हमारे एहतजाज की बिना पर खाती को जेल भी जाना पड़ा, इसी तरीके से हमको ये कोशिश करना है कि हमारा कल का जुमा पुरअमन तरीके से गुजर जाए। मैं ख़ास तौर से बुज़ुर्गों से और हमारी माँ और बहनों से भी अपील करना चाहूँगा कि वो अपने औलादों की, अपने नौजवान बच्चों की भी सरपरस्ती करें। और आपसे ये भी गुजारिश करूँगा कि नमाज जुमा के बाद हम कोई ऐसा नारा ना लगाए, ना कोई ऐसा नाखुशगवार वाक़या पेश आए जिससे हमारे दीगर अपने वतन को तकलीफ हो।
So Owaisi there, the AIMIM chief, appealing to peace now after letting those protesters freed, those who raised provocative slogans and created unrest in the city of Hyderabad. Let's also listen in to Chief Minister KCR as he says that he will protect the state of Telangana until he dies.
వాళ్ళ చిల్లర రాజకీయాల కోసం, నీచ రాజకీయ ఎత్తుగడల కోసం మతం మంటలు పెడితే, రాష్ట్రాన్ని అల్లకల్లోలం చేస్తే మనం చూస్తూ ఊరుకోవన్నా? దయచేసి మీరు అందరూ ఆలోచించాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుతా ఉన్నా. ఓట్ల కోసం, చిల్లర రాజకీయాల కోసం దేశాన్ని, భారత సొసైటీనే మోసపెట్టేటువంటి ప్రయత్నాలు జరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి. ఒక మాట మీరు ఆలోచన చేయండి. ఎందుకు ఈ గడబడి చేస్తున్నది బీజేపీ? ఇలా ఎందుకు ఆగమాగమవుతున్నాడు నరేంద్ర మోడీ? ఏం కావాలి ఆయనకు? ఉన్న పదవి చాలదా? ప్రధానమంత్రి పదవి అంతకన్నా పెద్ద పదవి ఏమైనా ఉన్నదా? ఇప్పుడు ఎన్నికలు లేవు కదా. ఏం జరుగుతూ ఉంది? బీహార్లో ఏం జరుగుతూ ఉంది? ఢిల్లీలో ఏం జరుగుతూ ఉంది? బెంగాల్లో ఏం జరుగుతూ ఉంది? మన తెలంగాణలో ఎటువంటి కారు కూతలు కూస్తూ ఉన్నారు? దయచేసి ఆలోచన చేయండి. 8 ఏళ్ల నుంచి మన దగ్గర కఠినంగా వ్యవహారం చేసి సీమ చిట్టుకు మంటలేదు. ప్రశాంతంగా ఉన్న తెలంగాణ సమాజం, హైదరాబాద్ నగరం, మన మొత్తం రాష్ట్రమంతా కూడా అద్భుతమైనటువంటి, బ్రహ్మాండమైనటువంటి ప్రశాంత వాతావరణంలో అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతూ ఉంది. నేను బ్రతికి ఉండంగా, నా కంఠంలో ప్రాణం ఉన్నంత వరకు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రాన్ని ఆగం కానియేను. దీన్ని కాపాడడానికి నా సర్వశక్తులు కూడా నేను ధారపోస్తాను. ఇంకా అభివృద్ధి చేసుకుంటూ ముందుకు పోతూనే ఉంటాం. నాకున్న బలగం మీరే, ప్రజలే అని చెప్పి నేను మనవి చేస్తా ఉన్నా. మీ అండదండలు, మీ ఆశీర్వచనం ఉన్నంత వరకు బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఇంకా ముందుకు దూసుకొని పోదాం. బ్రహ్మాండమైన పంటలు తెచ్చుకుందాం. వికారాబాద్, రంగారెడ్డి, మేడ్చల్ జిల్లాలు కొంత హైదరాబాద్ నగరంలో శివారు చుట్టూ ఉండేటువంటి మున్సిపల్ కొత్తగా ఏర్పడ్డ కార్పొరేషన్లతో, మున్సిపాలిటీలతో ఉంటాయి చాలా.
So, as you just heard, the Chief Minister KCR there saying that he will protect the state until he dies, and in fact the reaction earlier we played out of Owaisi also appealing for peace ahead of Friday press. Now on to another big story that we've been tracking. In a massive revelation in the illegal mining scam, the Enforcement Directorate has drawn a link between businessman Prem Prakash and alleged middleman with arrested politician aide Pankaj Mishra. Here's a full report.
Enforcement Directorate has made one major arrest in the illegal mining scam. Middleman Prem Prakash has now been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, he's been produced before the court and he's been granted 6 days custody. Exclusive documents with Republic TV indicates that Prem Prakash was the man who was responsible for diverting all the funds that were basically generated from this illegal mining.
The ED said that Prem Prakash is involved in laundering proceeds of crime generated out of rampant illegal mining in Sahibganj and its adjoining areas. The central agency said that Mishra controls the illegal mining activities in above-mentioned areas. During the course of the probe, incriminating documents and evidence were seized. 2 AK-47 rifles and 60 live cartridges were also recovered.
Pankaj Mishra is essentially being touted by the Enforcement Directorate as a person who's very close to the current Chief Minister of Jharkhand. This comes on a day when it means more trouble for the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, whose report has now been submitted by the Election Commission to the Jharkhand Governor.
Even though Chief Minister's close aides are under ED scanner, Chief Minister Hemant Soren is in all-out denial mode.
सभी लोगों के साथ सभी लोगों की अपनी कुछ व्यक्तिगत भावनाएं होती हैं और व्यक्तिगत उनकी भी जिंदगी होती है। हमारा ये प्रयास है कि वो सम्मान उनको मिले, उसका प्रयास लगातार जारी है।
But it is hard to buy these denials at a time when proceeds of crime to the tune of over 1,000 crore rupees were allegedly generated. With multiple aides in the ED net, scathing recoveries and more, can the illegal mining scam be played down? Bureau Report, Republic TV. Slipping into a very short break for now. Do not go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Bengal cash scam gets bigger by the day. CBI now issues lookout circular against TMC leader Manik Bhattacharya. And top court set to roll out verdict on freebies promises made by political parties.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Pegasus was a massive hoax. Hashtag Pegasus hoax. None of the 29 phones technically examined by the Supreme Court constituted committee, not one for suspected Pegasus infiltration, had the software installed or even present. Not one of the 29 phones could conclusively be said to have been infiltrated by the government using the Pegasus spyware. And what this means is that this whole lobbies theory, the fraudulent theory that the government of India is snooping on its political rivals, dangerously using Pegasus, was bogus. B-O-G-U-S, bogus. None of those who were so gleeful about Pegasus being found, saying this proves that the government has a magnifying glass inside everyone's phones, not even the Lutyens channels who are being bought and sold overnight these days are talking about it. Isn't that amazing? When it suits you, you push a theory. You scream around saying there are kickbacks in Rafale. Chokidar chor hai. Then you say the government has turned a super snooper using Pegasus. But when the Supreme Court, India's highest court, finds no conclusive proof to back your claims, then you go all silent about it. You talk about something else. What hypocrisy. This is dangerous hypocrisy, viewers. Viewers, there
কি আশা করছেন?
CBIs. The raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
Top headlines at 8:30. Sonali Phogat's family alleges foul play. Post-mortem report reveals sensational details. Last rites to be performed today. Big win for forces in Uri. Another park terror bid foiled. 3 terrorists neutralized. Bengal cash scam gets bigger by the day. CBI now issues lookout notice against TMC leader Manik Bhattacharya. Top court set to roll out verdict on freebies promised made by political parties. ED news tightens around accused Sisodia. Kejriwal government swings into huddle mode, calls for special assembly session. Big move by Jammu and Kashmir High Court. 2003 case of Nadimarg massacre of 28 Pandits reopened. Uproar over Texas racism row as video of woman assaulting 4 Indian Americans goes viral. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching The Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our top focus this morning in the murder case of BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat. The Goa police has now registered a murder charge. In fact, Republic TV has accessed the post-mortem report of BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat. The post-mortem report reveals that the slain actor received multiple blunt force injuries on her body. In view of the above, the manner of death is for the investigation officer to ascertain. Here's a report.
2 days after the suspicious and untimely death of BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat in Goa, sensational details have been accessed by Republic in the mysterious death case. Phogat was brought dead at the St. Anthony Hospital in Anjana area of North Goa district on August 23rd, when officials suspected a heart attack behind her demise. However, Republic accessed the autopsy reports of the late BJP leader, which brings out shocking revelations in the case. It clearly mentions that there were multiple blunt force injuries over the actor's body. Sonali's family, who previously alleged foul play in the case, expressed dissatisfaction with the report and demanded a further probe to establish the truth.
बॉडी पर मेजर इंजरी है और बाकी जो हमने रिटर्न में दे रखा है सेम वही है, क्योंकि हमें तो पता ही था इस चीज का और यहाँ के प्रशासन को अब मेडिकल रिपोर्ट के बेस पर पता चल गया है.
Meanwhile, in a major breakthrough, the Goa police have filed a murder case and have arrested 2 persons with regard to the same.
हमने 174 की कार्रवाई उसी समय स्टार्ट कर दी थी और जो भी कंसर्न्ड पर्सन है, चाहे वो होटल है लियोनी जिसमें डिसीज्ड एक दिन पहले आकर के रुकी थी, या जिस क्लब में जहां पर विक्टिम नाइट क्लब में गई थी, उसके जितने भी रिलेटेड पर्सन्स हैं, हम लोगों ने उन सभी के स्टेटमेंट शुरू से दर्ज किए हैं और अब इस केस की तफ्तीश मर्डर के हिसाब से की जा रही है.
Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, while commenting on the future course of investigation, said that the government will work as to what satisfies the family.
परिवार के लोगों ने कहा कि इस पोस्टमार्टम की जो विसरा है ये आप यहाँ भी कराएं और एक विसरा आप हमारे यहाँ चंडीगढ़ FSL को भी भेज दें. उन्होंने बात मान ली है कि वहाँ भेजेंगे. उनकी संतुष्टि परिवार के लोगों की होनी जरूरी है, तो इस में इतना ही बताना भी यानी उचित है. मैं कहता हूँ परिवार के लोग जैसा कहेंगे वैसा हम करेंगे, क्योंकि ये चीज हमने तो उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए अपना एक विषय रखना है. हमारा कोई उसमें अगर परिवार के लोग आके हमको लिख के देते तो विचार करें.
Meanwhile, the Goa police recorded the statement of the owner of Curly's restaurant in Goa for over 7 hours. The 42-year-old actor had reportedly been at the restaurant with her 2 associates who have now been arrested, Sudhir Sangwan and friend Sukhwinder Singh. Sonali Phogat's last rites will be performed today, but the mystery behind her suspicious death remains to be solved. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And meanwhile, tracking more news, then the CBI has issued lookout notice against TMC MLA and former chairman of West Bengal Board of Primary Education, Manik Bhattacharya, in connection with the probe, in connection with the alleged irregularities in primary teachers' appointment. Here's a report. As CBI turns up its heat in the school jobs irregularity scam, there seems more trouble mounting for TMC ministers. The CBI issued a lookout circular for TMC MLA and former chairman of West Bengal Board of Primary Education, Manik Bhattacharya, in connection with its probe in alleged irregularities in primary teachers' appointment. This comes after he was not found at his residence in Kolkata and Nadia. Notably, Bhattacharya was SSC chairman between 2014 and 2018. Bhattacharya had earlier been interrogated by the ED, which is tracking the money trail in the case. Meanwhile, fresh trouble appears to be mounting for senior Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal as well, who is known to be close to West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. After the Central Bureau of Investigation, the ED is set to question him in connection to the alleged cattle smuggling case. Sources within the ED have confirmed that a fresh application is being moved in a court in New Delhi seeking permission to question the TMC's Birbhum district president. As the probe gains momentum in Bengal's cash scam, more details are expected to trickle in. Bureau Report, Republic TV. Moving on then, presidential polls for the president of the Congress has now been delayed, with the party apparently prioritizing the Bharat Jodo Yatra over the elections for the chief of Congress. The elections remain to be held since it was announced in October last year.
The Congress presidential election, which was to end by the 20th of September, is likely to be delayed by a few weeks.
And what's not coming out as a surprise, elections to the post of Congress president have been postponed for one more month. Earlier, they were planned to take place on September 21st, but it seems now that they might not happen till at least October end, and that too clashing with the Diwali break, so we don't know when the date would come in.
The delay reportedly is due to the party's focus on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Sources say the Congress Working Committee will hold a virtual meeting on Sunday to approve the exact schedule of dates for the election. The Congress had announced in October last year that the election of the new party president would be held between the 21st of August and the 20th of September this year.
Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka have refused to take the mantle, saying that this time it should go to a non-Gandhi in deference to a view within a great mass of congressmen themselves represented, for example, by the G23, that the Congress leadership now should pass on from the Gandhis to a non-Gandhi.
Sources said the process will be delayed by a few weeks, but not more than that, and that the party should have a full-time president by the end of October.
That cropped up was of Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, but it seems even he's not very excited, because if he leaves the post of Chief Minister, would Sachin Pilot, his bait Nore, become the next CM? He would not want it. He would want somebody from his group in Rajasthan, someone of his followers, to become the Chief Minister, and that's where the catch is. So Ashok Gehlot might want some time, and that's why this delay. But then the final dates of election to the Congress president likely to come out now on Sunday.
While some media reports indicated Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot being Sonia Gandhi's choice for the post of Congress President, the leader himself has denied the same.
हम चाहेंगे कि वो प्रेसिडेंट बने। राहुल गांधी को आज भी हम चाहेंगे कि वो अध्यक्ष बने।
Congress leader Anand Sharma had on the 24th of August expressed tacit disapproval of Rahul Gandhi's resignation from the AICC post after the 2019 election debacle. The party on the 24th had also suffered a major blow as its former spokesperson, Advocate Jaiveer Shergill, had quit, calling out the leadership of the party, accusing them of pursuing selfish interests.
I am merely a pawn, a small town person who joined politics, does not come from a political family, who has been seeking time from Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Shrimati Priyanka Gandhi and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi for more than 1 year plus. But the youth, the voice of the youth who do not speak in their self-interest but speak for the betterment of the party.
The Congress this year has also been hit by a mass of resignations, including veteran leaders. Amidst all the chaos, it will be interesting to see who ultimately emerges to be at the helm of the Vadra Congress. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, a special cell of the Delhi Legislative Assembly is scheduled to take place today as attention shifts towards the excise policy. In fact, AAP leader Kailash Gehlot is expected to pass a resolution in the Assembly that focuses on the education and health developments of the Delhi government.
The Delhi government has called for a special session to be convened today amid the political slugfest over liquor excise policy. This session is set to begin in a couple of hours at 11 a.m. and the Delhi government is expected to pass a resolution moved by Kailash Gehlot. The resolution heavily dwells on the achievements by the education and health sectors of the AAP government. Interestingly, both the Education Minister Manish Sisodia and Health Minister Satyendra Jain in the AAP cabinet are embroiled in corruption scams. This special session is convened when Satyendra Jain has been arrested and Manish Sisodia has been named as accused number 1 in the CBI FIR in the irregularities over excise policy.
The Liquorgate saga is all set to reach the Delhi Assembly today, with one-day session taking place where it is expected that the Kejriwal government would put across its view through the Assembly to its constituents across Delhi and indeed to the rest of the nation interested in the story on what they did, how they did, why they did on the flip-flop on liquor policy.
A political slugfest has broken out between AAP and BJP over the Liquorgate allegations. The AAP yesterday went on to accuse the BJP of poaching its MLAs.
घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है। एक एमएलए को 20-20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर किए जा रहे हैं। 40 एमएलए चाहिए इनको। 800 करोड़ रुपए इनके इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार।
We are consistently asking them to be precise on excise, but they are doing all sort of theatric exercise in order to divert the attention and taking so many words like lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus.
The Congress, which has been demanding Sisodia's resignation, has demanded for discussions to be held on the excise policy in the special assembly session. It remains to be seen if the AAP government will allow a discussion on the excise policy in the special assembly. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the National Investigation Agency shared details of simultaneous raids that were conducted at 20 locations related to the seizure of 2,988 kg of heroin at the Mundra port in 2021.
On September 13, 2021, the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence had seized nearly 3,000 kg of heroin that reportedly originated from Afghanistan and was being taken to Mundra port. Initially handled by the DRI, the case was then transferred to NIA on October 6, 2021. And now, the NIA has shared the details of its investigation in the case, wherein a terror angle is not being ruled out.
In a major breakthrough in the Mundra drug haul case, National Investigation Agency has arrested 2 people. One person goes by the name of Kabir Talwar and also owns various nightclubs in the national capital, is said to have been responsible for importing the drug consignment from Afghanistan to India. In fact, we are given to understand that National Investigation Agency had carried out searches at 20 locations. NIA says that it is Kabir Talwar along with another person who goes by the name of Prince Sharma was responsible for bringing in the consignment of about 3,000 kilograms of heroin all the way from Afghanistan. In fact, they believe that they are part of a larger network.
The NIA on August 25 shared details of simultaneous raids at 20 locations related to the massive heroin seizure at Mundra port. 2 persons in connection with the case were arrested. The agency added that the heroin was being concealed in import consignments of materials such as semi-processed talc, bituminous coal, etc. Previously, the NIA had filed a charge sheet against 16 accused on March 14 in the mega drug bust case.
This perhaps was not the first time that Kabir as well as Prince Sharma brought in a consignment of heroin from Afghanistan. The only reason being is that they are part of a larger cartel which is in operation for several years put together. National Investigation Agency sources indicating that this is just the tip of the iceberg. They are also looking at the entire modus operandi, which includes the companies that were basically floated by Kabir Talwar and others for the diversion of funds, and the funds that were basically generated by selling these heroins. In fact, we are given to understand some parts of the heroin consignment was distributed in states like Punjab, Haryana as well as Uttar Pradesh.
And with an international now confirmed in the case, it remains to be seen how big the global nexus is. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. Lots on the other side. Big win for forces in Uri. Another Pak terror bid foiled as 3 terrorists neutralized. And Bengal cash scam gets bigger by the day. Now CBI issues a lookout notice against TMC leader Manik Bhattacharya.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
News clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering in the case of Pegasus as well is fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition.
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists
Welcome back. Now, amid protests, lathi charge arrests and even flag march, the volatile situation in Hyderabad city seems to be taking political turns after issuing another threat. Now suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh was re-arrested in another old case and while he has been sent to preventive detention, the sloganeer who chanted Sartan Se Juda slogans was granted bail soon after his arrest. Meanwhile, role of the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi is revealed in release of several sloganeers. The question arising who is trying to stoke tensions in the city of Hyderabad.
Hyderabad is on its toes today because it's Friday and it's first Friday after the comments of T. Raja Singh on Prophet Muhammad and the protests that broke out across the city in Telangana, the state capital. In fact, it's important for another reason, which is that T. Raja Singh's appeal, in fact, Hyderabad police's appeal against T. Raja Singh's bail in the first case is coming up, and it's likely that the side of the BJP, the legal team of the BJP leader now suspended, would also take up the issue of Hyderabad police having not followed due process.
Speeches, slogans, protests. The streets of Hyderabad witnessed several volatile scenes in the past 3 days. In view of the controversial statement issued by now suspended BJP MLA T. Raja Singh, almost 90 people were arrested for violent protests and eventually released after AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi's intervention.
घर का दरवाजा तोड़ के हम हमको मार लेके
गनशन मतीन भी है ना उसमें।
जी हाँ, मतीन भी,
इरफान रियाज भी है ना।
जी हाँ, एहतेशाम
एहतेशाम में चलिए जी। और भाई बहुत बुरा हुआ, वो मालूम होते कि मेरे को, मैं मुजफ्फर को बोला
जी हाँ, जो आके मुजफ्फर कोऑपरेटर साहब और समस्त कोऑपरेटर साहब आके हम लोग रिहा करे और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह।
And later boasting about political intervention.
अब जाओ 1:30 बजे, सुबह 1:30 बजे अब जाओ घर में, परेशान होंगे
जी।
इंशाल्लाह मुजफ्फर समझ लिया कि आपको घर पे छोड़ देंगे
जी। अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया साहब।
आराम से रहो, परेशान रखो, इंशाल्लाह मालूम होता है कि हम हरकत में आए और ये नहीं होना था वो।
जी साहब,
आप जाइए, घर को जाइए, आराम करिए
जी। अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह साहब।
The protesters not only demonstrated on streets but also raised inflammatory calls of Sartan Se Juda. This sloganeer, Abdahu Kashaf, who chanted Sartan Se Juda and incited crowds, and even defended his actions on the debate with Arnab Goswami on Tuesday.
But including yours.
You condemn what Raja Singh said.
Including yours.
Yes, Raja, you condemn.
Including yours.
Including yours.
Say I condemn myself.
Including yours.
Say I ought to have been arrested a long time back. Say I deserve to be behind bars, not on Arnab's program. Say so.
Walked out on bail soon after his arrest on Thursday. Meanwhile, the Telangana police re-arrested Raja Singh from his residence in Hyderabad. Soon after, a second threat video was released by him. Congress leader Rashid Khan was also booked for promoting enmity between different groups based on religion.
मैं बोल रहा हूं, अगर से 23rd के दिन उसको अरेस्ट नहीं करेंगे राजा सिंह को, 24th के दिन मैं राशिद खान गोशा महल को अंगार में बदल दूंगा। मैं फिर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को तोड़ने के लिए मैं तैयार हूं और मैं तैयार रहूंगा वो दिन भी। अगर से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर टूटेगा तो इसका जिम्मेदार मैं नहीं।
While Owaisi appealed to maintain peace on Friday,
स्लोगन्स आप जब लगा रहे हैं तो आप तशद्दुद के लिए वायलेंस की बात मत करिए। इस बात को हम तमाम को समझने की जरूरत है कि भाजपा और संघ परिवार हैदराबाद में जो 8 साल से पुरअमन माहौल है, तेलंगाना जो तरक्की कर रहा है, उसको, उस तरक्की को और उस अमन को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
it needs to be seen how the situation turns out with the ongoing protests and war of words. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
फिर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को तोड़ने के लिए मैं तैयार हूं.
Very short break. On the other side, as Bengal cash scam gets bigger, CBI now issues lookout notice against TMC leader Manik Bhattacharya. And uproar over Texas racism row as video of woman assaulting 4 Indian Americans goes viral.
Midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
Against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
News clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to see that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering in the case of Pegasus as well is fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition.
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
And roundup from the world of sports. Team India held a practice session in Dubai ahead of the Asia Cup 2022 campaign opener. The men in blue will start the Asia Cup campaign in a high-octane clash against Pakistan on 28th of August. Ace Indian shuttler Pranoy HC advanced into the quarterfinals of the ongoing BWF World Championship after defeating Lakshya Sen in the last 16th match of men's singles. Playing on court 3, Pranoy won the match in a complex fight. F1 had a brief summer track with 13 races completed, and Ferrari's Charles Leclerc admitted that he was relieved to have the time off as he continues to chase Max Verstappen in the individual driver standings. Slipping into a very short break after felicitating mobsters' release, Owaisi now appeals for peace. Big win for forces in Uri, another Pak terror bid foiled.
सब बकवास है. मैं बताता हूँ घोटाला क्या है. घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है. 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए.
They are doing all sort of theatric exercise to divert the attention. Lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus.
Midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
Against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
news clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering in the case of Pegasus as well has fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition.
কি আশা করছেন?
The raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
After felicitating mobsters' release, Owaisi now appeals for peace. Sonali Phogat's family alleges foul play. Post-mortem report reveals sensational details. Last rites to be performed today. Big win for forces in Uri. Another Pakistan terror bid foiled. 3 terrorists neutralized. Bengal cash scam gets bigger by the day. CBI now issues lookout notice against TMC leader Manik Bhattacharya. Top court set to rule out verdicts on freebies, promises made by political parties. ED news tightens around accused Sisodia Kejriwal government, swings into huddle mode, calls for special assembly session.
You Indians are live. If life was so great in India, y'all here. Turn camera off, I'm happy.
Uproar over Texas racism row as video of woman assaulting 4 Indian Americans goes viral. Hello and welcome. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. Big news coming in. Supreme Court appointed committee finds no proof of Pegasus, but fear-mongering continues. Tweets, and I quote, Supreme Court appointed committee observed that the government refused to cooperate in the probe. Now, 5 of the 29 phones were infected with some malware. Offered non-cooperation is evidence of guilt. Time for government to come clean. Kapil Sibal has reacted and tweeted about this matter. He's gone on to state, and I quote in that particular tweet, that Supreme Court appointed committee observed that the government refused to cooperate in the probe. 5 of the 29 phones were infected with some malware. Offer non-cooperation is evidence of guilt. Time for government to come clean is what he has stated in that particular tweet. Now, the SC-appointed panel said that 5 of the 29 mobile phones examined were possibly infected with some malware but did not specify if they were Pegasus. Now, the panel headed by retired Supreme Court Judge R.V. Ravindran submitted its report to the Apex Court last month. It was formed after allegations that the spyware were used to target nearly 300 Indians, including politicians, government servants, journalists and people from other walks of life. And Kapil Sibal has reacted now to this by stating in that particular tweet, which I quote again, that Supreme Court appointed committee observed that the government refused to cooperate in the probe. 5 of the 29 phones were infected with some malware. Offer non-cooperation is evidence of guilt. Time for government to come clean is what he is stating in that particular tweet. Okay, the Supreme Kapil Sibal has reacted to the Pegasus malware episode. Now, in terms of the Pegasus spyware, 29 mobile phones examined by a panel had said in its report submitted to the Supreme Court. Now, Kapil Sibal has tweeted regarding the same. For more on this, we're joined in by Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad, Kapil Sibal has tweeted right now, and he has stated that it's time for the government to come clean as well. What are your first reaction about this claim that Sibal has made?
You know, some people unfortunately are infected with the malware of lies. And those who are infected with this malware of lies, when the court comes out and rules on Central Vista, they lie about it. When it comes out and rules on Rafale, they lie about it. Now when it's come out and ruled on Pegasus, they lie about it. Instead of apologizing that why was the entire session of Parliament allowed to go waste, why was Parliament hijacked over a non-issue, why in the name of Snoopgate you reduced yourself to Stoopgate and you tried to undermine India's democracy. You wasted 225 crores of public taxpayer money by hijacking Parliament on the issue of Pegasus and a fake issue which has been completely disproven. Now Mr. Kapil Sibal is continuing this tirade, and this is what they do. They continue to lie even despite the Supreme Court orders and Supreme Court judgments. You remember that how Rahul Gandhi lied about Rafale judgment and then he had to apologize. So this is their standard tactic. This is the malware of India Virod and malware of lies that unfortunately the likes of Kapil Sibal are infected with, or their phones are.
All right, that was Shehzad Poonawalla, BJP spokesperson, joining us and reacting to what Kapil Sibal has tweeted. But for more information on the story, we're joined by Anuj. Anuj, what are the latest details that we're getting about this and political reactions as well, if any?
Well, at this point in time, this is Kapil Sibal who is again coming out and targeting the government of India, as we are going through the tweet of the Kapil Sibal which has been made in by him, and he stated, let me quote, that Supreme Court appointed committees observed that the government refused to cooperate in the probe. 5 of the 29 phones were infected with some malware. Often non-cooperation of the evidence of guilt, time for government to come clean. That's something, the line which has been taken. Earlier also we have seen Kapil Sibal, and who earlier was a part of the Congress party, and the Congress party was making this issue, was coming out with this issue, and we have seen uproar in both the houses, as Shehzad Poonawalla was just pointing it out, and how both the houses was not able to work. But Supreme Court is monitoring the things at this point in time, as we have seen, as Ramna making it clear that what exactly has happened and what is going to be the next. And there it is part of the committee now. They are looking into the things, the expertise, the committee, the expertise who are there in the committee, they are getting deep into the things. But yes, the BJP's point of view is very much clear, as Shehzad Poonawalla was making it clear, that Congress party or the leaders like Kapil Sibal, who was earlier the part of the Congress party also, is being shouting about the same, is being making allegation about the same. But we are waiting for the update from the committee also, that what is exactly going to happen, and that's something what Kapil Sibal is coming out with. Yes.
All right, thank you, Anuj, for joining us with all those details. Well, Kapil Sibal has reacted on the Pegasus malware spyware, but on the other hand, BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla has stated that it is just tactics. But moving on to other news, CM Hemant Soren called a meeting of the Alliance at 11 a.m. Meeting will be held in the Chief Minister residence. Strategy will be discussed regarding the decision of the Election Commission. Now, this is the breaking news that we are having coming in at this moment. The fact that preparations are also going on, the name of the new leader and to challenge in the Supreme Court. Now, this comes after the fact that there has been a lot that's been happening in terms of the Jharkhand mining case as well. So this is the latest that we have on the story, that CM Hemant Soren called a meeting of the Alliance at 11 a.m. Now the meeting will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. The strategy will be discussed regarding the decision of the Election Commission. Preparations are also going on to name of the new leader and to challenge in the Supreme Court. The key meet will take place today at Chief Minister's residence. Of course, there have been many political reactions regarding the same as well. For more information on this, we're joined in by Prakash. Prakash, we're understanding so far that this meet is going to be held at 11 a.m. But what other details are we gathering so far?
In the event of the fallout of the decision to be taken by Governor Ramesh Vyas in Jharkhand regarding the termination of the membership of Hemant Soren from the Barhet Assembly constituency pertaining to the Office of Profit case, the Jharkhand CM has convened a meeting of the UPA MLAs comprising of Congress, JMM and other supporting party MLAs like NCP and few independents, which comprise of around 50. So the numbers is not a problem, but they would be discussing the strategy in the event of the fallout of the governor's decision if Hemant is terminated. And the likely decision that is to be taken is to bring around a consensus around one, that they should file a petition in the apex court challenging the governor's decision if at all he is terminated. Second, the likely successor of Hemant Soren, and the names doing the round are three names. One is Kalpana Soren, wife of Hemant Soren. Second is Shibu Soren, father of Hemant Soren, who has been the Chief Minister of Jharkhand for quite a number of times. And third is Rupi Soren, mother of Hemant Soren. So all these three names are doing the round because in regional party the legacy is handed over in the family itself, and as a part of that strategy we'll have to look at it as to whether the JMM MLAs and the Congress MLAs agrees to it or not. Second, that the JMM and the Congress is able to keep its flock together because the BJP is also keeping a hawk's eye on the development in Jharkhand because they also have 26 plus 2, 28 MLAs supporting them, and for a majority in the Jharkhand Assembly, they require 13 more, that is 41 MLAs in the 82-member Assembly constituency. So that becomes interesting because it may become a power tussle in Jharkhand in the event of Hemant Soren being terminated from Barhet Assembly constituency. So we are keeping a close eye on the developments in Jharkhand. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Prakash, for giving us all those details. Now, like we just mentioned, that Chief Minister Hemant Soren of Jharkhand will be holding a key meet at his residence at 11 a.m. There will also, preparations will be going on to name the new leader and to challenge in the Supreme Court. This is the latest development we have in terms of this particular story. But moving on to other national news that we're tracking at this hour, Jammu and Kashmir High Court reopened the case of Nadimarg massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. 7 persons were accused in this case. During the pendency of the trial of the case, the prosecution moved an application before the trial court seeking permission to examine material prosecution witnesses on commission. Justice Sanjay Dutt accepted the request seeking recall of order. Next case of hearing is on 15th of September. In a recent development in Jharkhand's political crisis, Congress Legislative Party leader Alamgir Alam said that all Congress's MLA have been instructed to stay in Ranchi and are to remain on alert mode. Speaking to the media a day earlier, Congress Legislative Party member Alam said that the alliance is intact and they had more numbers than the BJP. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that there shouldn't be media trials as they mislead. The TMC Supremo was addressing the event organized to hand over a block of the state's new Secretariat building to the Justice Department. She also urged Chief Justice Prakash Srivastava to solve the court cases which are pending for 3 to 4 years and also emphasized having more women judges.
Whatever the cases are pending since 3 years, 4 years, that should be cleared. I know it is not in your hand, you are trying your best. And also, sir, no media trial, please. Sometimes it misleads and misguides and give the bad name, though the incidents are not true. That is called judiciary, because judiciary, they first go through the details about the evidence, the witness and everything.
Making an appeal over the alleged remarks of the arrested and suspended BJP leader T. Raja Singh on Prophet Muhammad Owaisi said that a demand of Raja Singh being arrested has been fulfilled. He added and urged all to have peaceful Friday prayers today.
और हम तमाम की पूरी कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए कि जिस पुरअमन तरीके से हमने एहतजाज किया और हमारे एहतजाज की बिना पर खाती को जेल भिजाना पड़ा, इसी तरीके से हमको ये कोशिश करना है कि हमारा कल का जुमा पुरअमन तरीके से गुजर जाए। मैं ख़ास तौर से बुज़ुर्गों से और हमारी माँ और बहनों से भी अपील करना चाहूँगा कि वो अपने औलादों की, अपने नौजवान बच्चों की भी सरपरस्ती करें। और आपसे ये भी गुजारिश करूँगा कि नमाज जुमा के बाद हम कोई ऐसा नारा ना लगाए, ना कोई ऐसा नाखुशगवार वाक़या पेश आए जिससे हमारे दीगर अपनाए वतन को तकलीफ हो।
Letter to Delhi police seeking the cancellation of Munawar Farooqi's show that is to be held in Delhi on August 28th. In failing so, the BHP warned that the workers of VHP and Bajrang Dal will hold a protest against the show. A video of a young man beaten with sticks is going viral on social media, in which some people tied the hands and feet of a young man with the rope, first beat him with a stick in the house, then brought him outside on the road and kicked him. It is said that this incident has been carried out by some particular people of a particular community by accusing a Dalit youth of Rajora village of Kevati police station area of Darbhanga district of theft.
इस वीडियो वायरल के संबंध में थानाध्यक्ष बेदा से पूछताछ की गई तो उनके द्वारा बताया गया कि रहीका थाना का यह मामला है और पिटाई का मामला था। डीएमसीएच में इसका इलाज हुआ है और फर्द बयान लेकर संबंधित थाना को थानाध्यक्ष बेदा द्वारा भेज दिया गया। दरभंगा पुलिस सारा बयान उनको लेके संबंधित जहां घटना घटी है वहां पर भेज दिया गया है इसको और वहां पर अनुसंधान कार्य किया जाएगा और दरभंगा पुलिस से जो मदद वो लोग मांगेंगे उन्हें हम लोग देंगे।
A group of lawyers from West Bengal wrote to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, raising concerns over the alleged threat to a CBI judge presiding over the Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal's case as they sought the transfer of the case outside West Bengal. The lawyers said that Special CBI Court Asansol Judge Rajesh Chakrabarti had been threatened by one Bappa Chatterjee by writing a letter addressed to him with a direct threat regarding the bail of Anubrata Mondal. Chetan Datta, the Indian blaster who will press the button that will demolish Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on August 28th, said on that the mega explosion is going to be simple process. The demolition will take place at 2:30 p.m. on August 28th. The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory. Now, breaking news coming in the latest development, security has been beefed up across Hyderabad following the re-arrest of suspended Bharatiya Janata Party leader T. Raja Singh from his residence on Thursday. Remember, Congress leader was booked for making provocative statements yesterday. Now, this is the breaking that we have coming at the moment. The fact that RAF and CRPF have been deployed across Hyderabad. What we understand right now is in areas of Charminar and Lakshmi Narayan Temple. This we have seen the development latest being in this particular case is that T. Raja Singh was re-arrested yesterday, but in connection with another case. but security has been beefed up across Hyderabad. On the other hand, we did see that a Congress leader was also arrested last evening in this particular case. Now, in these visuals also, we can see that the security has been ramped up in Hyderabad. RAF and the CRPF have been deployed in Hyderabad. As of now, we understand that the Charminar area as well as the Lakshmi Narayan temple area is where the RAF and the CRPF have been deployed, as the situation continues to remain tense in Hyderabad. The latest coming on this particular news in terms of coming out of Hyderabad is that RAF and CRPF have been deployed in Hyderabad. For more information on this, we're joined in by Aneri. Aneri, you have been tracking this story so far. Of course, we did see that development yesterday that T. Raja Singh was rearrested. But we understand so far right now that security has still been beefed up. Could you please take us through what is going to be happening today in terms of that?
Well, that's right. We have been seeing how Raja Singh was re-arrested yesterday from his residence, and also he has now been shifted to Cherlapalli jail as he has been booked under the PD Act over making derogatory statements against few people, and also at the same time posting that video on social media. And so now the Hyderabad City Police has booked Raja Singh under PD Act, and so after his medical examination he was shifted to Cherlapalli jail. And now also at the same time, not to forget, we also have been seeing that how the Hyderabad City Police has moved to Telangana High Court over the judgment of the Nampalli Court, which had issued that Raja Singh should be granted bail. Well, that was on basis of the police did not follow Section 41A of CRPC. On 23rd, Raja Singh was granted bail, but 2 days after that, we see that how Raja Singh was arrested. And also in the meantime, there were massive protests which were taking place across the city. We had seen how slogans like Sarkan Se Juda and many such slogans which were being raised by the protesters. Now we see that there is, today we will be seeing the High Court also hearing the matter, which is as the petition has been filed by the Hyderabad City Police. And also at the same time, today being the Friday Congregation Day, we will be seeing large number of people also gathering. And so as Old City is also one of the areas which is critical, and also we see that large number of people are expected to come there for the Friday prayers. And so now we see heavy police deployment there, heavy security to make sure that there's no untoward situation, and everything is under control. And so this extra security forces have been put in place at Charminar near the Bhagyalakshmi temple and in the surrounding areas in Old City.
Right. Thank you, Aneri, for getting us those latest developments. Priyanka, we understand right now the situation in Hyderabad. What we understand so far is that heavy security will be deployed today. Although we did see Raja Singh being re-arrested yesterday, but this was in connection with a different case. Can you take us through the developments so far of the story?
Well, yes, definitely. You know, we have been on the ground covering this developing and massive story, at least here in Hyderabad, where Raja Singh, yesterday we had seen, in fact, fast-paced developments that had taken place where Raja Singh had made that video, subsequently had been taken into custody by the police officials. The PD Act had been invoked, because of which then he was not produced at the court and had been directly taken to the central jail where he is lodged right now. But now today we see that the developments that will take place are in the court of law, including the bail that had been challenged by the Hyderabad police in the High Court, where in fact there will be legal arguments presented that Raja Singh in fact had been granted that bail because of a technicality of not having been issued the Section 41A of the CRPC notice that had to be done before an arrest as well. Now, apart from that, we are also seeing another massive hearing that is expected to take place. Now, whether or not the legal team will be taking that matter up today itself or not is something to be seen. But the lawyers of Raja Singh had also confirmed to us that they will be approaching the High Court, challenging the Commissioner of Police's invoking the PD Act and directly getting Raja Singh into the central jail. Now, these are the two massive hearings that are expected to take place that in the High Court today, and that will also tell us which direction that this entire investigation will also proceed as well, because now we had seen since the last 3 days that the pressure had been mounting on the authorities with respect to the various letters that were being written by the AIMIM leaders, the Congress leaders that had been making statements after statements. Now, let us also take a step back and let us tell our viewers about the protesters that had been on the streets. They were the ones carrying out these sloganeering of Sar Tan Se Juda. Now, that also included Kashav, the protester, in fact, who had been leading these protests who had been chanting Sar Tan Se Juda over the last 3 days. And the police, in fact, had taken him into custody yesterday. And just in a matter of mere hours, he had also been let off on bail as well. Now, post which we have also seen rapid developments when it comes to the Congress leadership. The Congress's leader, Rashid Khan, in fact, had also been taken into custody because of the kind of statements that he had made. And let us also remind the viewers how he had been confronted on Republic TV by our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, as well. And even then, he had remained completely unapologetic and completely brazen about the kind of statements that he had made. The statements that he had made were extremely alarming because he had said that he is appealing to all of the quote-unquote Muslim community to come out and beat up Raja Singh wherever they see him. He had said that there might be people who will go inside his house and beat him up as well. So these were the kind of statements that we had seen from the Congress party. And now, of course, the authorities taking cognizance of these kind of hate speeches, these kind of insightful speeches that are done in a public forum, because they're saying that the entire issue is quite sensitive because it is Friday today, the first Friday since this entire controversy broke open. And that is why they're being extremely cautious that there is no law and order situation created.
Well, thank you, Priyanka and Aneri, for getting us all those latest updates regarding this particular story. Now, what we've learned so far is that after Raja Singh was, of course, re-arrested in another case yesterday. Now, the security has been beefed up in Hyderabad. RAF and the CRPF have been deployed. Now, both Aneri and Priyanka getting us those latest updates. We will continue to track this big story right here on Republic. Now, what we understand also, on the other hand, in terms of the areas in particular, Charminar area as well as the Lakshmi Narayan temple area will be seeing far more security.
By Jammu and Kashmir High Court, the High Court has decided to reopen the Nadimarg massacre case, in which around 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed by the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists in 2003. The case was closed after the High Court rejected the plea of the J&K prosecution wing, in which it was said that the case be moved to a safer location, or some free trial with the fresh trial be inducted in the case, as the witness fear while going to depose their statement in the Shopian, where the case was originally registered and the trial was going on. Now the High Court has recalled its decision of 2014, and the next date of hearing has been scheduled on 15th of September, in which the next process will be followed. But this is a big move by the J&K High Court to deliver justice to the Kashmiri Pandits. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
As Raja Singh has now been sent to Cherlapalli jail as he has been booked under PD Act. Now we also see that after the Hyderabad City Police moved a petition in the Telangana High Court against the Nampalli Court, challenging the Nampalli Court's order over Raja Singh being granted bail. Now we will be seeing developments taking place at the Telangana High Court, as the matter is all set to come up at around 2:30 at the Telangana High Court, and also at the same time high security at Charminar and the surroundings areas, as today is the first Friday after the incident which have been taking place. Large number of people are expected to gather near Charminar for the Friday prayers. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break for more news and updates.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine, and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Pegasus was a massive hoax. Hashtag Pegasus hoax. None of the 29 phones technically examined by the Supreme Court constituted committee, not one for suspected Pegasus infiltration had the software installed or even present. Not one of the 29 phones could conclusively be said to have been infiltrated by the government using the Pegasus spyware. And what this means is that this whole lobby's theory, the fraudulent theory that the government of India is snooping on its political rivals, dangerously using Pegasus, was bogus. B-O-G-U-S, bogus. None of those who were so gleeful about Pegasus being found, saying this proves that the government has a magnifying glass inside everyone's phones. Not even the Lutyens channels who are being bought and sold overnight these days are talking about it. Isn't that amazing? When it suits you, you push a theory. You scream around saying there are kickbacks in Rafale. Chokidar chor hai. Then you say the government has turned a super snooper using Pegasus. But when the Supreme Court, India's highest court, finds no conclusive proof to back your claims, then you go all silent about it. You talk about something else.
Here's the headlines at 9:30. After felicitating mobsters, release OVC now appeals for peace. Security beefed up across Hyderabad. Supreme Court appointed committee finds no proof of Pegasus Snoopgate. Claim collapses, but Sybil continues to fearmonger. Sonali Phogat's family alleges foul play. Post-mortem report reveals sensational details. Last rites to be performed today. Big win for forces in Uri. Another Pak terror bid foiled. 3 terrorists neutralized. Top court set to roll out verdict on freebies. Promises made by political parties. Uproar over Texas racism row as video of woman assaulting 4 Indian Americans goes viral.
Camera off, I'm happy to talk.
We are
Turn it off.
And we are.
But big news coming in. Motilal Singh, OSD of Chief Minister's camp office, has died in a road accident. Now, what we're learning so far is that the accident happened late night while going from Gorakhpur to Lucknow. Accident happened near Kajaula on the National Highway. Chief Minister Yogi's OSD passes away in a road accident. The detail so far is that the accident happened late night while going from Gorakhpur to Lucknow is what we're understanding. Here are the visuals that we're getting of this unfortunate incident. CM Yogi's OSD has died in a road accident in this unfortunate incident. OSD's injured wife was admitted to Gorakhnath District Hospital. For more information on this, we're joined in by Vivek Rai. Vivek, we understand about this unfortunate incident that has happened. What more information can you give us?
देखिए, मोतीलाल सिंह जी जो हैं वो मुख्यमंत्री कैंप कार्यालय में गोरखपुर में कार्यरत थे और वो कल गोरखपुर से चल करके लखनऊ आ रहे थे। लखनऊ आते समय नेशनल हाईवे पर खजौला के पास में उनकी गाड़ी की जो है वो दुर्घटना हो गई और उस दौरान ये कहा जा रहा है कि जो छुट्टा पशु हैं वो सड़क पर आ गए और उस दौरान उनकी गाड़ी उन पशुओं से टकरा गई और इसी दौरान गाड़ी जो है अनियंत्रित हो गई और उसके बाद वो दोनों लोग उस वक्त वहाँ घायल हुए। हालांकि ये कहा जा रहा है कि मोतीलाल सिंह की उसी वक्त वहीं पर ही उनका निधन हो गया, लेकिन उनकी पत्नी गंभीर रूप से घायल है। उसके बाद उनको वापस से गोरखपुर ले जा करके उनको गोरखनाथ जो जिला अस्पताल है वहाँ पर उनको एडमिट कराया गया है। मुख्यमंत्री ने भी इस बाबत अपनी संवेदनाएं उनके परिवार के लिए व्यक्त की हैं। और आपको बताऊं कि घटना तकरीबन रात में ये कहा जा रहा है कि 12-1 बजे की है। वो लोग गोरखपुर से चले थे और लखनऊ आ रहे थे। लखनऊ आते समय नेशनल हाईवे पर खजौला के पास की ये घटना है। और उसके बाद ही जो मोतीलाल जी की बात की जाए तो मोतीलाल जी को उसी वक्त गंभीर चोट आ गई थी और लोगों का कहना है कि उसी वक्त उनकी स्थिति ठीक नहीं थी, लेकिन उनकी पत्नी गंभीर रूप से घायल थी। जब अस्पताल ले जाया गया तो वहां पर मोतीलाल जी को जो डॉक्टर हैं, डॉक्टर्स ने मृत घोषित कर दिया। हालांकि उनकी पत्नी अभी भी अस्पताल में भर्ती हैं और उनका इलाज चल रहा है।
Thank you, Vivek, for getting us all those details. Now, Motilal Singh, OSD of Chief Minister Yoginath, has unfortunately died in a road accident. Now, this happened while going from Gorakhpur to Lucknow. Like Vivek gave the details, unfortunately, he passed away, but his wife has been injured in the accident and has been admitted to the hospital. But moving on to other news, after EC report on Hemant Soren, BJP's Nishikant Dubey has tweeted, and I quote, Hemant has registered 36 types of cases on me, and today the figure of 36 is seen in Chief Minister's chair and Hemant ji. Fighting the battle of democracy in the state, we have stepped towards victory. History repeats. Madhukura is what he has tweeted in this particular tweet. Now BJP hits out at Hemant Soren. Now Nishikant Dubey has tweeted, stating, and I quote, Hemant has registered 36 types of cases on me, and today the figure of 36 is seen in Chief Minister's chair and Hemant ji. Fighting the battle of democracy in the state, we have stepped towards victory. History repeats, Madhukura is what he has said. Now, this statement comes after the EC report on Hemant Soren, and BJP's Nishikant Dubey had reacted earlier as well, but now he has gone on to express his opinion in a tweet where he has stated that, and I quote, Hemant has registered 36 types of cases on me, and today the figure of 36 is seen in Chief Minister's chair and Hemant ji. Now, this statement comes right after the fact that the EC report on Hemant Soren. BJP's Nishikant Dubey has tweeted. Now, we have definitely seen several political reactions on Hemant Soren, especially in the mining case that has been having different developments so far. Now, the latest being is that BJP's Nishikant Dubey has tweeted or rather expressed his, viewpoint on this. For more on this, we're joined in by Prakash. Prakash, we understand that the BJP's leader, that is Nishikant Dubey, has tweeted and expressed his point of view, or rather hit out. What can you tell us about this?
Well, there's a war of words going on between Nishikant Dubey and Hemant Soren for quite some time now. And Hemant Soren has been hitting out at, Nishikant Dubey has been hitting out at Hemant Soren for quite some time. And this is in context with the fact that Hemant Soren is all set to lose his membership. And so, in that case, he will lose the Chief Minister's post as well. Now, we'll have to wait and watch. If BJP tries to form a government or not, are they in touch with the Congress party, MLAs or not, or the JMM will split or not? That's a question. But what Nishikant Dubey has been hinting out, that in the event of termination of membership of Hemant Soren, it is likely that the BJP will also take a shot to form the government with the rebels of the Congress and the JMM. So that is what he's hinting at, most likely, possibly. So high voltage political drama unfolding.
Thank you, Prakash, for getting us those details on this latest development. What we've just seen is that BJP's Nishikant Dubey has hit out at Hemant Soren, and he's also stated in that fighting the battle of democracy in the state is what he has expressed in that particular tweet. But moving on to some other news, the Residents Welfare Association has finished all necessary preparations in order to carry out the scheduled demolition of Supertech's twin 40-story buildings at its Emerald project in Noida on August 28th at 2:30 p.m. And here's a ground report filed by my colleague Sucharita Kukreti from the site.
टावर, जिसको 28 अगस्त को ढहाया जाना है, डिमोलिश करना है और इसे डिमोलिश करने की जो तमाम जो प्रक्रिया है वो पूरी कर ली गई है। मैं अपने विजय सीपी सिंह से कहूंगी कि ये जो ट्विन टावर है जो पहली आप देख रहे हैं वो दरअसल आगे वो है एपेक्स टावर और जो दूसरी उसके ठीक साथ में आप देख रहे हैं ये दरअसल सियान टावर है। आप देख पा रहे होंगे कि एपेक्स टावर की ऊंचाई अगर बात करें तो सियान टावर से थोड़ी सी ज्यादा है और ये जो पूरा ब्लैक शीट और व्हाइट शीट जो आप यहां पर देख पा रहे हैं जिसे कवर कर दिया गया है, दरअसल 37 किलो वो विस्फोटक जिसके जरिए इसको ढहाया जाना है वो यहां पर पूरा फिक्स कर दिया गया है और 28 अगस्त का वो दिन होगा जब इसे जमीन दोज कर दिया जाएगा। और इसके आसपास की जो बिल्डिंग्स आप यहां पर देख रहे हैं और व्हाइट शीट जो यहां पर आप देख रहे हैं, दरअसल जियो टेक्सटाइल फैब्रिक जो शीट है वो यहां पर लगाई गई है, इनको कवर किया गया है आसपास की जो सोसाइटीज हैं ताकि उनको किसी तरह का कोई नुकसान ना हो। लेकिन बावजूद उसके जो सोसाइटी के लोग हैं उनमें जो एक डर है वो भी साफ तौर पर देखा जा सकता है। ये शीट्स यहां पर लगाई गई है और अगर मैं अपनी विजय सीपी सिंह से कहूंगी कि थोड़ा सा इस तरफ आप दिखाएं कि ये भी दरअसल सुपरटेक का ही है, ये एमरल्ड कोट है और एमरल्ड कोट के बीच में दरअसल ये जो ये पूरा व्हाइट शीट से जो कवर किया हुआ है, जिसको मैं बार बार कह रही हूं कि जियो टेक्सटाइल फैब्रिक शीट ये है, इसको कवर कर दिया गया है। दरअसल ये और एपेक्स टावर के बीच में ये एक ड्राइववे था जिसे बंद कर दिया गया है एहतियातन, ताकि वो जो वाइब्रेशन है जब इसको जमीन दोज किया जाएगा, डिमोलिश किया जाएगा तो उस वाइब्रेशन का असर जो है वो यहां जो ये सोसाइटी है उस तक ना पहुंचे। हालांकि ये जो आसपास की सोसाइटीज हैं इनको 28 अगस्त को ये कह दिया गया है कि सुबह 7 बजे तक आप लोग अपने अपने घरों को खाली कर दें।
Well, that was Sucharita getting us that ground report regarding the demolition that will take place on August 28th. This is in connection with the Supertech Noah building that will be taking place. Now, moving on to other news. West Bengal Chief Minister, here are the other stories that we're tracking at this hour. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee at an event of handing a block of the state's new Secretariat building to the Justice Department requested the judiciary in the state to expedite the pending cases and have present issues in the state be resolved by the way of the law rather than a media trial.
Whatever the cases are pending since 3 years, 4 years, that should be cleared. I know it is not in your hand, you are trying your best. And also, sir, no media trial, please. Sometimes it mislead and misguide and give the bad name, though the incidents are not true. That is called judiciary, because judiciary, they first go through the details about the evidence, the witness and everything.
A man was tied up and beaten with sticks, followed with other forms of assault in Darbhanga in Bihar, with the video of the incident going viral on social media. The incident is reported to have been a case of discrimination against an individual of a particular community. Session of the Delhi Assembly is expected to be convened amid the investigations around the excise policy in New Delhi. The Assembly further comes at a time of political vulnerability within the party amid allegations by the AAP of luring its MLAs to the BJP. A bench led by CJI NV Ramana is expected to pronounce a verdict in the matter of the promise of freebies by political parties in their election campaign. The petition filed by a BJP MLA seeks the SC to direct the ECI to ask political parties not to promise freebies in their political campaigns. The missionaries of charity celebrated Mother Teresa's 112th birth anniversary at her residence in Kolkata. The saint had left her home at the age of 18 to dedicate her life towards the service of society. Former BJP leader Sonali Phogat's remains are scheduled to arrive at a farmhouse at Hisar in Haryana, where people would be gathering for her final rites. The two accused for her alleged murder, meanwhile, are to be produced in the Goa police court today. A 5-member committee has been set up in Hubli to deliberate on the Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at the Eidgah Maidan in Hubli. The discussions are expected to submit their reports to the mayor. 3 terrorists were eliminated by troops of the army after terrorists from Pakistan attempting to infiltrate into India via Uri on the 25th of August. The terrorists were detected following specific intelligence received by the personnel of the army. Uttar Pradesh BJP MLA Brijbhushan Rajput extended his support to BJP leader T. Raja Singh, the BJP leader making the news for alleged indecree, further criticizing the BJP over the issue. Elections for the Congress president are likely to be end by the 20th of September, with the elections delayed as the party focuses on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The Congress Working Committee is expected to hold a virtual meeting during the weekend to approve the exact schedule of the election. Well, we have big news coming in. Two brothers arrested for raping minor cousin, her grandmother in Jabalpur. A case has been registered under the POSCO Act and other sections. They also assaulted her. Her father informed the police after the girl was buried. One has been held. Search is on for the second accused. An unfortunate, horrific incident coming out of Jabalpur. Two brothers were arrested for raping minor cousin, her grandmother in Jabalpur. What we've learned so far is that a case has been registered under the POSCO Act and other sections as well. They also assaulted her. Her father informed the police after the girl was buried. One held. Search is on for the second accused.
थाना राजी के अंतर्गत ये घटना घटित हुई, जिसमें पुलिस के द्वारा आरोपियों के विरुद्ध मृतका के पिताजी के बताए अनुसार अपराध पंजीबद्ध किया गया है। धारा 302 और 376D और पॉक्सो एक्ट के अंतर्गत। इसमें मामला ये है कि नाबालिग बच्ची के साथ में आरोपियों ने रक्षाबंधन के बाद में मारपीट भी किया था और मृतका के पिताजी के द्वारा बताया गया कि मारपीट करने के बाद इन्होंने उसके साथ में दुष्कर्म भी किया था। इनकी सूचना पर हमने थाने पे अपराध पंजीबद्ध किया है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। उसमें जो भी एविडेंस आएंगे उसके अनुसार अपन कार्रवाई करेंगे। मृतका के पिताजी बाहर रह रहे थे, वो यहाँ पे आ चुके थे। उसके बाद उन्होंने ये घटना पुलिस को तत्काल न बताते हुए बच्ची का शव दफन करने के बाद में बताया कि बच्ची के साथ में इस प्रकार से घटना घटित हुई है। पुलिस ने गंभीर घटना की सूचना पाते ही त्वरित कार्रवाई की है इसमें और एक आरोपी को तत्काल हमने राउंड अप किया है। दूसरे आरोपी की लगातार तलाश कर रहे हैं। हम दूसरे आरोपी को भी शीघ्र ही अरेस्ट करेंगे।
Well, an unfortunate incident coming out of Jabalpur there, where two brothers have been arrested for raping a minor cousin and grandmother. A case has been registered under the POSCO Act. On the other hand, one has been held and the other accused is still being looked out for. On the other side of the break, Supreme Court appointed committee finds no proof of Pegasus snoopgate, claim collapses, but Sybil continues to fearmonger. Sonali Phogat's family alleges foul play. Post-mortem report reveals sensational details. Last rites to be performed today. All of this on the other side of a short break.
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
सब बकवास है। मैं बताता हूँ घोटाला क्या है। घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है। 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए।
They are doing all sort of theatric exercise to divert the attention. Lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus.
midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM, who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go, and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
Top stories that we're tracking at this hour. Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pakistani terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th August, culminating in killing of 3 terrorists and recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intelligence agencies. Consequently, on 24th August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. Chief Minister Hemant Soren has called a meeting of the alliance at 11 a.m. today. This meeting will be held in the CM's residence. Reportedly, in this meeting, the strategy regarding the decision of the Election Commission will be discussed. Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, said that the Supreme Court successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during
against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
News clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering in the case of Pegasus as well is fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition.
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
सब बकवास है। मैं बताता हूँ घोटाला क्या है। घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है। 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए।
They are doing all sort of theatric exercise to divert the attention. Lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus.
Midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM, who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go, and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters.
Of course, there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion. Till the time the police come calling. And then all the lions are lambs.
Big news coming in the murder case of BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat. Haryana Chief Minister has now said, I spoke with Chief Minister of Goa and police officials. Her family members have written a complaint suspecting murder. We'll only know more after the post-mortem is done. Viscera samples will be tested there and also in Chandigarh. Now, initially, the Chief Minister had said that if the family does write to him, then, he will be looking into it personally. And he has said that right now that he's ready for a CBI probe as well if needed. This is the big information that we're having currently coming in on Sonali Phogat's case. Now, the murder case was registered after post-mortem revealed that multiple blunt force injuries over her body. She had died at Anjuna on Tuesday morning, and the post-mortem was conducted on Thursday after her family had given consent. Now, the big information on this and the latest development is that Haryana Chief Minister has, spoken about it, stating that he has spoken to the Chief Minister of Goa and police officials as well. This is after the fact that the family had given in writing. The murder was registered after post-mortem revealed multiple blunt force injuries. Now, according to Sonali Phogat's family member, she was taken to Goa's Curly's for dinner by her two assistants. Now, the two personal assistants of Sonali Phogat are the prime suspects in the case as alleged by her family. Now, both of them have been arrested. Also coming to, further information about this, that when she was taken to this restaurant in Curly's in Goa, the restaurant owner Edwin also confirmed that Sonali visited his restaurant along with her assistant. Now, for more information on this, we're joined in by Alisha. Alisha, tell us what is the latest development in this. What we understand so far is that the Chief Minister has stated that he has spoken to police officials as well as the Chief Minister of Goa. So what next in this case now?
Well, we know that Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Khattar had clearly mentioned that if a family, if given something in written that they want the CBI probe, so he also assures the family that they will transfer the case to the CBI. But this is something, a case is being investigated by Anjuna Police Station, and DGP Goa is itself monitoring the entire situation. Right after the FIR and specifically the section 302 of the IPC, that is murder case that has been registered with Anjuna Police Station against two of his associates. That is, one is a personal assistant Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhvinder. They both have been questioned and the interrogation is still going on. The information that we are getting in from the investigation officer and the DGP itself. So both interrogation is still underway, and sooner or later, after getting more details with the Goa police where arrest can take place, but we'll still wait for an official confirmation. But this is something can be a relief for the family as well, because since the time after the Sonali Phogat death, where the family of Sonali Phogat has written a letter to Goa police clearly asking to investigate. They were requesting that the case should be investigated under the murder case, and because she was murdered and not it wasn't a natural or it was not a cardiac arrest, because there are many perspectives that has come into a light. Since the time Sonali Phogat, and the letter that has been given by her family clear mentioned that she was poisoned because she was feeling really good at the initially age, and but later found it very unconscious and very uneasy. So now already the case has been registered. Importantly, the post-mortem report also suggests that there are multiple blunt force over the body. Now, all the interrogation is still of the two accused is already underway. All the information and continue rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
night around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM, who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go, and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
News clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a step back to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering in the case of Pegasus as well is fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition.
কি আশা করছেন?
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course there have been journalists in Pakistan who have been tortured, who have been shot at. But those journalists are either neutral or do not support Imran Khan at all. During Imran Khan's regime, the same thing was done to journalists who would criticize Imran Khan's government and Imran Khan himself. Friends, in Pakistan, everybody is a lion till the time the police come calling, and then all the lions are lambs.
And roundup from the world of sports. Team India held a practice session in Dubai ahead of the Asia Cup 2022 campaign. Top headlines at 10 a.m. after facilitating mobsters' release, Owaisi now appeals for peace. Security beefed up across Hyderabad. Supreme Court appointed committee finds no proof of Pegasus Snoopgate claim collapses, but Sibal continues to fearmonger. Sonali Phogat's family alleges foul play. Post-mortem report reveals sensational details. Last rites to be performed today. Big win for forces in Uri. Another Pak terror bid foiled. 3 terrorists neutralized. Top court set to roll out verdict on freebies, promises made by political parties.
You Indians are live. If life was so great in India, y'all here. Turn camera off. I'm happy to talk.
Uproar over Texas racism row as video of woman assaulting 4 Indian Americans goes viral. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Lots lined up for you. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight up, starting with a big story. The probe into Sonali Phogat's death case. While the mystery continues over Sonali Phogat's case, what we understand is that Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar has said that the CBI probe could take place if the family demands. So that's a breaking update coming in as mystery shrouds Sonali Phogat's death case. So a lot of questions arising at this point as to what led to the death of Sonali Phogat. The family also alleging that there seems to be a foul play in Sonali Phogat's death. We have Alisha reporting live. Alisha, if you could give us the big leads that you're picking up when we talk about the mystery that shrouds Sonali Phogat's death.
Well, yes, Samiksha, it's very important to know at this point of time, like right after the FIR, that too under section 302 of the IPC, that is a murder case that was registered with Anjuna police station. Moreover, the assurance has been also been coming from Chief Minister Khattar, who clearly mentioned that there will be a CBI probe if a family gives in written. But the case is at this point of time is with Goa police, and according to even Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, who clearly mentioned that they have been taking this case very seriously, and DGP Goa is been looking into the matter, and sooner or later there could be a press conference by the DG itself, but we'll wait for an official, because till now the FIR that was registered against two accused, that is Sonali Phogat personal assistant Sudhir Sangwan and his friend Sukhwinder. Both is right now they both have been detained, and their questioning is still underway, is what we have been confirmed by investigation officer and DGP as well. There is still there is a questioning, and sooner or later there could be an arrest, a possibility arrest, because there are many could be the evidence that would come forward, and of course both have been asked to come to the police station. They've been brought to police station, and the questioning since many hours is still underway, where the police is looking into the matter. But not only both the accused, but there are even other people related to the case has been summoned. Importantly, the police has already recorded the statement of Curlis restaurant, because right before Sonali Phogat, who went to the hotel where she was staying, before that she went to the Curlis restaurant along with the two associates, that is Sukhwinder and Sudhir, and his owner has a statement has already been recorded by the police, and the staff will also being called in for to record their statement as well, because owner has already confirmed the presence of Sonali Phogat along with her associates in the restaurant, and even the owner has said that they actually treated them as a normal customer. So more and more statement to be recorded, and we'll wait for an official confirmation over the arrest that will be take place, because till now no one has been arrested in the case. The official arrest has not been made by the police in the case, because it's been more than 12 hours where the statement of both the accused that is mentioned in the FIR is still underway. So
well, Alicia, stay with us. Yes, let me also go across to Piyush Mishra, who's reporting live from Haryana. Piyush, if we talk about those remarks that have been made by Sonali Phogat's brother, where he has clearly stated that in fact what he said that Sonali Phogat had no plans to go to Goa. In fact, the film schedule was also not planned for those specific dates when she was in Goa. If you could talk to us about the foul play that the family has been talking about all this while.
Well, absolutely. The family is talking about the foul play, and remember that the brother of Sonali Phogat had also mentioned about the fact that she faced problems. In fact, she also spoke to not only her sister but sister-in-law, and also to her mother the night before the news report of her death had come. And now the family is alleging foul play. They are saying that there is involvement of PA of Sonali Phogat and friend of PA of Sonali Phogat, Sukhwinder, and that is why they in fact initially were demanding a CBI probe into the entire matter, but now they are very much satisfied with the kind of actions those have been taken by the Goa police, where two people who one of the PA, one of them is the PA of Sonali Phogat, and another one is friend of her PA. They are also looking forward to the thorough investigation in this very case. In fact, they are saying that not only this case, not only she was murdered, but also 3 years back she was allegedly raped also by her PA, and he had also made a clip of that, and that is what needs to be investigated. Also, this is what the family members are saying. They are alleging foul play. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation is further going to take place. Right now, I am at the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat, where her mortal remains would be brought here, and from here that would be taken to a crematorium ground for the cremation. The local villagers have gathered here for the last rites, and they are the one who are also demanding thorough investigation in the entire case. Remember that Goa police has already registered an FIR. 2 people have been detained. Both are close aides of Sonali Phogat. One of them is her PA, who is the main person who is being seen. In fact, if you talk about the scheduled dates about which there's a lot of talk of movie shoot, that is also needs to be investigated. Haryana Chief Minister has also assured that proper actions would be taken. Initially, the family members were demanding CBI probe into this, but looking at the thorough investigation and also these arrests, those have been made. Now, family is satisfied. In fact, our family is also saying that if investigation in coming few days does not proceed, or if there is some sort of halt, they would request for CBI probe into the entire matter.
Yes.
We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation will take place. What we are now learning is that in few minutes from now, the mortal remains would be leaving from civil hospital in Hisar, and then it will be reaching here, and then from here it will be taken to crematorium ground for the last rites.
Yes. Stay with us, Piyush. If you could talk to us more about the various angles that are being looked into by the police as of now, because this seems very, the mystery around it, of course, arising with several questions that need to be answered at this point. If you could also talk to us more about those being interrogated other than those 2 aides of Sonali Phogat.
Well, there are multiple angles on which the police is right now focusing. In fact, the police is also, trying to ascertain as to how did she reach there, Goa, how many, people are involved in this entire case. What about that particular clip about which the family members are also talking about, of alleged rape which took place 3 years back. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation further proceeds. Villagers are also here. Let me try to get in a word from these villagers and try to understand the kind of investigation which they are seeking. इसी गांव से आप? क्या नाम है आपका? जयवीर। क्या कहेंगे इस पूरे प्रकरण को लेके? कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप? नहीं, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे इसको लेके जो डेथ हुई है? तो आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप? जो हुआ है मामला सोनाली फोगाट को लेकर?
मेरा कोई यार मैंने सुने कम से।
So people are right now not speaking much, and they are keeping mum on this entire incident. In fact, the family is demanding a thorough investigation into this case and is of the view that all angles should be looked into. Remember that there are many angles on which right now the police is focusing. In fact, the family members initially wanted that the entire case should be shifted to national capital in AIIMS, but after the thorough post-mortem report, now the family is very much happy, not happy but satisfied, and they are also of the view that thorough investigation and strict actions must be taken against the perpetrators.
Yes. Piyush and Alicia, stay with us. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation we also had with Sonali Phogat's brother, where he's alleged he's in fact called it a foul play.
कोई अंदेशा नहीं था जी, हमारी तो लास्ट नाइट बात हुई, उसी में सारा खुलासा हुआ और उसके बाद ही ये सारा घटनाक्रम हुआ।
आप क्या वहाँ से किसकी ओर से कॉल की गई थी आप लोगों को ये बताने के लिए कि ऐसा हो गया?
तो सुधीर सांगवान ने ही बताया था सुबह 8 बजे मेरे बड़े भाई वतन ढाका को कि यहाँ मैडम और हम पूरे फिल्म का कोई शूट है और आए हुए हैं और शूट के दौरान उनकी मौत हो गई।
हार्ट अटैक वजह बताई गई थी। अच्छा, कुछ चोट के निशान शरीर पर, चेहरे पर बताए जा रहे हैं। पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में भी आया है कि कुछ चोट के निशान हैं। तो जैसा रेप के बाद में हत्या की बात लगातार परिवार की तरफ से कही जा रही है, तो आखिरकार क्यों इस तरीके की सिचुएशन पैदा हुई, आप लोग को क्या लगता है?
वो तो मेडिकल रिपोर्ट में आ ही चुका है और उसी के बेस पे FIR दर्ज हुई है। जो हम FIR पहले दर्ज करवाना चाह रहे थे वो ही एज इट इज़ FIR है, वो अब दर्ज हुई है, क्योंकि हमारी बात में कहीं कोई झूठ नहीं है, 110% सच्चाई है और जो हमने रिटर्न में पहले दे रखा है वो ही हमारी FIR।
अच्छा, उनके PA की तरफ से सुधीर सांगवान जिनका नाम इसमें आया है, उनको गिरफ्तार भी कर लिया गया गोवा पुलिस के द्वारा। अब पहले भी क्या ऐसा कोई विवाद खड़ा हुआ, पहले लगा कि उनके पीए या सोनाली जी के बीच में कोई विवाद है जिसकी वजह से बात इतनी आगे बढ़ गई है?
नहीं, ऐसा पहले में कोई फैमिली मेंबर को ऐसा नहीं लगा कि ऐसा कुछ है। अगर ऐसा कुछ होता तो ये
And Piyush and Alisha continue to be with us. Alisha reporting from Goa, where Sonali Phogat breathed her last. Alisha, if you can give us more details on what the post-mortem report has revealed.
Well, a post-mortem report has clearly mentioned that there are multiple blunt injuries over the body, after which the murder case that is under section 302 of the IPC has been registered and added in the same case that has been investigated by Anjuna police. Importantly, the claim that was made by the family, because it was her brother, Sonali Phogat brother, Rinku Dhaka, who has written a letter on behalf of her family clearly mentioning that the police should investigate into the murder case, because she was speaking to her family, but right after the dinner she complained of uneasiness, and when taken to the hospital where the doctor has declared a broad dead, so they found it very suspicious. And also has mentioned that they even mentioned that there are CCTV cameras and the laptop which is missing from a farmhouse in Haryana. So a 2 to 3 page letter we saw that was written by Rinku, and that is what Goa police has taken into the consideration. So even we saw that it was family was not even given a consent at the initial for the post-mortem. They were just demanding one thing, that the police should they should investigate into the murder case. Only after that they will give a consent for the post-mortem. But it was there are some of the members who met to their family and make them explain that it is very important to the post-mortem, because after 72 hours it will be too late. But they have given the concern, and even we saw in the post-mortem report that is clearly mentioned that there are multiple blunt force injuries over the body. Now the investigation officer should look into the matter as per their assertions. So these are the things that has been mentioned in the post-mortem, and now the police is already looking into the murder case. Now moreover, who all are being questioned, because already Sonali Phogat PA, that is Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder, they are already been detained and their questioning is still underway. The official arrest has not been made yet. We have been even told that whenever the information and the moreover the development takes place in the case, where the DGP has been instructed to brief media about it. So later the sooner where DGP is also going to take a press conference and give details about the investigation that has been conducted by Anjuna police. But more people have been summoned, and what we have been even told that yesterday for around 6 to 7 hours, where the Curly's restaurant in Anjuna, where Sonali Phogat and her two associates, that is Sukhwinder and Sudhir, who went to the same restaurant. They have a dinner there. Same Curly's restaurant owner has been interrogated for around 6 to 7 hours, where he even confirmed the presence of Sonali Phogat along with her other friends, other people, that is the two associates. He even mentioned, the owner also mentioned that they actually treated them as a very normal customer. They didn't even knew that is what had been told by the police. But more and more staff will be summoned, and we even heard Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, who clearly mentioned that in the Sonali Phogat case, where the police has been seriously considering this matter, where the DGP is monitoring the situation. So, well, yes, the two people have already been detained, the accused in the case, and moreover, there are more people who will be summoned and asking them to appear before the police to record their statement.
Yes. Well, Alisha, stay with us, and Piyush continues to be with us, reporting live from Sonali Phogat's hometown Hisar, which is in Haryana. Piyush, if you can talk to us more about the sentiments you're picking up on the ground, what do the people have to say? Because Sonali Phogat, of course, enjoyed a huge popularity among the masses, not just her hometown, but in the fraternity as well.
Well, absolutely. People are very much shocked, and that is why they are not speaking anything. We try to get in a word from the locals here. They are believing that investigation will take place, thorough investigation will take place, and perpetrators would be taken to task. We try to get in a word from people, but they are not, uttering a word about this. In fact, they are very much shocked with this sudden demise of Sonali Phogat. Since beginning, we have seen as to how the people have been raising questions over this sudden death of Sonali Phogat. At the time, her family members had come out and they had alleged a foul play, but initially it was being seen as a normal cardiac, normal death due to cardiac arrest. But soon after, the kind of allegations those were leveled by the family members, and also the post-mortem report which revealed multiple blunt injury marks on Sonali Phogat's body. This entire case has now taken a twist. Now a lot of questions are being asked as to how did this happen? How did Sonali Phogat reach there to Goa? Were there actually dates fixed for her movie shoot? And who all people are involved in this? So far, 2 people have been, questioned and in fact arrested by the Goa police. And these are the 2 people. One of them is Sudhir Sangwan, who is PA of Sonali Sangwan, and another one is Sukhwinder, who is now we are learning is that friend of PA of Sonali Phogat. So police right now is focusing in on all the angles. We are showing you pictures from the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat, where her mortal remains would be brought here in few minutes from now. Right now, her mortal remains are kept there at civil hospital, and after it is brought here, people would be allowed to pay their last respects, and after that, the mortal remains would be taken to a nearby crematorium ground for the cremation. What we are now learning is that Goa police might look into all the angles those are right now emerging, and if necessary, then it would also seek help for other experts. If we talk about this entire investigation, remember that FIR has been registered. There are many people who are now on the radar. Like Alisha is also pointing out that staff members could also be questioned in this case. The family members so far have expressed satisfaction with the kind of investigation which is underway. What we are also given to understand is that if they are not satisfied and in coming few days they do not see any kind of development taking place or progress taking place in the investigation, then they would also seek for CBI investigation. In this case, initially they had asked for it, but after the kind of FIR which was filed by Goa police and looking at the investigation by the Goa police, now family members are saying that they will right now focus on the investigation on Goa police, and at the same time, remember that Haryana government has also come out in open and said that they will act according to the demands of family members. What is more shocking here is that the police have only registered a murder case in this case, though family members are also alleging that she was raped also. Sonali Phogat was raped by her PA Sudhir Sangwan 3 years back, and a clip was also made by him, and he was blackmailing Sonali Phogat using that particular clip, and that needs to be investigated. Now the family members are demanding that a rape case should also be put in that particular FIR, and as strict actions must be taken. Yes. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation further proceeds. I'm showing you pictures of this farmhouse of Sonali Phogat, where in few minutes from now we will see development taking place. You can see how the villagers have gathered here from across Hisar. Locals are also here. They are waiting for the mortal remains to reach here, and then they would pay their last respects to the mortal remains. And after that, after a few hours, we will see mortal remains being moved to the nearby crematorium ground, where last rites would take place. Family members have already reached here. You can see not only villagers but also local administration has also reached here. Police personnel have also been deployed here in large numbers, and this is basically happening because Sonali Phogat was very much famous in this entire area, not only in Haryana, but we also saw as to how she gained a large popularity when she took part in Big Boss. In fact, she was also one of the top leaders of BJP here in Haryana. So there are multiple things about which Sonali Phogat is known for. Now, if you talk about the investigation,
Yes.
Goa police is focusing on all the angles. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation further proceeds.
Yes. Piyush, stay with us. I want to take that very same point across to Alisha as well. Alisha, Piyush was talking to us about this blackmailing angle. If you can talk to us more about these blackmails that Piyush was referring to, which Sonali Phogat had been receiving for quite some time.
Well, yes, this is all claim that has been made by Sonali Phogat brother. That is the letter that was given to Goa police. Because at the initial, we know that after the death of Sonali Phogat, there was a letter that was yesterday written by her brother, clearly mentioning she was not only been harassed and also she was raped 3 years back, but also she was blackmailed by her same associates. And they have actually, not even a concern that was given for the post-mortem as well, because they were the family was only on a one demand that the case should be first, whether to give to the CBI or whether the case under section 302, that is a murder case, should be registered by Goa police, because she's been murdered and not this is something a cardiac arrest, after which she was brought dead to the hospital.
Yes.
And whether doctors in the hospital has declared her death. So that
all
was
right,
all the
Alisha
claim.
and Piyush, we'll have to leave it at that. So Piyush, they're reporting live from Hisar, the village where Sonali Phogat's mortal remains are set to arrive, and Alisha reporting from Goa, where Sonali Phogat breathed her last. And on to more breaking news coming in. Satvik Sairaj, Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty have now become the first ever Indian men's double pair to ensure a medal finish in the Badminton World Championship as they storm into the semi-finals. In fact, a big win there as they are Satvik Sairaj, Ranki Reddy as well as Chirag Shetty, the amazing duo, who have now become the first ever Indian men's doubles pair to ensure a medal finish in the Badminton World Championship. So, the duo have stormed the semi-finals of the Badminton World Championship, assuring India of its medal. It's the first ever Indian men's double pair who have ensured a medal finish at the Badminton World Championship. So a big win there. Satvik Sairaj and Chirag Shetty continue to bring glory for the country. Roundup of all that's making news from across the country. The Indian Army foiled an infiltration attempt by Pak terrorists in forward areas of Uri sector on 25th of August. In fact, neutralizing 3 terrorists and also recovery of large quantity of warlike stores. The operation was launched based on specific intelligence from Army intel agencies. Consequently, on 24th of August afternoon, multiple ambushes were laid to trap the infiltrators. CM Hemant Soren has called for a meet at 11 a.m. today. The meet will be held at the Chief Minister's residence. Reportedly, in this meet, the strategy regarding the decision of the Election Commission will be discussed. Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana said that the Supreme Court Collegium successfully appointed almost 224 judges in several high courts during his tenure, and has cleared almost all names concerning the Delhi High Court, and hope that these recommendations would be cleared by the centre as well. Justice Ramana, who will retire from office today upon attaining the age of superannuation, said that he took up the issue concerning the appointment of judges and infrastructure during his term and hoped that he stood for up to the expectations of the legal fraternity. 5 people were killed while 7 others sustained injuries after a fire broke out in a multi-story building in UP's Moradabad. Shailendra Kumar Singh, the district magistrate of Moradabad, said that the fire broke out in a 3-story building. In the incident, 5 people lost their lives and 7 were rescued from the building and later were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Gangtak village area. 2 persons have been arrested in this matter. The officials also recovered drugs and bundles of fake currency from the gang. And slipping into a very short break for now. Do not go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. After felicitating mobsters' release, OAC now appeals for peace. Security beefed up across Hyderabad ahead of Friday press. And Supreme Court appointed committee finds no proof of Pegasus. Snoopgate claim collapses, but Sybil continues to fearmonger.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Pegasus was a massive hoax. Hashtag Pegasus hoax. None of the 29 phones technically examined by the Supreme Court constituted committee, not one for suspected Pegasus infiltration, had the software installed or even present. Not one of the 29 phones could conclusively be said to have been infiltrated by the government using the Pegasus spyware. And what this means is that this whole lobbies theory, the fraudulent theory that the government of India is snooping on its political rivals, dangerously using Pegasus, was bogus. B-O-G-U-S, bogus. None of those who were so gleeful about Pegasus being found, saying this proves that the government has a magnifying glass inside everyone's phones. Not even the Lutyens channels who are being bought and sold overnight these days are talking about it. Isn't that amazing? When it suits you, you push a theory. You scream around saying there are kickbacks in Rafale. Chokidar chor hai. Then you say the government has turned a super snooper using Pegasus. But when the Supreme Court, India's highest court, finds no conclusive proof to back your claims, then you go all silent about it. You talk about something else. What hypocrisy. This is dangerous hypocrisy.
Top headlines at 10:30. Sonali Phogat's family alleges foul play. Post-mortem report reveals sensational details. Last rites to be performed today. After facilitating mobsters' release, OAC now appeals for peace ahead of Friday prayers. Security beefed up across Hyderabad. Supreme Court appointed committee finds no proof of Pegasus. Snoopgate claim collapses, but Sybil continues to fearmonger. Big win for forces in Uri. Another Pak terror bit foiled. 3 terrorists neutralized. Top court set to roll out verdict on freebies promised made by political parties.
You Indians are live. If life was so great in India, y'all here. Turn camera off. I'm happy to talk. Turn it off.
And we are.
Uproar over Texas racism row as video of woman assaulting 4 Indian Americans goes viral. Thanks for tuning in. In fact, straight away getting in live visuals that are coming in from Sonali's hometown, Hisar. We have Piyush reporting live. Piyush, over to you. Take us through the scenes you're seeing right now as mortal remains of Sonali Phogat arrive at her hometown. Well, we'll try and connect with Piyush again, but those are the live visuals coming in right now from Sonali's hometown, Hisar. Piyush, over to you.
Well, yes, Samiksha, right now we are here at the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat in Hisar, and a couple of minutes back we have just seen the mortal remains of Sonali Phogat being brought here. In this ambulance, the mortal remains have been brought. I would ask my video journalist Vivek to come with me, and then we'll try to zoom and try to show you the pictures of mortal remains. Those have just been brought in here at this very farmhouse in Hisar, and from here it will be taken to a crematorium ground for the last rites. Remember that the family members are now alleging foul play in this entire matter, and these are the pictures which we are showing of the mortal remains in Hisar at the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat. Multiple villagers, many villagers have now gathered here, along with women, men, all have gathered here to pay their last respects to Sonali Phogat, and from here her mortal remains would be taken to the crematorium ground for the last rites. So in our postmortem reports also, Samiksha would remember that it has been found that multiple blunt injury marks were there, and the family members since beginning had been demanding a thorough probe in this entire matter. In fact, they were asking for a CBI probe into this, but when they saw the strict actions being taken by Goa police, right now we are hearing from family members that they are satisfied with the kind of investigation which is now underway. But at the same time, in his complaint, the brother of Sonali Phogat has mentioned about the alleged rape which also took place 3 years back. He is also saying that not only she was raped 3 years back, but again this time also before murdering her, she was allegedly raped. So serious allegations being leveled by the family members, and they are demanding thorough probe into this entire matter. So far, 2 people have been arrested, and they are being questioned by the authorities there in Goa. One of them is the PA of Sonali Phogat, another one is a friend of Sonali Phogat's PA, Sukhwinder. So there are 2 people, Sudhir Sangman and Sukhwinder, who have been arrested by the Goa police, and investigation is taking place. Her mortal remains have been brought here, and from here they will be taken for the last rites. Before that, people and locals have gathered here to pay their last respects to the mortal remains of Sonali Phogat. Remember that since beginning, the family members had been crying foul on the very day when the report of Sonali Phogat death had surfaced. At the time itself, the family members had raised an alarm. In fact, they were of the view that it's not a normal death. She has been murdered. In fact, she also spoke to her family members the night before she had died. Now there are fingers, those are being raised on the kind of on the kind of investigation also which is taking place, because the family members are saying that she was not only murdered but also she was allegedly raped. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation is going to further proceed. Though the Haryana government is of the view that if needed, if family members demand and they give in writing that they want a CBI probe into this, then they would go forward for this. But as we are speaking, Goa police is right now investigating this case, and most likely Haryana police could also step in after these serious allegations. Those are now again being leveled by the family members, where they are now alleging that she was not only murdered but was also raped, not only this time but also 3 years back. In fact, family members are also pointing out that 3 years back she was allegedly raped. Sonali Phogat was allegedly raped, and the video was made by Sudhir Sangwan, and he was blackmailing her, and because of that she could not come out in open in public and spoke about the horrific incident which took place with her because she was being blackmailed. This is what the family members had been alleging. We'll have to see how the police is going to look into all the angles, but yes, there are multiple angles on which police is right now focusing. Let me try to show you the pictures from the farmhouse of Sonali Phogat. You can see how the villagers have gathered here in large numbers. This is the very ambulance in which the mortal remains of Sonali Phogat were brought in, and her mortal remains have been kept in a closed area and in few minutes from now we will see people going inside and paying their last respects to Sonali Phogat. But this entire incident is now raising a lot of questions and also pointing fingers towards a thorough probe into this entire matter. Family members initially wanted the postmortem also to take place in Delhi in AIMS, but soon after the murder charges those were put in that particular FIR, the family members agreed for postmortem in Goa, and after that we also how the postmortem report revealed that there were multiple blunt injury marks on Sonali Phogat's body, which is certainly indicating towards a larger conspiracy and also indicating towards a thorough probe, thorough investigation in this entire matter. We'll have to wait and watch how the Goa police is going to further look into all the angles. But yes, there are multiple points on which it needs to focus as to how did Sonali Phogat reach there. Were there actually dates fixed for a movie shoot? Are there other people involved in this entire matter, or there are only two people involved in this? Are there other people connected with this entire case? So there are many things on which the authorities are going to keep their focus. But the latest development which we are right now making is that the mortal remains of Sonali Phogat have been brought here at her farmhouse in Hisar, and from there it will be taken to crematorium ground for the last rites. Samiksha.
Yes, Piyush, also if you could talk to us more about her political journey as well as Sonali Phogat's stint in the television industry.
Remember, Samiksha, that she had started her political career with BJP in 2019. She had fought on a BJP ticket, but she had lost from Kuldeep Bishnoi, the Congress's candidate at that time. After that, she joined as a contestant in Big Boss show in 2020. And since then, she became a star. She also started getting a lot of offers for movie shoots, for advertisement shoots. And she, became a known face, not only in Haryana but across the country. Before fighting on BJP ticket in 2019, she was already a TikTok star. She had a lot of followers in the state, but she rose to fame in 2019 when BJP gave her ticket. She had aggressively campaigned. Top leaders of BJP had come here for campaigning for Sonali Phogat. After that, when she lost, she decided to shift her career towards the glamour world, and she became a part of Big Boss. She participated in Big Boss in 2020, and after that we saw as to how she started getting a lot of offers. But if you talk about this case, a lot of things are now coming out. Police is going to focus on that. We'll have to see how the investigation takes place. But yes, Sonali Phogat was a known name, not only in Hisar, in Haryana, but across the country, and that is why people are demanding speedy justice in this entire matter.
Yes, Piyush, stay with us. If you can talk to us more about what the brother of Sonali Phogat has told till now, because what he has claimed is that Sonali had absolutely no plans to go to Goa, and that it was in fact a part of a pre-planned conspiracy, is what the family claims.
Well, absolutely. The family members are now indicating towards a larger conspiracy in this case. In fact, the brother of Sonali Phogat is coming out in open and saying that there was never any plan of any kind of a movie shoot. She was called in and multiple lies were told to her, and that needs to be investigated. Remember, that brother is also mentioning about the fact that the night before Sonali Phogat had died, she spoke to her family members and she had told them that she was not feeling well. She was feeling uneasy after having her dinner. In fact, her brother had also claimed that PE of Sonali Phogat, Sudhir Sangwan, had mixed something in her food which led to uneasiness. And the next day we saw as to how the reports of Sonali Phogat's death came out. Initially, it was being looked as a death, a normal death due to cardiac arrest. But after the family members raised an alarm, the authorities pulled up their socks and they started looking for people, and 2 people were then later on arrested. Family members are also alleging, in fact, brother of Sonali Phogat is also alleging about a very important thing, the shocking thing, and that is about the rape charges about which he's talking. He's saying that 3 years back, Sonali Phogat was allegedly raped by Sudhir Sangwan, and he had made a video clip of that entire incident. In fact, he was blackmailing Sonali Phogat using that video clip, and this time also, before she was murdered, she was allegedly raped again. So this is what the family members are alleging. So multiple theories are now coming out. So far, Goa police have arrested 2 people in this case, and the investigation is underway. But the point here is that how all these things happen. How did Sonali Phogat reach Goa? Were there actually dates fixed for her movie shoot? There are certain questions on which the authorities are right now focusing. The latest what we can tell to our viewers is that the mortal remains of Sonali Phogat have been brought here at her farmhouse in Sonali Phogat in Hisar, and from here the mortal remains would be taken to crematorium ground for the last rites. Before that, villagers have gathered here, locals have gathered here. You can see how they have gathered here in large numbers to pay their last respects. This entire case is now raising a lot of questions and also demanding a thorough investigation in this case. We'll have to wait and watch how it is going to further proceed. But yes, it certainly needs a thorough investigation, because now many theories have come out. Not only the murder case can be seen into this, but also these serious allegations of rape, those have been leveled by the brother of Sonali Phogat, needs to be thoroughly investigated.
Yes. Piyush, stay with us, and when we talk about this cardiac arrest theory, Sonali Phogat's family also, for that matter, has also been insisting how Sonali Phogat has been quite frequent to the gym. She was quite physically fit. So does that cardiac arrest theory even hold when we talk about what really led to Sonali Phogat's death?
Well, yes, Samiksha, and that needs to be investigated, and that is why since beginning we have seen how the mother of Sonali Phogat had come out in open, and she had told to media persons, to the authorities, that she was not feeling well, she was feeling uneasy on the last night of her death, and her family members had come out and they had raised a lot of questions over the death of Sonali Phogat, and they were saying that she cannot die of cardiac arrest, and there is a larger conspiracy which needs to be investigated. After that, when postmortem report came out, everything became crystal clear that yes, the entire matter needs to have a thorough investigation, because that postmortem report reveals multiple blunt injury marks on Sonali Phogat's body, and now the family members are also of the view that not only the murder charges should be investigated, but also the rape charges should be investigated, because her PA Sudhir Sangwan was blackmailing her for the last 3 years. At the same time, Samiksha, it raises a lot of questions as to why didn't family members raise this issue earlier? Why Sonali Phogat was also made to keep mum? She could have discussed this with her family members, and subsequently family members could have come out in open and talk about this. So multiple things needs to be investigated as far as this entire case is concerned. Her mortal remains have been brought up here, and from here the mortal remains would be taken to a nearby crematorium for the last rites. Locals have gathered here to pay their last respects. They have come not only from Hisar but also from different parts of Haryana.
Yes. Yes, Piyush, stay with us. Just very briefly, if you could once again talk to us about Sonali Phogat's journey, as well as, how the work that she's done in the television fraternity, as well as her political career where when she joined the BJP.
Well, if we specifically talk about Sonali Phogat, remember that she fought on a BJP ticket in 2019. She had lost that particular election from Kuldeep Bishnoi. Now Kuldeep Bishnoi has joined BJP. After that, in 2020, she became a Big Boss contestant. Before 2019, she was a famous TikTok star, not only in Haryana but across the country. She was not only known in this very village, but she was a known star Hisar on social media, and that is why BJP also gave her a ticket to contest from Hisar. After that, in 2020, when she joined Big Boss, she had unsuccessfully contested that also, but she had rose to fame and got a lot of support from the Bollywood. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more details as mortal remains of Sonali Phogat have been brought here at a farmhouse in Hisar, and in few minutes from now, mortal remains would be taken for last rites. Stay tuned for more updates.
Yes, so Piyush, they're reporting live from Sonali Phogat's hometown, Hisar, where her mortal remains have been brought. As you can see, people have gathered in large numbers to pay their final respects to Sonali Phogat, who was not just a TV actor, she was not just an actress, she was also a political leader who enjoyed who in fact had a lot of followers on social media as well. The people who have gathered in large numbers to catch that large glimpse as a final rites of Sonali Phogat will take place. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. Stand by for the order on freebies case. We have our executive editor Rhythm also joining us. Rhythm, in just in a short while from now, we can expect the order on the freebies case. Take us through the details.
Let's tell our viewers, as we are speaking today morning, as the Chief Justice of India, Justice Ramana, is appearing in the Supreme Court on his last day as the Chief Justice. The order of the freebies case expected any moment now. As we are speaking, the Chief Justice of India begins the dictation, and breaking news that's coming in. I'm going to start reading out what is being stated in the order, where the Chief Justice has started reading it out and spoken about the two things that he has to consider in this case, whether there will be welfare schemes that will be taken into consideration, or whether the Supreme Court believes that two sets of petitions are before them. They say one challenges the announcement of the freebies before election, and the second set of them challenge measures announced by the government which are not freebies. So live updates from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court Chief Justice has started reading out this particular order and said there are two sets of petitions before me. One set is challenging freebies before elections. The second says that the measures announced by the government are not freebies. As we are waiting for this order, the critical aspect that has to be seen is whether in fact freebies that are being given out by political parties are going to be seen as welfare schemes or freebies. In the last few hearings, we heard the centre and the top law officer for the centre, Tushar Mehta, tell the Supreme Court that freebies cannot be seen to be welfare schemes, and there's also a financial burden that is attached to it. We have to see what part the Supreme Court today takes when it starts it. I also want to go on, all right, several observations from the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice has also said we have considered the issues from various angles, and as well as the stand of the Union of India, the Election Commission and others. So electoral judges, okay, I'm just reading out what's being said. There can be no denying in electoral democracy the true power lies with the electorate, electoral judges, the party and the candidates. Now the Chief Justice says the worry that is raised by the petitioner is that under the guise of welfare fiscal responsibility is being dispensed, which must also be considered. So the Chief Justice of India, who started reading out and dictating the order, has said the worry that is raised by the petitioner is that in the guise of welfare schemes, their responsibility should not be taken away, it should not be taken on, and that is something that they have to look at. Viewers, top updates coming in from the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court bench is going to be passing an order, whether it's in a plea that is seeking to stop political parties from promising freebies during the election campaigns. The bench that is being led by Chief Justice, Justice Ramana, giving out the order. The dictation has begun, where he's saying two sets of announcements are there that have to be seen. This one says that freebies should be there, the other says freebies should not be there. The Chief Justice goes on to say we've considered all the arguments that have been placed before us, whether they are by the central government, the Election Commission, the political parties, and there is no denying that in electoral democracy the true power lies with the electorate. They've also said it might be appropriate to constitute an expert body to examine the issue. So is that the way ahead has to be seen? CJI says that the expert body could possibly be able to examine this issue. We have to see whether that's what the Supreme Court is going to be doing now. They say the issues raised by the parties requires extensive hearings. Certain preliminary hearings needs to be determined, such as what is the scope whether appointment of an expert body can serve the purpose. So the Chief Justice, trying to get a sense of what needs to be done, he says many parties submitted that judgments require reconsideration, and the court in the said case held such practices would not amount to corrupt practices. Alright, the Chief Justice of India reading out the judgment, as we are saying, but a very important indication of possibly what could be lying ahead, viewers, is the Chief Justice saying it might be appropriate to constitute an expert body to be examining the issue, which is the breaking news that's coming in, because the Chief Justice could clearly be giving out an indication that the way ahead is to go forward with this. Now, I also want to tell our viewers that as we are speaking, the bench is passing the order. The says many parties have submitted judgment in the Subramaniam Balaji requires reconsideration. The court held such practices would not amount to corrupt practices. Alright, so as I'm waiting for this order, we have to see which side the court will be taking as this dictation continues in the top court. It's also being stated as we are speaking, as pictures are coming in. This order is being pronounced, and the court has said when this court deals with policy matters, it falls outside the jurisdiction of the court. We think suggesting a committee to prepare a white paper on this issue, and if an all-party meeting can be called, issue requires extensive debate. They've also said we direct listing of the case before a 3-judge bench is formulated by the Chief Justice to look at the complexities of this case. I think the order is complete, and the Supreme Court has possibly said that this case will be decided on later on. The questions that are the scope for the judicial intervention are: can court pass any enforceable order? What should be the composition of the committee? So basically, viewers, I think as the Chief Justice is finishing announcing this verdict, there could be some sort of a committee that will be looking into the freebies matter. And the breaking news that's coming in first on Republic TV, this matter has now been referred to a 3-judge bench to be looking into the issues that have arisen here. So as I'm speaking, the matter is referred to a 3-judge bench of the top court, and the Supreme Court is, the Chief Justice said, looking at the complexity of the issues, we refer the matter to a 3-judge bench. Alright, so the freebies case now going to a 3-judge bench to look into the issues that are there at hand. This case has been now issued. The Supreme Court has said there are many parties that have submitted the judgments in the Subramaniam Balaji case. It requires a reconsideration. The court also held practices would amount to corrupt practices. The breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking, the Supreme Court refers the freebies matters to a 3-judge bench to be deciding what needs to be done. They've stated there are several issues that need to be decided. Certain preliminary hearings need to be determined, such as what is the scope of the judicial intervention, whether appointment of an expert body by the court serves any purpose. Remember, what the court is really trying to look at is whether freebies are there for election gain, or whether it's a welfare scheme. The Chief Justice therefore passing an order which is therefore giving an indication this matter has been referred to a 3-judge bench, and they direct the listing of this matter to be looking into it. The Supreme Court also says where is ML Sharma and all, and smiles. Possibly this is the last day for Justice Ramana there, and some of the lawyers who appeared in this case and petitioners who appeared in this case are waiting in the courtroom for an order. And the Supreme Court has right now, viewers, said that all promises cannot be equated to the freebies. It's as per the directive principles of the state policy. That is one of the things before them. The Chief Justice says when this court deals with policy matters, it falls outside the jurisdiction of the court, and we thought of suggesting a committee. The issue requires an extensive debate. Some of the questions have been listed out. Finally, the Supreme Court says we refer this matter to a 3-judge bench formulated by the Chief Justice of India, and that is what is going to be examining this. Viewers, as this news comes in, let's tell our viewers what is really what we are talking about here. This is about whether the freebie schemes that are there by several political parties are pro-people, or this was an election tactic. We saw a marathon hearing in the Supreme Court, and there were questions raised whether unmitigated freebies that were being handed out by political parties would put a financial gain on the state. Keeping that in mind, there was a raging controversy. The Supreme Court in the previous hearings had observed that freebies and social welfare schemes are two different things. A balance has to be struck between the economy losing money and welfare measures. The question in the earlier hearings they had asked is, can free drinking water, minimum essential units of power be described as freebies? Remember also Prime Minister Modi in the recent days had hit out at the competitive populism of extending freebies, which are not just wastage of taxpayers' money, but also an economic disaster that could hamper India's drive to become self-reliant or Atmanirbhar. This is the context and the background in which today's order has been passed. The next freebies hearing is going to be in 3 weeks now in this top court, where this court will now have to consider whether freebies are here to stay or not. The Supreme Court, as it has stated, this is also has to also pronounce. Okay, so in this case, the Supreme Court has said that this matter is referred to a 3-judge bench. Now, let's tell our viewers, as we've been telling our viewers today, it becomes very crucial because the PIL that had been filed by Ashwini Upadhyay, and we'll also try and get across some phonos, is whether PIL opposed the practice of political parties promising freebies during elections and seeks the Election Commission to invoke its power to freeze the election symbols and cancel the registration if there is a freebie. The Supreme Court earlier had also suggested an all-party meeting to discuss the pros and cons of freebies and a decision to be taken, but there was no clear consensus by the political parties on this regard. We saw appearing for the Aam Aadmi Party, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi making arguments. We've seen Kapil Sibal in the case, Arvind Datar in the case. Vikas Singh, senior advocate, appeared for the petitioner Abhishek Upadhyay, who's also a lawyer, who filed this, Ashwini Upadhyay, who also filed this plea in the top court. And the bench of Justice Ramana, Justice Hema Kohli, Justice Ravi Kumar had earlier also told the Solicitor General it is the political parties which make election eve freebie promises and contest those elections. All parties, whether they are ruling or those in opposition, face the ground reality. Unless there is a unanimous decision as distinguished from welfare measures, no amount of laws can come to anything. Keeping this background in mind, the top court today has now given this case to a 3-judge bench. Alright, there's also another breaking news that's coming in that after this I will be going to in another case. The Supreme Court Chief Justice's last day today, and therefore judgments are coming out from the top court. So I will go to that as well. Now, let me just go back to this particular judgment, viewers, that is coming in from the Supreme Court that is looking into what has to happen, and the 3-judge bench is now going to be deciding what has to happen ahead when freebies are promised by political parties. Is there an election tactic? Now let me go across to the other news coming in from the Supreme Court. A big relief for Yogi Adityanath, as the Supreme Court has now dismissed the judgment that was there in plea challenging the Allahabad High Court judgment upholding the UP government's refusal to allow sanctions to prosecute Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in a 2007 hate speech case. The petitioners had come before the courtroom and they had said that sanctions should be allowed against Yogi Adityanath, but the Supreme Court dismisses this because on the grounds the Supreme Court had reserved its judgment in this plea. A big relief for Yogi Adityanath, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, as the Supreme Court had reserved its decision. There was a judgment by the Allahabad High Court that had upheld the UP government's refusal to allow sanction. Viewers, a very legal point, whether sanctions can be given to prosecute a Chief Minister. The UP government had at that time said no sanctions cannot be given. The Allahabad High Court had upheld it. The Supreme Court has also upheld it and dismissed this plea filed before them. In a lot of cases, we see when a person is in power, sanctions cannot be just given against them and they cannot be prosecuted against, and I think that is the basis of the Supreme Court judgment which is going to come out. Remember, the petitioner had challenged the UP government, its May 3rd 2017 decision, condemning that Chief Minister Yogi had become the Chief Minister and whether or not he could have participated in the process to grant sanction. The High Court also dismissed the plea on 2018, finding no procedural error in the probe or the refusal to grant sanction against UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. A big relief coming in as the Supreme Court dismisses this plea that was filed before them. Sanctions cannot be given against the sitting Chief Minister. Several arguments were made before the court. That is, Section 196 was spoken of, that no court should take cognizance of offence under 153. However, the Chief Justice pointed out a closure report had been filed and there could be no question of sanction after this. I also want to say that appearing for the UP government, senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi had appeared and countered the submissions and said that the CFSL had found DVDs are not original, they were edited, they were tampered with, hence there was no material to allow any sanction to prosecute UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. A big relief coming in from the top court that has now refused to give
any such relief to the petitioners, and said relief will continue with the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and therefore let me first go across to Gaurav Bhatia, who's joining us, BJP leader, senior advocate from the Supreme Court. Gaurav, it's a day that is raining judgments in the Supreme Court, whether it's the Yogi Adityanath case, where the Chief Justice Ramana has now said sanctions will not be given, the plea of the Allahabad High Court has been dismissed, or whether after that I'll ask you on the freebies case. But Gaurav, first up, relief for Yogi Adityanath as the top court dismisses the plea filed before them.
Absolutely, Rhythm. Today is the last day of the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice N.V. Ramana as the Chief Justice. And thus, all these judgments are being delivered just so that there is no... People try to make hue and cry out of even delivering of judgments. But yes, this comes as a huge relief for Yogi Adityanath ji, and rightly so, because earlier, the order that was passed by the High Court also had said this is the right legal exercise that has been taken place, and now the Honorable Supreme Court also puts a stamp of approval. And the reason is very simple, that sanction cannot be given in a routine manner. It is not a mechanical exercise. All the material that is before the competent authority needs to be seen, and only if there is valid material, the sanction is given. In this case, the channel is also rightly playing out that the video material that was placed looks to be tampered with, and it has been edited, and thus there was no occasion for the competent authority to accord sanction. And rest, I think, once the judgment is out, after reading the judgments, we can discuss it threadbare.
Yes, I also want to, Gaurav, ask you about the freebies case, where the top court has now referred the matter to a 3-judge bench. The matter is really about election gain versus welfare versus freebies that are given before elections by political parties. As the matter is going to now be referred to a 3-judge bench, Gaurav, how do we see this proceeding? Because frankly, India wants to know whether a financial burden will continue to be caused by freebies that are allotted, or whether the court is going to see this as welfare schemes.
Rhythm, this has two aspects to it. First is the legal aspect. There is a judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court, and if there is a reason to not agree completely with the earlier judgment, this is a routine practice of referring the matter to a larger bench, as you are also aware. So in that spirit, the matter has been referred to. But it is very healthy for our democracy that the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji also spoke about the Revadi culture, that you make tall promises and also promise freebies, but after the elections, you don't even deliver those promises. Is it luring the voters? Does it amount to a corrupt election practice? And also the fact that why should you not focus on empowering the citizens, as Narendra Modi ji said. So I think the political parties also need to deliberate, introspect, that whether they should focus on healthcare and education, or whether they should offer freebies like Mangal Sutra, Mixie, grinders, just to lure the voters, which is not very healthy for our democracy. So there would be a twofold exercise, one on the judicial side, other on the political side, and I think it would strengthen our democracy.
Yes, and even as this is being happening in the courtroom, Gaurav, one last question here. The Supreme Court bench that is led by outgoing Chief Justice has directed for posting the matter related to freebies before another 3-judge bench. The Supreme Court has also said, Gaurav, that this requires extensive hearing, including on the scope of judicial review.
That's absolutely right, Rhythm, because we all understand there are 3 organs of the democracy, and everyone has a Lakshman Rekha. Now, for the judiciary to step in and then set guidelines itself would amount to first deciding whether they have the power to do a judicial review on this important aspect or not. And that is why I think the judgment, the lines that were read, would also talk about the scope of judicial review for the Supreme Court, because it is a matter which lies in the political domain of the executive. So thus, we need to keep that Lakshman Rekha in mind when we are judicially reviewing it and also deciding on the scope and power of the Honorable Supreme Court to interfere.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gaurav Bhatia, joining us with that update, because what we are getting a sense of from the top court as it rains judgment on the last day of the outgoing Chief Justice, Justice Ramana, who's going to be sitting as the Chief Justice of India for the very last time and the very last day. The freebies case, viewers, has been referred to another 3-judge bench. When it comes to the Yogi case, no sanctions is going to be there. The Allahabad High Court judgment has been upheld. The Supreme Court gives a relief to Yogi Adityanath, and they say this case is not going to be heard. The Chief Minister gets relief as sanctions cannot be allowed. And when it comes to the freebies case, it is now referred to the top court, to another 3-judge bench of the top court, and the reason for this is there are extensive issues that need to be decided. The court is giving out time that since those issues need to be decided, they read out some of them. Therefore, since preliminary hearing needs to be determined on what is the scope of judicial review, whether appointment of an expert body can serve its purpose, the Supreme Court has referred the matter to another 3-judge bench to be looking to see whether they have to go, whether there was any freebies being given under the guise of welfare fiscal responsibility. That will also be considered by this 3-judge bench. Viewers, the critical thing that I want to take across to you before I go across to several people joining us on this are the kind of arguments that were made before the courtroom. But first, what the Prime Minister had earlier said, he hit out at freebies in the earlier past and said it is not just wastage of taxpayers' money but also an economic disaster. So what we need to be looking at here is whether this is a pro-people freebie or an election tactic by several political parties. We saw DMK, we saw Aam Aadmi Party and several political parties come to the Supreme Court and state that they should continue to be allowed to be giving out freebies. In fact, it is central government's top law officer Tushar Mehta who had told the courtroom that there should be a possible broad-based panel that includes representation of every recognized national political party to come to a consensus. But I do believe that's expecting a bit much from every political party, because it was that consensus could possibly not be reached. The Solicitor General had said since the Supreme Court is seized of the issue, the government is going to be giving its full cooperation. We also saw the DMK, the ruling party of Tamil Nadu, come forward in an application and said that this petition is politically motivated. They also said that they want to be impleaded, and they asked other questions in this case. But the Supreme Court had suggested on Wednesday that the centre should call an all-party meeting to discuss the pros and cons of freebies. However, I believe that could not be worked out since all the political parties have different ideas on how to take the case forward. Let's tell our viewers the different arguments that were made in this case. But I also want to speak about the other picture on our screen, the big relief for Yogi Adityanath coming in from the top court that has refused to interfere the challenge to the Allahabad High Court judgment that upheld the UP government's refusal to allow sanctions to prosecute the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in a 2007 hate speech. That being there is going to be seen as a big relief for the UP Chief Minister, as the Supreme Court has dismissed the particular plea that challenged the Allahabad High Court judgment upholding the UP government's refusal to allow sanctions against Yogi Adityanath. Coming back to the freebie case, where there's going to be another hearing before a separate bench, a 3-judge bench of the Supreme Court, I want to tell our viewers, Senior Advocate Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, appearing for the Aam Aadmi Party, said the court should not ascribe such a level of gullibility to the common voters that they would be misled by the pronouncement of freebies by political parties. Senior Advocate Arvind Dattar said, in his experience, Tamil Nadu shows the party which promised colour TV won the election. So there were different and counter allegations that were coming out in the Supreme Court. Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal warned that an attempt by the Supreme Court to determine which election promise constitutes freebies would make it a walk into a political quagmire. We also saw the bench that was hearing this matter say that they did not believe the voters were looking for freebies. Given an opportunity, the voters will opt for dignified earning. For example, they've also given that there are instances of parties not being elected despite promises. The Supreme Court said its primary concern is the right way of spending money. Let me go across to senior advocate Majid Memon joining us on the phone line. Mr. Memon, today is going to be seen as a day when the outgoing Chief Justice has referred the freebies case to a 3-judge bench to be looking into the extensive issues that are there, Mr. Memon. How are you looking at freebies versus welfare schemes versus an election tactic to be getting some and garnering some votes?
Today's order of Supreme Court to send this freebie issue before 3-judge bench only means that the Supreme Court realizes the importance of the decision to be taken lawfully on this public issue. Because we have been seeing during past several years that political leaders and political parties are making all kinds of attempt to lure people, mislead people, or tempt people, to come on their side by offering certain free things like blankets or sewing machines or cash or something like that. And this is whether it amounts to corrupt practice. This has to be once and for all settled by Supreme Court, and there has to be a line drawn as to what is permissible. We have seen that how people are being fooled for the purposes of getting their votes. All kinds of promises, rosy pictures are drawn, and then once the political party comes to power, they keep that aside and then carry on in their own way, thereby bluffing the people. So I think in public life, there would be some clarity, some cleanliness, and we expect that the 3-judge bench is definitely going to draw a distinct line. And as a matter of fact, Election Commission also would intervene and would say that which act is permissible and where the line is to be drawn.
Absolutely. In fact, when you're saying this, Mr. Memon, I also want to pinpoint what the Supreme... Let's listen in. Thank you, Mr. Memon, for being with us. Let's listen in to a reaction coming in.
जो बड़ी बेंच है वो पहले तो ये तय करेगी कि इसमें जुडिशियल इंटरवेंशन कितना हो सकता है, कोर्ट इसमें कितने ऑर्डर पास कर सकती है। दूसरा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जो बड़ी बेंच ये भी तय करेगी कि इसमें बाकियों का क्या रोल है, फ्रीबीज और वेलफेयर के बीच में क्या डिफरेंस है, और इकोनॉमिक इंपैक्ट असेसमेंट के लिए क्या क्या किया जा सकता है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की बड़ी बेंच ये भी तय करेगी कि जो कमेटी बननी है उस कमेटी का कॉम्बिनेशन क्या होगा, उसमें कौन कौन लोग रहेंगे, उसमें उसका कॉम्बिनेशन क्या होगा, वो भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट की बड़ी बेंच ही तय करेगी। Supreme Court referred the PIL against the freebies to the larger bench. Now it will be heard by the 3-judge bench. Supreme Court has framed some questions. The larger bench will decide how much judicial intervention is possible, what should be the combination of the committee, and what direction can be passed by the Supreme Court. The larger bench will review the judgment of the Supreme Court, which was passed in 2013, which says the freebies promised in the manifesto is not a correct practice.
Absolutely, as the freebies case now goes to another 3-judge bench, the top court today has said all the issues are going to be decided. The case will be coming up in 4 weeks.
All right, so Rhythm, they're getting us details on this case heard by the Supreme Court. Moving on to more news then, to more breaking news coming in, this one from the national capital. Well, on to breaking news coming in from the national capital, where the BJP is staging a protest against the Aam Aadmi Party just ahead of that special assembly session that has been called by the Aam Aadmi Party. Piyush is reporting live from that very location where the protests are being staged. Piyush, over to you. Take us through the scenes you're seeing around you right now.
Well, thanks for that, and as you can see that, as the Delhi excise liquor scam continues to explode, the BJP also want to milk this opportunity and make sure that, it keeps Aam Aadmi Party on the back foot. I will just request my Vijay Ranveer to, just show the visuals over here where BJP is organizing a protest against Delhi-led AAP government and also the main accused Manish Sisodia over this Delhi excise liquor scam. Now, several top leaders which involve likes of Vijay Goyal, Rajiv Babbar have come over here and they are protesting over, the resignation of Manish Sisodia and also Arvind Kejriwal, who they say are directly involved in the Delhi excise liquor scam. Now, as the investigation in this entire matter is being done by the Central Bureau of Investigation and now also the Enforcement Directorate, both political parties that involve BJP and Congress are making sure that, they try to milk political benefits out of this. And here, thereby you can see that, all, these parties are conducting several protests at several sites. You can see over here that, over here are now coming on the streets outside the Delhi Vidhan Sabha Bhavan where they're protesting against Manish Sisodia. They're saying that Manish Sisodia is a thief and he's directly involved in the Delhi excise liquor scam. Now these protests are expected to continue for a long time till the time there is going to be no evidence, no official evidence, that is going to be presented to us by CBI. Now the CBI is investigating the matter. Part of it is that there is protest which is going on by the Delhi BJP workers on several areas. Now let us stop this.
मनीष सिसोदिया जिसने चोरी करी है, जिसने इस पूरी शराब को जो पॉलिसी थी उसके अंदर करोड़ों रुपए खाए हैं, हमारी
क्या सबूत है? वो तो बोल रहे कि हमारे पास पैसा तो मिला नहीं।
उसके पास इतना पैसा है, उसने सब पैसा दाएं बाएं लगा रखा है। जब जो 2 रुपए का 12 रुपए कर देना, जो 140 करोड़ रुपए माफ कर देना, ऐसे कितने ही मामले हैं जिनको अगर मान लो जो ब्लैक लिस्टेड है उनको भी ठेका देना और जो ऑलरेडी मैन्युफैक्चर कर रहे थे उनको भी अगर इन्होंने रिटेल का काम देना, ये ऐसे ऐसे सबूत हैं। इतने सबूत मिलने के बाद भी कोई ये कहे कि मैं मांग है कि उसको बर्खास्त करें और जल्द से जल्द गिरफ्तार किया जाना चाहिए।
So as you can see over here, the Delhi BJP workers are leveling grave allegations over Manish Sisodia and saying that they are not going to rest till the time they are going to make sure that Manish Sisodia as well as Arvind Kejriwal are going to be, indicted in this case. And as the investigations of Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate is going on, you are seeing the political ramifications of it with several workers of BJP and also Congress in several, events are coming on the streets and protesting against the top leadership of Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government over this entire Delhi excise liquor scam. Back to you in the studio.
Yes, Piyush, stay with us while we speak, and those are the visuals of the protest taking place being staged by the BJP. We also have visuals from inside the Delhi Assembly, the special session that has been called by the Delhi government. If you can talk to us once again that about the issues that will be that will reverberate inside the Delhi Assembly today. Piyush, if you can hear us, if you can also talk to us about the issues that will be taken up, the showdown that can be expected inside the Delhi Assembly today.
Since the level of noise over here is very high, it is very difficult to hear you. So yes, just I apologize for the kind of inconvenience that is being caused. But yes, as I said that there is expected to be a big showdown at the Delhi Assembly today. There is expected to be a big showdown at the Delhi Assembly today, where Aam Aadmi Party leaders and BJP leaders are going to have a political slugfest at each other. Now, Aam Aadmi Party today has held a special session of Delhi Assembly where they've alleged that their leaders, their MLAs are being intimidated financially and through investigating agencies, and there's an attempt by the BJP to break the Aam Aadmi Party. Whereas the Delhi BJP are saying that this is all a ploy by the Aam Aadmi Party to deflect major corruption scams in which the party is involved in. So yes, there's a major showdown which is expected at the Delhi Assembly session, for which a special session has been called, and it is going to be very interesting to see what the leaders of both the parties today are going to say. As I say, why I only say BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, there is also a third party involved in form of Congress. But sadly, there is no MLA of Congress as of now. So what they are saying is that MLAs of Congress are, fighting it hard in the streets. So while the fight between Delhi BJP and Aam Aadmi Party today is going to be played on the assembly session, you are also going to see that there is also going to be a hectic political fight which is going to be played in the streets of Delhi. Back to you in the studio.
Yes, Piyush, as we speak, we understand that sloganeering is also happening inside the Delhi Assembly, where anti-Sisodia slogans are being raised, calling him a thief is what we are given to understand. So yes, a lot of showdown that can be expected, which is in fact taking place inside the Delhi Assembly. Among the key issues that will reverberate in the Assembly include, of course, the liquor scam gate and also the charges that have been levelled by the AAP leaders of the poaching charge that they have alleged as well, Piyush.
So, you rightly said about one thing, that, the voices against Manish Sisodia is going to reverberate. Not only it is being done on the streets of Delhi, where right now I am, reporting at, but it is also being done inside the Delhi Assembly session. So you can understand that, the political party, especially the opposition, in which the BJP is leading the opposition charge, they want to make sure that, they continue to make this excise liquor policy scam a major issue. And in this, till the time the investigation does not give us, what exactly has been the major lead, they are going to make sure that Manish Sisodia, who is the main accused in this case, continues to be, investigated at, continues to be, made accountable of his role in this entire Delhi excise liquor scam. So yes, not only inside the assembly session, but also at the streets of the Delhi, you are seeing that there are protests against Manish Sisodia, who is not only the main accused in the Delhi excise liquor scam, but also one of the major leaders of Aam Aadmi Party. Back to you in the studio.
Yes, and Piyush, when we talk about, the opposition sharpening its attack on the Aam Aadmi Party, well, it's not that the BJP, just the BJP, we have the Congress also that has been mounting attack on the Aam Aadmi Party with regard to the liquor scam gate.
Well, you rightly said, we are right now focusing only on two major parties, that is the Delhi BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. But what often gets forgotten is also Congress. Now, mind you, Congress for long has ruled Delhi, and Delhi has been long a strong bastion for this Congress. Now, they might be a very weak political entity now, but for long, Congress has had a special influence over Delhi, and they want to make sure that through this scam, they again find their, mojo back in the politics of Delhi. So yes, what you're seeing is that, there has also been sporadic protests that have been conducted by the workers of Delhi. How would it be useful for them to, revive their political fortunes? It will be interesting to see. But yes, as you rightly said, that while the fight is between the Delhi BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, there is also a third party involved, and that is Congress. So right now, the political fight is between three parties: Delhi BJP, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress, no matter how weak it is. Back to you in the studio.
Yes. Piyush, also if you can show us around, we understand that the BJP workers have gathered, of course, in large numbers to protest against the Delhi government. If you can show us around and in fact even talk to some of these BJP workers who have been sharpening their attack against the Aam Aadmi Party, demanding answers with regard to its now rolled back liquor policy.
Definitely. So, yeah, sure. So what I'll do is I'll ask my VJ Ranveer to, show the visuals over here. And you can see over here that how the protest is being carried out. There are a substantial number of BJP workers who have collected outside the Delhi Vidhan Sabha Bhavan to protest against Manish Sisodia. And we are also going to make you have a word with some of these BJP leaders to understand their views. आप BJP worker हैं? किस लिए protest कर रहे हैं?
मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ हम प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। जो शराब की नीति जो उन्होंने फैला रखी है, उसके खिलाफ हम बात करते हैं। हम कहते हैं शराब की नीति पे बात क्यों नहीं करते आप लोग?
तो बोर्ड अगर प्रोटेस्ट हुआ, अगर करप्शन हुआ तो उनके पास पैसा मिलना चाहिए, पैसा तो उन्हें मिला नहीं
क्यों नहीं? ये कहा तो पब्लिक के लिए था, लेकिन ये किया इन्होंने घर भरे, ये इन्होंने किया। 144 करोड़ का घाटा तो सीधे दिखाया इन्होंने।
आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है कि ये तो ऑपरेशन लोटस का मतलब एक वो है, सामदान दंड भेंट के द्वारा आप आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ना चाहते हो। इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हो?
मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, ये बोलते हैं कि हमारे पास फोन आया, मेरे को खरीद रहे थे, मेरे को मुख्यमंत्री बना रहे। अगर ऐसी कोई बात है, हमारे किसी नेता का नाम तो बताएं। झूठ का प्रचार क्यों कर रहे हैं? कभी कहते हैं 20 करोड़ में खरीद रहे हैं, कभी कहते हैं हमारे 40 विधायक खरीद रहे हैं। इनका मतलब क्या है? झूठ को बोलते बोलते अब तो आप दिल्ली की पूरी जनता समझ चुकी है कि केजरीवाल सबसे बड़ा झूठा है।
So as you can see over here that the Delhi BJP workers are saying that this is all a ploy by the Aam Aadmi Party workers to defame the party, and they will continue to focus on the Delhi excise liquor scam and make sure that the main accused in this case are brought to book and are made brought to book by the court of law. So yes, all this
Delhi Sarkar.
The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
And roundup from the world of sports, Team India held a practice session in Dubai ahead of the Asia Cup 2022 campaign opener. The men in blue will start the Asia Cup campaign in a high-octane clash against Pakistan on 28th of August. Ace Indian shuttler Pranoy HC advanced into the quarterfinals of the ongoing BWF World Championship after defeating Lakshya Sen in the last 16th match of men's singles playing on court 3. Pranoy won the match in a complex fight. F1 had a brief summer track with 13 races completed, and Ferrari's Charles Leclerc admitted that he was relieved to have the time off as he continues to chase Max Verstappen in the individual driver standings.
Jammu and Kashmir High Court reopened the case of Nadimarg massacre of 24 Kashmir Pandits. 7 persons were accused in this case. During the pendency of the trial of the case, the prosecution moved an application before the trial court seeking permission to examine material prosecution witnesses on commission. Justice Sanjay Dutt accepted the request seeking recall of order. Next case of hearing is on 15th of September. In a recent development in Jharkhand's political crisis, Congress Legislative Party leader Alamgir Alam said that all Congress's MLA have been instructed to stay in Ranchi and are to remain on alert mode. Speaking to the media a day earlier, Congress Legislative Party member Alam said that the alliance is intact and they had more numbers than the BJP. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that there shouldn't be media trials as they mislead. The TMC Supremo was addressing the event organized to hand over a block of the state's new Secretariat building to the Justice Department. She also urged Chief Justice Prakash Srivastava to solve the court cases which are pending for 3 to 4 years and also emphasized having more women judges.
का मुख्य उद्देश्य ये है जो इन्होंने शराब माफियाओं के साथ मिलकर घोटाला किया है उसके लिए इनको जेल भेजा जाना चाहिए, मंत्रियों को बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। पर ये तो जो जेल में बैठे हैं उन्हीं मंत्रियों ने बर्खास्त कर रहे हैं, फिर आगे क्या करेंगे? इसलिए दिल्ली की जनता इनसे सवाल पूछ रही है। ये
मैं अब कहूंगा कि हमारी क्योंकि मंच शुरू हो गई है, बाइट आप बाद में लीजिएगा। इस बाइट के बाद हमारे
साथियों, ये तो जो जेल में बर्खास्त कर रहे हैं, फिर आगे क्या करेंगे? इसलिए दिल्ली की जनता से सवाल पूछ रही है, ये सरकार भ्रष्टाचार में।
And as you can see, the BJP workers who've gathered in large numbers in the national capital. So showdown happening not just inside the Delhi Assembly but also outside, where the BJP is staging a protest demanding answers from the Aam Aadmi Party with respect to its now rollback liquor policy. In fact, BJP demanding the Deputy Chief Minister of the national capital's resignation as well. calling, in fact, slogans are being raised, calling Sisodia a thief as well. Piyush reporting live from that protest site. Piyush, take it away, show us the scenes around and also talk to the BJP workers who are upping their rant against the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, thanks for that, So I will again request my camera person, Vijay, to just show the visuals over here and show the dramatic visuals over here where, top leaders of Delhi BJP have again collected over here to protest against Manish Sisodia and also Arvind Kejriwal, who they say are directly involved in this liquor scam. Now, let me tell you one thing, till the time the investigations of the CBI is going to go on, you're going to continue to see these protests where, several leaders, we're going to see that several leaders of BJP are going to protest and they're going to continue to, make sure that they keep that pressure on the Aam Aadmi Party and also its top leadership. I will again request my camera person, Ranbir, to just show all the visuals over here where substantial number of BJP workers have collected, and you can see that, there are dramatic visuals over here where many people are trying to register their protest against the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government, who they say are directly involved in the Delhi excise liquor scam. And till the time, the investigations of CBI is going on, they should resign. The top leadership, in this case who are involved should resign, starting with Manish Sisodia, so that there should be a free and fair investigation. Now, till the time, this investigation is going on, the Aam Aadmi Party also in its line of defense is saying that this is all a ploy by the Delhi, by the BJP-led investigating agencies to defame them, because they feel that, work which has been done by Arvind Kejriwal has prompted him to now become the competitor to Narendra Modi in the upcoming Lok Sabha election that is going to be held in 2024. So it is going to be interesting to see that how all this Delhi excise liquor scam investigation goes on, because as the investigation between the is going on, you are seeing that the political slugfest between the Aam Aadmi Party, BJP, and now even the Congress is going on the streets of Delhi. So yes, it's going to be very interesting to see that how ultimately it's all going to end politically as well as technically, where the investigations by not only CBI but Enforcement Directorate is going on. Back to in the studio.
Yes. Piyush, also take us through some details that you're picking up. We understand that the assembly session is also underway as we speak. Talk to us about the showdown which is also happening inside the Delhi Assembly. Well,
so you rightly mentioned the word showdown. And yes, the voice against Manish Sisodia is reverberating at the Delhi Assembly session. Where you are seeing a lot of.
Well, on to the big breaking news coming in. Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned from Congress. That's a big breaking news coming in at this point. Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad, who's resigned from all positions, including primary membership of Congress. So that's a big news break coming in this hour. Massive setback for the Congress party as Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned from all positions, including primary membership of Congress. Remember, Ghulam Nabi Azad in the past few days has also been voicing his concerns, and he's also been saying that how the party, how the concerns are not being addressed by the top brass of the Congress. And now this coming somewhat on the expected lines with Ghulam Nabi Azad quitting the grand old party, resigning from the primary membership of Congress. So Ghulam Nabi Azad resigning from all positions, including the primary membership of the Congress. So that's a big setback coming in, of course. We also have Anuj joining us. Anuj, give us more details. Another big setback, and this time it's big. Ghulam Nabi Azad resigning from all positions, including the primary membership of the Congress.
Well, including the primary membership from the Congress party and all positions, Ghulam Nabi Azad has tendered his resignation. This is going to be more trouble for Congress party. And now, let me remind you that Congress party will have to come out with a stand. The senior top leadership of the Congress party will have to speak on the same, because earlier we have seen the group of 23, Ghulam Nabi Azad, let me remind you, was a part of the same. And this is Kapil Sibal, who has already left. This is Ghulam Nabi Azad now. And we have seen the senior leadership, the split in the Congress party. We have seen it earlier, but now this is going to be the biggest setback for the Congress party when Ghulam Nabi Azad, the senior leader, one of the topmost leader of the Congress party, is resigning. That's a big setback for the Congress party. We are waiting for any update
from the top brasses whether it has been accepted and what is going to be the next course of action. Let me remind you, this includes all the allegation if we talk about, and if we go through the sources which is being stated by the top leadership of the Congress party, and if we talk about the group of 23, then this has been stated that there is dynasty politics and the top leadership is not listening to the soldiers, the old guards of the party. So that is something what we have been told being the reason, but this is going to be the major setback for the Congress party again, because we have seen the loyalists leaving the party, whether being it Jyotiraj Scindia, whether being it Jatin Prasada. So we have seen the loyalists of the parties leaving and now raising their voice. Now Ghulam Nabi Azad, such a senior leader of the Congress party, leaving the party, giving resignation is something which left Congress party with a bigger question, because recently, let me remind you, yesterday only itself rather, the decision which was taken by Congress party to extend the election for the president is also one of the point, because the Congress party is not ready to understand what the leadership is saying, or rather this has been alleged by the top leaders that they are not listening to their old guards who have been loyalists to the Congress party, who are there from the decades, and Ghulam Nabi Azad is example, Jyotiraj Scindia is example, Jatin Prasada is example, and there are many more, and group of 23 including Kapil Sibal is example for the Congress party, but there the top brasses is not ready to intervene in the same, or rather we have not seen any reaction on the same of the top brasses of the Congress party. This is to wait whether Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi will be coming out or Priyanka Gandhi will be speaking about the same, because this is Gandhis who are having the chairman from the decades when we are talking about the presidency of the Congress party. Other than that, the lobbies are divided. We do understand the loyalist of Rahul Gandhi is backing Rahul Gandhi, but the senior leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad leaving the party is going to be the bigger setback, the major setback for the Congress party.
Anuj, stay with us. We also have Gursimran joining us from Jammu. Gursimran, yet another setback. If you can talk to us more about how much of this setback is for the Congress in J&K.
See, this is a big setback, and this is the last hope, Ghulam Nabi Azad, for the Congress party, for the survival of the party in Jammu and Kashmir. But it seems that the hopes are diminishing with each passing day, and with the exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad, now the Congress stands almost nowhere in Jammu and Kashmir. I spoke to some of the close aides of Ghulam Nabi Azad just a while back, and what they are telling me that Ghulam Nabi Azad was unhappy for not being taken on board for many key decisions, and also the Ghulam Nabi Azad group has been sidelined again and again, even after the assurance that was given by Sonia Gandhi. This was after the meeting that was also attended by KC Venugopal, who tried to pacify the situation. Even KC Venugopal is also aware of the demands that were put forth by Ghulam Nabi Azad. I tried to speak to KC Venugopal, even he's not responding, and we have to see how actually the Congress responds to this, but this is a major setback. Let me tell you, for Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad was the only hope. Viqar Rasulwani was brought in because he was the close to Ghulam Nabi Azad, and the attempt was made to pacify the situation between the young cadre and those who are close to Ghulam Nabi Azad. But soon after his elevation as the PCC chief, Ghulam Nabi Azad, he was not happy with that. He said that why not Ghulam Muhammad Saruri, who was a key person, who was a seasoned politician, and from that day there were differences that started, and now it has rose to a level that Ghulam Nabi Azad has parted ways from the Congress party. And what I am getting to know that now it will be followed by a series of resignations. In a short while from now, the Congress leadership will
stay with us. We have BJP's Gaurav Bhatia also joining us. Sir, yet another setback, another jolt for the Congress, this time from J&K, where Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned from the primary membership of Congress as well.
It reflects a very serious issue, and Congress party is a sinking ship. It has no leadership, it has no ideology, and thus even the top Congress leaders are resigning because of lack of leadership. And on a larger spectrum, I would say it doesn't augur well for democracy when, as the main opposition party, the Congress party also doesn't introspect and fails to play a very constructive role as an opposition party. They have been opposing everything for the sake of opposition. And now the voices from within are also speaking, and they're making it clear that Congress does not reflect the will of the people, not even a marginal size.
Well, absolutely. You know, when we talk about the leadership, it's a leadership crisis. Concerns are not being addressed. We understand that Ghulam Nabi Azad also cited his concerns previously, which were not addressed. Rather, he was sidelined by the top brass.
When you oppose abrogation of Article 370, when you oppose a war memorial, when you oppose a new parliament building, when you oppose GST implementation, when you oppose everything which is in the interest of the country, there would always be well-meaning people within the party and who would like to show mirror to the top leadership, which is nothing but a family fiefdom.
Well, absolutely, sir. And this comes days after Jaiveer Shergill. If you talk about Anand Sharma in Himachal, where he's resigned from that as chief of that panel in Himachal Pradesh. So yes, it only goes on to prove that one point, how it's high time that Congress smells the coffee and does something before it completely falls flat when we talk about this situation, which is only escalating by the day.
In a robust democracy which India is, we need a strong treasury bench and a very strong opposition bench as well. And opposition has a very important role to play. But I'm saddened to say that opposition, especially the Congress party, has not lived up to the expectations of the people of the country. And they have been only indulging in destructive politics for the sake of opposing, without even understanding the ramifications it will have on the democracy of our country. And thus, I think the series of resignations that are taking place yet again in the Congress.
All right, Gaurav Bhatia, thanks for speaking to us. Well, we've also accessed that resignation letter of Ghulam Nabi Azad. Let me go across to Gursimran again. Gursimran, if you can read out those key excerpts from this letter that we've accessed, the resignation letter of the ex-Congress leader.
See, this is really very explosive resignation letter of Ghulam Nabi Azad accessed by Republic Media Network. And let me tell you what Azad has said. He said that senior experienced leadership sidelines inexperienced psychopaths are running the affairs of the party. He has hit out at Rahul Gandhi over tearing up of the ordinance inside the parliament. He said that it was decided anonymously in the core group meeting that this ordinance will be present in the parliament, but Rahul Gandhi tore this up. See, right now this is really very important thing that has been taken up, and the key things that he said, like I was mentioning earlier, that the senior leadership has been sidelined by the party and inexperienced psychopaths is what Azad has written in his letter to Sonia Gandhi. The letter has been wrote today. He has mentioned his journey when he started as a congressman.
Gursimran, just hold your thoughts there just for a moment. We have Nirmal Singh of the BJP also joining us. Sir, if I can get your reaction, it seems Congress is falling like a pack of cards.
Actually, this is the reality about Congress. And this is the tragedy of Congress. That a party which is solely dependent on a single family and a single prince who has no capacity. That's why the senior leaders of Congress, they are leaving Congress, like Ghulam Nabi Azad. So the Congress has reached a state of psychopathy where they don't have any respect for the experienced people, senior people. So that's why slowly and gradually, these senior leaders, they are leaving Congress. And secondly, we see that the Congress has lost its role in Jammu and Kashmir. They don't have a senior leader now. The second, third line leaders, they are being propped up because they are psychopaths. Because they don't question the leadership of Rahul Gandhi. So that's the basic thing. And that's the tragedy of the Indian democracy also. Because if a opposition like Congress, which claims that they are contributing for the freedom of the country and they are the party to which Gandhiji was the leader. So they have reached so low. That's the tragedy of Congress and there's the Indian democracy.
Mr. Singh, can I also then ask you this question with regards to the fact that several of the senior Congress leaders have exited the party in the last few years? Will the BJP essentially be open to inviting Ghulam Nabi Azad, given his stature in Jammu, the fact that he is considered to be a tall leader in Jammu and Kashmir? Will the Bharatiya Janata Party be open to inviting Ghulam Nabi Azad?
Actually, BJP's doors are open for any nationalist, any person who believes in democracy. But it's the decision which has to be taken over our senior leadership. But definitely, we would like the good people, nationalist people, to join together to fight the separatist and terrorist tendency in Jammu and Kashmir. That's the need of the hour. So, but it's up to the senior leadership to decide about it. Hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes, sir, we can hear you. Sir, in this letter that we've accessed of Ghulam Nabi Azad, he's categorically stated, in fact, he's pointed out Rahul Gandhi as well. So clearly, making it clear that how Congress has terribly failed to keep its flock together.
That's the reality. Because this Congress has become a party of the sycophants. Third, fourth line leaders, they are ruling the roost there. And those people who contribute to Congress in some way or the other, who are the real face of Congress, they have been sidelined. But ultimately, they are feeling suffocated there. And Congress has no policy. Their only, you can say, policy is to oppose Narendra Bhai Modi, BJP. We have seen it in Jammu and Kashmir. How these people, they unnecessarily, without any base, they are opposing the nationalist agenda in Jammu and Kashmir. That's the tragedy of India. That we have a opposition, so-called opposition, of this, you can say, level.
Yes, well, thank you so much for speaking to us. That was the former J&K Deputy Chief Minister Nirmal Singh speaking to Republic and telling us how the Congress is only falling, in fact, getting weaker by the day, back-to-back setbacks coming in for the Grand Old Party. And this time it's Ghulam Nabi Azad, the tall leader of the Grand Old, once was a part who played a very big part in the Grand Old Party, has now resigned from all posts. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, will continue with a big coverage as setback kicks in for the Congress yet again, this time in J&K.
A group of lawyers from West Bengal wrote to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, raising concerns over the alleged threat to a CBI judge presiding over the Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal's case as they sought the transfer of the case outside West Bengal. The lawyers said that Special CBI Court Asansol Judge Rajesh Chakrabarti had been threatened by one Bappa Chatterjee by writing a letter addressed to him with a direct threat regarding the bail of Anubrata Mondal. Chetan Datta, the Indian blaster who will press the button that will demolish Supertech Twin Towers in Sector 93A, Noida on August 28th, said on that the mega explosion is going to be simple process. The demolition will take place at 2:30 p.m. on August 28th. The Arvind Kejriwal-led government will take a resolution in the special session of the Delhi Assembly today. This assumes significance as the face-off between AAP and BJP over Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's alleged involvement in the liquor scam has persisted since last week. In the text of the resolution, the policies of the Delhi government have been appreciated. In a big development, BJP and Jammu and Kashmir core group will meet today afternoon at 12 p.m. The meet shall be chaired by the party's president JP Nadda. Notably, the meeting in Delhi will be attended by J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with top civil and police officers of the Union Territory.
And roundup from the world of sports. Team India held a practice session in Dubai ahead of the Asia Cup 2022 campaign opener. The men in blue will start the Asia Cup campaign in a high-octane clash against Pakistan on 28th of August. Ace Indian shuttler Pranoy HC advanced into the quarterfinals of the ongoing BWF World Championship after defeating Lakshya Sen in the last 16th match of men's singles. Playing on court 3, Pranoy won the match in a complex fight. F1 had a brief summer track with 13 races completed and Ferrari's Charles Thanks for staying tuned, tracking the big story this hour. Ghulam Nabi Azad, who's resigned from all posts in the Congress, which also includes as a primary membership of the Congress. So a big setback coming in for the grand old party, a setback for the Congress. Especially when we talk about Congress position, in fact, Congress position in J&K. We'll go across to Gursimran as well and Anuj, who are reporting live to get us more details. But BJP also responding to this setback coming in for the Grand Old Party. In fact, Nirmal Singh, who just spoke to Republic, saying that the doors are open for any nationalist rather, but the party leadership will take a call on that. We have our executive editor Niranjan also joining us. Niranjan, what is your reading of the whole issue? We understand it's another such setback to have happened for the Congress, back-to-back setbacks. This time it's Nirmal, this time it's Ghulam Nabi Azad. Well, we'll connect with Niranjan again, but another jolt for the Congress. In fact, Ghulam Nabi Azad, who's also penned a 5-page letter to Sonia Gandhi saying that how his concerns have not been addressed. Niranjan is back with us. Niranjan, if I can get your insights on this big jolt coming in for the Grand Old Party.
Well, it's been rumored for the longest time that he was going to perhaps part ways, and it comes very interestingly, Samiksha. The developments come exactly about 12 hours after there were reports of Ghulam Nabi Azad, G23, perhaps putting up a candidate against whoever contests the presidential elections in the Congress, because we were told that as far as the Gandhis are concerned, the Vadra Gandhis were outside the country. By the way, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi are not in the country. And we were told that if they would be fielding perhaps Gehlot, he was emerging as a consensus candidate. Obviously, he was going to be someone that the family was putting forward as their own candidate, and that hasn't really gone down well. There were reports that the G23 would also be putting up a candidate, from their end. And there were rumors, murmurs around, one of the G23 leaders, for example, Ghulam Nabi Azad, reportedly had ruled himself out of the race along with Anand Sharma. There were reports that perhaps Manish Tiwari could be a candidate to just put up a fight and send a message. But I think with the presidential elections once again getting postponed, and the entire charade of democracy, the entire democracy sham, the Congress party sort of playing out, and that seems to be, if you look at what has been happening chronologically last few days. First, you had Ghulam Nabi Azad, resigning from top posts, anything related with Jammu and Kashmir Congress. Somebody who was close to perhaps the Vadra Gandhis was chosen as the chief of Jammu and Kashmir Congress. So obviously he was snubbed again there. He's been getting snubbed again and again, and this comes even after Anand Sharma dropped out of that Himachal Pradesh poll body, and it seems to be a well-coordinated move, perhaps, just watching the signs, and there is no sign right now in the Congress party of democracy prevailing, which perhaps why Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned at this point. One of the tallest Congress leaders, the tallest Congress leader in Jammu and Kashmir. He's served the Congress party for decades together, has has been in key positions in the Congress party, and someone who's batted for democracy within the Congress party, was part of the G23, And this comes as a big setback, Sameeksha. And I think a lot of reactions are also coming in. Look at the kind of reactions that you're getting in right now.
Yes.
You have even people like, allies like Umar Abdullah, who has just said long rumor to be in the offing, but a body blow to the Congress nonetheless. Perhaps the senior-most leader to quit the party in recent times.
Yes.
His resignation letter makes for very painful reading. It's sad and quite scary to see the grand old party of India implode.
All right. Niranjan, thank you for the moment. We'll come back to you. We'll have to slip into a very short break for now, but we'll continue to get you the reactions as well coming in as a big jolt kicks in for the Congress as Ghulam Nabi Azad resigns from his primary membership of the Congress.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that there shouldn't be media trials as they mislead. The TMC Supremo was addressing the event organised to hand over a block of the state's new Secretariat building to the Justice Department. She also urged Chief Justice Prakash Srivastava to solve the court cases which are pending for 3 to 4 years and also emphasised having more women judges.
Whatever the cases are pending since 3 years, 4 years, that should be cleared. I know it is not in your hand, you are trying your best. And also, sir, no media trial, please. Sometimes it mislead and misguide and give the bad name, though the incidents are not true.
Making an appeal over the alleged remarks of the arrested and suspended BJP leader T. Raja Singh on Prophet Muhammad, Owaisi said that a demand of Raja Singh being arrested has been fulfilled. He added and urged all to have peaceful Friday prayers today.
और हम तमाम की पूरी कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए कि जिस पुरअमन तरीके से हमने एहतजाज किया और हमारे एहतजाज की बिना पर खाती को जेल भिजाना पड़ा, इसी तरीके से हमको ये कोशिश करना है कि हमारा कल का जुमा पुरअमन तरीके से गुजर जाए। मैं ख़ास तौर से बुज़ुर्गों से और हमारी माँ और बहनों से भी अपील करना चाहूँगा कि वो अपने औलादों की, अपने नौजवान बच्चों की भी सरपरस्ती करें। और आपसे ये भी गुजारिश करूँगा कि नमाज जुमा के बाद हम कोई ऐसा नारा ना लगाए, ना कोई ऐसा नाखुशगवार वाक़या पेश आए जिससे हमारे दीगर अपने वतन को तकलीफ हो।
A group of lawyers from West Bengal wrote to the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, raising concerns over the alleged threat to a CBI judge presiding over Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mondal's case as they sought the transfer of the case outside West Bengal. The lawyers said that Special CBI Court Asansol Judge Rajesh Chakrabarti had been threatened by one Bappa Chatterjee by writing a letter addressed to him with the
Tracking the big story this hour of Ghulam Nabi Azad, who's resigned from the Congress. In fact, he's penned a very scathing letter to Sonia Gandhi saying that how the concerns of the G23 leaders have not been addressed in the past few months, and going on to add that how Rahul Gandhi is an immature leader is what Ghulam Nabi Azad has cited in his letter. In fact, voicing the concerns that have been made by several Congress leaders in the past. We've seen back-to-back setbacks coming in for the Congress party, and this time it's Ghulam Nabi Azad who's termed the Vadra Congress.
Jammu and Kashmir High Court reopened the case of Nadimarg massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. 7 persons were accused in this case. During the pendency of the trial of the case, the prosecution moved an application before the trial court seeking permission to examine material prosecution witnesses on commission. Justice Sanjay Dutt accepted the request seeking recall of order. Next case of hearing is on 15th of September. In a recent development in Jharkhand's political crisis, Congress Legislative Party leader Alamgir Alam said that all Congress's MLA have been instructed to stay in Ranchi and are to remain on alert mode. Speaking to the media a day earlier, Congress Legislative Party member Alam said that the alliance is intact and they had more numbers than the BJP. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that there shouldn't be media trials as they mislead. The TMC Supremo was addressing the event organised to hand over a block of the state's new Secretariat building to the Justice Department. She also urged Chief Justice Prakash Srivastava to solve the court cases which are pending for 3 to 4 years and also emphasized having more women judges.
Whatever the cases are pending since 3 years, 4 years, that should be cleared. I know it is not in your hand, you are trying your best. And also, sir, no media trial, please. Sometimes it mislead and misguide and give the bad name, though the incidents are not true.
Making an appeal over the alleged remarks of the arrested and suspended BJP leader T. Raja Singh on Prophet Muhammad, Owaisi said that a demand of Raja Singh being arrested has been fulfilled. He added and urged all to have peaceful Friday prayers today.
और हम तमाम की पूरी कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए कि जिस पुरअमन तरीके से
Thanks for staying tuned, tracking the big story this hour of Congress, the ex-Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad, who's resigned from all positions in the Congress, including the primary membership of the Congress. A lot of reactions as well coming in. In fact, Omar Abdullah, who's just tweeted saying that long rumor to be in the offing, but a body blow to the Congress nonetheless. Perhaps the senior-most leader to quit the party in recent times. His resignation letter makes for very painful reading. It's sad and quite scary to see the grand old party of India implode. That's a tweet that has been put out by Omar saying that the letter that has been penned by Ghulam Nabi Azad is in fact very painful to read, but also paints a very sad and quite scary picture. That's the tweet in which Abdullah has cited how these concerns that were earlier addressed by Ghulam Nabi Azad were not heard, and going on to add that the letter that has been penned by Ghulam Nabi Azad to Sonia Gandhi is a very painful read, but at the same time it paints a very scary picture of the grand old party. So a lot of reactions coming in. Several leaders now saying that it was somewhat on the expected lines, given that Ghulam Nabi Azad had voiced his concerns earlier as well to the grand old party, but were not paid heed to by the Congress top brass. In fact, in this letter that he's addressed to Sonia Gandhi, where he has said that Congress has come to a point beyond repair. So clearly stating that how Congress is beyond any repair as we speak. A lot of concerns that have been addressed by Ghulam Nabi Azad in the past as well. In fact, in this letter that has been written by Ghulam Nabi Azad to Sonia Gandhi, where he has said that how G23 leaders have been sidelined and that Congress stands at a point of no return. We have our executive editor Niranjan also joining us. Niranjan, if you could read out those excerpts of the scathing letter that has been written by Ghulam Nabi Azad to Sonia Gandhi.
Telling you a little bit about, the kind of reactions that are coming in, Samiksha. They shock across the country, and if you read the entire letter that Ghulam Nabi Azad has written, I think it's self-speaking and it's self-explanatory, something that most Congress leaders for several years have been complaining about, the inexperience of Rahul Gandhi and how senior leaders have been sidelined by the Congress party and its leadership. There is lack of transparency. There is no transparency. There is lack of collective decision making. There is complete confusion on who leads the Congress party, who takes decision in the Congress party, and it's complete chaos. And look at the kind of reactions that are coming in. Back-to-back reactions, shock across the board, even in opposition ranks. Reading the letter, some allies calling the situation in the Congress extremely scary, saying that it's extremely scary that the Congress party is going down this path. And you look at someone like Rahul Gandhi, he's not even in the country. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, all of them are outside the country. So God alone knows who is going to read that letter. Of course, they will read it digitally. But in India, there's no one here to address the situation, make a phone call. But it's already too late because Ghulam Nabi Azad has been speaking about it for years together. And page number 5, I'm just reading out some of the excerpts from his letter. In page number 5, he says, "You are aware that I had an extremely close personal relationship with your family from late Mrs. Indira Gandhi, late Sri Sanjay Gandhi onwards, including with your late husband. In that spirit, I also have great personal regard for your individual trials and tribulations, which would always continue. Some of my other colleagues and I will now persevere to perpetuate the ideals for which we have dedicated our entire adult lives are outside the formal fold of the Indian National Congress. So what is also the big breaking news update here is that he is announcing that he, along with a few other individuals, he says some of my other colleagues, so that's the big breaking news update. We'll try and get some reactions to this as well. He says some of my other colleagues and I will now persevere to perpetuate the ideals for which we have dedicated our entire adult lives outside the formal fold of the Indian National Congress. So he has announced, Ghulam Nabi Azad has announced a parallel party. Ghulam Nabi Azad hints at a new party. He says some of my other colleagues. Ghulam Nabi Azad hints at a new party. Let's get non-stop reactions to this, non-stop political reactions. We'll try and go across to some other Congress leaders as well. He says for all the reasons mentioned above, especially that the Indian National Congress has, let me go across to Zeenat. Zeenat, he says, some of my other colleagues and I will now persevere to perpetuate the ideals for which we have dedicated our entire adult lives. So he's hinting at a new party along with others from the Congress, perhaps from the G23, Zeenat. So it's going to get bigger. It's a big body blow for the Congress party, but it's going to only get worse, Zeenat.
See, as per it is a blow for the Congress party, but this also tells you that yes, the rumors that were on ground in Jammu and Kashmir for the last 6 to 7 months that Ghulam Nabi Azad will be floating its own party, this seems that the rumors will come true because he has resigned from all the posts of the Congress party. Ghulam Nabi Azad, somebody who has worked with Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, close man of Sonia Gandhi, and has been helping Rahul Gandhi even in his politics, but today he is pointing the figures to those people with whom he has rubbed his shoulders for more than 50 years. So it is a bigger setback for the Congress party, and it also tells you the internal politics and the status of Congress party as far as this is concerned. We are seeing also the way Ghulam Nabi Azad had been coming to the Jammu and Kashmir. He has been speaking to people, so there were rumors quite ripe for the last 6-7 months that he may float his party because he has been in touch with his own colleagues from the Congress party. Needs to be seen in the coming time when the elections will be announced in Jammu and Kashmir. Will Congress, leader of Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad...
Mr. Kavinder Gupta also on the phone line. Stay with me. Zeenat, getting in a lot of reactions. Mr. Gupta, this is a big body blow to the Congress party, but what's also interesting from the letter that we are making out here is that Ghulam Nabi Azad has hinted at more people within the Congress. Some of my other colleagues, he says, some of my other colleagues and I will now persevere to perpetuate the ideals for which we have dedicated our entire adult lives outside the formal fold of the Indian National Congress, which means he's going to float a new party. It's clear he's saying he's going to float a new party. Mr. Gupta, can you hear me? Mr. Gupta, are you there? Yes, Zeenat, coming back to you, Zeenat. Zeenat, how big a blow is it for the Congress party, Zeenat?
So, Niranjan, it's a big blow to the Congress party, but it is also going to rise the BP of the politicians of the Jammu and Kashmir, because before this, Ghulam Nabi Azad was nowhere in the race, but now since he has resigned from the Congress party officially, so he may float his own party, and his party will be a bigger challenge for the political leaders coming from the National Conference, PDP, or even the PC, People's Conference. So because the reach of Ghulam Nabi Azad has always been very vast, and if we see the tenure of Ghulam Nabi Azad when he was in alliance with PDP and he was the Chief Minister during Mufti Muhammad said his work was really appreciated by the people from the city and also from the rural areas. So Azad's once again an entry into the Jammu and Kashmir politics will be interesting to watch. But again he has targeted the Congress party, which is a setback, body blow we can say to the Congress heads, because he has exposed the Congress party he has exposed every layer of the Congress party.
Kevin Shergill, who recently quit the Congress party, is speaking on ANI Select. Let's cut across live. Let's cut across live, please.
Transformed from a formidable political party into a cozy club of PA security guards and darbaris who are nothing but mere cheerleaders who only work for themselves, neither for the party and neither for the people of India. It is tragic that on one hand, in front of the nation, a PR exercise in the name of Bharat Jodo is being launched, but in reality, this cabal is working within the Congress party on Congress Todo Abhiyan, pushing out, elbowing out all the well-meaning leaders who have nothing but goodwill for the Indian National Congress. I think this letter speaks loudly the sentiments of many thousands and lakhs of well-meaning Congress workers, well-meaning Congress leaders who are troubled by this Darwari culture.
But sir, how do you see what should be the role of the Congress leadership now? Because you are saying the youngsters like you and even the stalwarts like Ghulam Nabi Azad are now leaving the party. What should be the reaction and what should be the action from the Congress top leadership? Because earlier when these people raised the voice, they were called the G23 group and they were called the traitors also.
The top leadership of the Indian National Congress now will have a clear choice, or rather will have to make a clear choice, whether to ensure that Indian National Congress remains a political party, or whether it is now only a adda of these sycophants and darbaris. The truth of the matter is, people of India have the trust deficit between people of India and Indian National Congress is growing day by day. The fact is that it pains many young people like me, many senior people, many middle-aged people, that now Congress is being given on for management and franchise, and Congress का ठेका दे दिया है इन दरबारियों को.
So how do you see what will be the setback for the, not even for the Congress, and for the Gandhis and for the opposition?
Firstly, it is a big setback. जो ये चिट्ठी आई है एक बहुत बड़ा झटका है. जो जनता आज ये प्रश्न पूछ रही है देश की, जो भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस अपने ही लोगों को इकट्ठा नहीं कर सकती, अपने ही लोगों का विश्वास नहीं जीत सकती, वो देश की जनता का विश्वास कैसे जीतेगी? जो गुलाम नबी जी की चिट्ठी है वो एक जीता जागता सबूत है, इस बात का प्रमाण है कि कैसे भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस को एक मजबूत राजनीतिक दल से आज एक अड्डा बना दिया है दरबारियों का, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड का और ओएसडीज का. मुझे इस बात का दुख है कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी को अगवा कर लिया गया है. जो तनख्वाह वाले तनख्वाही हैं, जो तनख्वाह के एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, आज वो उन कार्यकर्ता पे, उन नेताओं पे भारी हो गए हैं जिन्होंने अपना खून पसीना भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस को दिया.
सर, वजह क्या लगती है आपको? उसके लिए जिम्मेदार आप किसे मानते हैं? सीधे तौर पे तो टॉप लीडरशिप ही आपकी जिम्मेदार है, जो इस तरीके से जो आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं, इस तरीके से वो हावी होने दे रहे हैं. तो क्या आंख बंद मूंद के बैठा है कांग्रेस का लीडरशिप? चाहे वो सीधी तौर पर मैं गांधी परिवार की बात करूं.
देखिए, कुछ तो मजबूरी होगी. मैं श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी का बहुत आदर सत्कार सम्मान करता हूं, पहले तो ये स्पष्ट कर दूं. दूसरा, आज के इतना दे के कितने और पार्टी चुनाव हारेगी, कितने और नेता छोड़ के जाएंगे, कितने औरों की जमानतें जब्त होंगी, कितने और राज्य चुनाव हारेंगे कि जो हुक्मरान हैं वो समझ जाएं कि हुक्मरान भी, कांग्रेस पार्टी भी आज इन दरबारियों की शिकार हो गई है. तो आज ये प्रश्न हमें भी चिंता कर रहा है कि क्या हुक्मरान, जो टॉप लीडरशिप है कांग्रेस की, क्या वो भी इन दरबारियों की शिकार है? क्या ऐसी मजबूरी है कि एक मंडली के लिए आज एक 100 साल से पुरानी, 125 साल से पुरानी पार्टी का भविष्य, वर्तमान सब कुछ दांव पे लगा दिया? वो क्या मजबूरी है, ये नहीं समझ आ रही.
You see the kind of words that he has used here. I'm reading out some of the words here. He says all senior leaders were sidelined. I'm just, he's used words like, after completely lambasting on page number 2 here, he says after entry of Sri Rahul Gandhi into politics, and particularly after January 2013 when he was appointed as Vice President by you, the entire consultative mechanism which existed earlier was demolished by Rahul Gandhi. He says all senior experienced leaders were sidelined, new coterie of inexperienced sycophants started running the affairs of the Congress party. He says one of the most glaring examples of this immaturity was the tearing up of a government ordinance in the full glare of the media by Sri Rahul Gandhi. The said ordinance was incubated by the Congress core group, subsequently unanimously approved by the Union Cabinet, presided over by the Prime Minister, and duly approved even by the President of India. And he says this childish behavior completely subverted the authority of the Prime Minister and Government of India. And he also says this one single action more than anything else contributed significantly to the defeat of the UPA government in 2014. And that was the which was at the receiving end of a campaign of calumny, etc. He says, you may recall that after you took over as a Congress president, after dethroning Sri Sitaram Kesri, the Congress leadership had met for a brainstorming in Panchmari in October 1998. And he says, subsequently there was another such session in Simla in 2003 and then again in Jaipur in January 2013. And then he talks about how he tried to give ideas, and then he once again goes on to say, under your stewardship since 2014, subsequently that of Sri Rahul Gandhi, the Indian National Congress lost 2 Lok Sabha elections in a humiliating manner. It has lost 39 out of 49 assembly elections held between 2014 to 2022. The party only won 4 state elections, was able to get into a coalition situation in 6 instances. Unfortunately, today the Indian National Congress is ruling in only 2 states and in a very marginal coalition partner in 2 states. Since 2019 elections, situation in the party has only worsened after Rahul Gandhi stepped down in a huff and not before insulting all other senior party functionaries who have given their lives to the party in a meeting of the Extended Working Committee. You took over as the interim president, a position that you continue to hold even today for the past 3 years. Worse still, the remote control model. My God, look at the kind of words that he's using. He says there was a remote control model that demolished the institutional integrity of the UPA government, now got applied to the Indian National Congress. And while you are just a nominal figurehead, all the important decisions, let's show all our reporters on screen. In fact, I want to go across to Gursimran and Zeenat, who are also joining us live on this broadcast. Look at the kind of words that he has used here. Zeenat and Gursimran. And I want to get Zeenat as well. Let's get all our reporters live, please. Aishwarya is also joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. Abhishek is also joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. I want to get in everyone because the writing has been on the wall for a long time, isn't it? Gursimran, you've also been tracking this entire situation of how Ghulam Nabi Azad has been sidelined, isn't it? Gursimran? Zeenat, can you hear me? Yeah, Zeenat, he has gone on to, looking at the letter, he's gone on to completely blame Rahul Gandhi. Completely blame Rahul Gandhi for the mess in the Congress party. It's a very scathing letter going through, every line that he has written. Very extremely scathing. Zeenat.
See, Niranjan, we all know that whatever is happening in the Congress party is because of the Rahul Gandhi, but now something coming from their own close aid is really surprising to the Congress party, but not to the people of the country, because we know how the Rahul Gandhi has been, how good he has been in politics. But it is a setback for the Congress party when their own aide, their kitchen man of the Congress, he was known in 80s, that he is saying that yes, Rahul Gandhi is not worthy, he cannot be a leader, he is creating a lot of issues in the party, the psychopaths are running this party. This tells you that the kind of allegations that Ghulam Nabi Azad has talked about, he has leveled against the Congress party and the leadership, the top brass. This tells you also the internal affairs of the Congress party and why the leaders of the Congress party who have joined the other parties recently, what made them to leave the Congress party where they have served for n number of years, they have served there for decades, but what was the reason for those leaders also to leave? So the bigger question for the Congress party is now that how are they going to defend the allegations that have been leveled by the leader like Ghulam Nabi Azad, and will it be an entry for the Ghulam Nabi Azad in the politics of Jammu and Kashmir? That we need to wait and watch, because a lot of interesting things are coming out when we are seeing the ECO of Jammu and Kashmir making a statement regarding the electoral rolls, and people are gearing up for the elections in the coming time. We are seeing National Conference, PDP, but again another competition for the regional parties of the Jammu and Kashmir will be that they have to compete with Ghulam Nabi Azad if he floats his own party, or will he be joining some political party. That needs to be seen, but we have been hearing for a long time that Ghulam Nabi Azad is coming and visiting Srinagar and other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir only because he is in touch with the people. He is planning to float his own party.
Yeah, looks like, because he also gives away a hint, he gives a huge hint that he's going to perhaps, not just him, he says people, my party colleagues, and he goes on to give that hint. And who have been close to him so far, Zeenat? From Jammu and Kashmir, are you looking at a large, because this is significant also given the elections that are coming up. Even people who have worked with Ghulam Nabi Azad, knew Ghulam Nabi Azad, and are calling the situation extremely scary. So this is obviously very embarrassing. Also breaking news coming in that all four members of the Vadra Gandhi family, Priyanka Vadra, Robert Vadra, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are all outside of India, we are told. All four of them are outside of India. All four of them are outside of India. Zeenat, coming back to you. Zeenat, this is not good for them.
See, Niranjan, when we see the career of Ghulam Nabi Azad, he has been more working for Congress party in other states of the country than being in the Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, he served as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir when Mufti Mohammad Saeed was elected as the Chief Minister, and then Ghulam Nabi Azad was given a tenure of 2.5 years, but before that he could complete his tenure. The alliance could not sustain because of Miss Mufti when she returned from London, and she snapped all ties with the Congress party when the Amarnath land row agitation was on. But now do we see a bigger role of Ghulam Nabi Azad in Jammu and Kashmir? Because when we talk about his tenure as a Chief Minister in Jammu and Kashmir, it's still been quoted as one of the best Chief Ministers of Jammu and Kashmir, because the kind of work, the implementation was done, the officers were taken task by the Chief Minister, then Ghulam Nabi Azad. So that is still being remembered by the people of Jammu and Kashmir. So will he be focusing more on Jammu belt, or will he be focusing now in the Kashmir? Because it is going to be interesting to watch when the elections of Jammu and Kashmir will be announced, because on the one side we see that PAGD has failed to come up as far as their election agenda is concerned, because recently the National Conference has announced, Omar Abdullah announced that they will be fighting on all 90 seats despite the PAGD intact. And then we are seeing BJP has also made inroads to Jammu and Kashmir. They are increasing their numbers as far as the participation of their number is getting increased parties in Jammu and Kashmir. Then we are seeing PC, we are seeing Altaf Bukhari party. But now again, as far as Ghulam Nabi Azad is concerned, it seems yes for the political pundits to say that Ghulam Nabi Azad is going to be a better choice for the people of Jammu and Kashmir compared to the parties like People's Conference, Apni Party, or even the PDP. Miss Mufti, she is not having the number as far as the political leaders are concerned. But we need to wait and watch how this is going to, because it's only getting interesting when the main party members, the higher ups of the Congress party are abroad.
I'm getting in a few reactions. Acharya Pramod Krishnan is joining us, a very senior leader of the Congress party from Uttar Pradesh, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Pramod Krishnan, this letter I'm reading out from Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter. He says, he talks about his contribution. The first 2 pages are only about, the achievements, and the third page, he says, unfortunately, after the entry of Sri Rahul Gandhi into politics, particularly after January 2013, when he was appointed as Vice President by you, the entire consultative mechanism which existed earlier was demolished by Rahul Gandhi. All senior experienced leaders were sidelined. He talks about glaring examples of this immaturity. He says, when the ordinance was torn up, so he's gone on to list in 5 pages how the party has faltered at different stages. Can I get your reaction to that, Mr. Pramod Krishnan?
देखिए, गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब एक बहुत ही सीनियर लीडर हैं और गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब का इस मौके पर कांग्रेस पार्टी को छोड़ना बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. दिस इज मोस्ट अनफॉर्चुनेट फॉर आवर पार्टी, क्योंकि इस समय भारत जोड़ो यात्रा की शुरुआत हो रही है और कांग्रेस के इतने बड़े बड़े नेता पार्टी छोड़ रहे हैं. तो ये में कोई खुशी की बात नहीं है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए. ये बहुत ही अफसोस की बात है और बहुत ही बड़ा झटका है. दूसरा सवाल जहां तक ये है कि भाई उन्होंने अपनी चिट्ठी में जो बातें कही हैं, अपना इस्तीफा देते वक्त उन्होंने जिन मुद्दों को उठाया है, जो शिकायतें की हैं, तो इस पर मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के सीनियर लीडरशिप के आसपास जो लोग ऐसे हैं जो फैसला लेने में जिनकी भूमिका रहती है, तो उनसे कांग्रेस के कुछ वरिष्ठ नेताओं को नाराजगी है. ये बात कांग्रेस लीडरशिप को भी बता दी गई है और बता दी गई थी. लेकिन फिर भी आज ये गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब का जाना, ये कांग्रेस के लिए बहुत बड़ा झटका है. और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब को कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं छोड़नी चाहिए थी. उन्हें यहीं रह करके अपनी बातों के लिए लड़ाई लड़नी चाहिए थी.
आचार्य प्रमोद कृष्णन जी, यहाँ पे एक चिट्ठी में ये वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट है. आपने जो बोली उसी पर एक्चुअली इन्होंने लिखा है कि regrettably, he says, in January 2013, I had proposed with the assistance of other members of a committee a detailed action plan to revitalize the party in the run-up to 2014 Lok Sabha elections. That action plan was approved by CWC. He says these recommendations were supposed to be implemented in a time-bound manner before 2014 Lok Sabha elections. Unfortunately, these recommendations are lying in the storeroom of the AICC for the last 9 years. Despite my repeated reminders in person both to you and Rahul Gandhi from 2013, no effort was made to even examine them. तो आप बोलिए कि 9 साल से, वो बोल रहे कि 9 साल से रिमाइंडर दे रहे, प्लान दिया था रिवाइटलाइजेशन के लिए, लेकिन उनका जो अप्रूवल, जो भी रिकमेंडेशन था अभी तक AICC स्टोर रूम में है, इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया गया है.
देखिए, मैं तो वर्किंग कमेटी में नहीं था, ना मैं आज कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी में हूँ. वर्किंग कमेटी में तो गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब वगैरह ही थे. मगर अगर गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब ने इस बात को उठाया है तो इस पर ये तो बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. लेकिन मैं उससे भी पहली बात कह रहा हूँ कि एंटोनी कमेटी ने एक रिपोर्ट दी थी. एंटोनी कमेटी ने कहा था कि देश के अंदर ऐसा मैसेज जा रहा है कि कांग्रेस जो है हिंदू विरोधी पार्टी सिद्ध होती जा रही है. इस पर बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है. तो आज तक एंटोनी कमेटी पे भी कोई फैसला नहीं लिया गया, वो भी रिपोर्ट ठंडे बस्ते में रखी गई है. तो वो सवाल ये नहीं है. सवाल अगर हम ये कहें अकेले राहुल गांधी जी को जिम्मेदार ठहराते हैं तो शायद ये इंसाफ नहीं होगा, ये ठीक नहीं होगा. लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी के साथ जो लोग फैसला लेने वाली कमेटी में हैं, वो कांग्रेस के सीनियर लीडर ऐसा मानते हैं. कांग्रेस के तमाम वरिष्ठ नेताओं से मेरी बात होती है, वो ये कहते हैं कि भाई जो फैसला ले रहे हैं लोग वो नॉन पॉलिटिकल हैं. वो पॉलिटिकल नहीं है। वो पॉलिटिक्स को नॉन पॉलिटिकल तरीके से चलाना चाहते हैं, वो इसको एनजीओ की तरह चलाना चाहते हैं। वो हुक्म देते हैं। जिन लोगों ने कभी लोकसभा का चुनाव नहीं जीता, जिन लोगों ने कभी लोकसभा का चुनाव नहीं लड़ा, ये लोग सब कांग्रेस के दिशा को तय करते हैं। इसी से कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है वो वामपंथी विचारधाराओं का जो एक वो खेमा है वो बनती जा रही है। यानी कांग्रेस महात्मा गांधी की विचारधारा से हटके वामपंथ की तरफ चल रही है। तो ये सारे इश्यूज G23 के चिट्ठी में दर्शाए गए थे और मुझे लगता है कि गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब ने इस्तीफा देने में थोड़ा जल्दबाजी की है, क्योंकि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा शुरू होने से पहले गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब को कांग्रेस को इतना बड़ा झटका नहीं देना चाहिए था। कांग्रेस को उनकी जरूरत थी। कांग्रेस को आज ऐसे लोगों की जरूरत है जिनके पास एक्सपीरियंस है। कांग्रेस को राहुल गांधी जी ने खुद कहा कि मैं अध्यक्ष नहीं बनूंगा, तो ऐसे मोड़ पर जब सारे वरिष्ठ लोग जो मिलकर के काम करते तो कांग्रेस मजबूत हो सकती थी।
आप जो बोल रहे हैं बहुत गंभीर का मामला है, क्योंकि इन्होंने भी वही बोला है कि यू हैव अ टीम ऑफ इनएक्सपीरियंस पीपल। आई एम जस्ट रीडिंग आउट यहाँ से, okay, because you made a very good point there. He also says here, अच्छा कांग्रेस का न्यूज कॉन्फ्रेंस आ रहा है। आचार्य प्रमोद कृष्णम जी will get you live also at some point. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Acharya Pramod Krishnam, they're speaking to Republic. Let's go across. I think there's a news conference of Ajay Makan
साहब का लेटर और उनके इस्तीफे को हम लोगों ने मीडिया के अंदर देखा। तो आज की हमारी प्रेस वार्ता इसी के ऊपर है और दिल्ली के मसले के ऊपर कल फिर से हम लोग प्रेस वार्ता करके अलग से उसके बारे में आप लोगों के बीच में चर्चा करेंगे। जैसे मैंने कहा कि आज़ाद साहब का जो पत्र मीडिया में जो रिलीज हुआ है उसको हम लोगों ने देखा है। आज़ाद साहब कांग्रेस पार्टी के बहुत ही वरिष्ठ नेता थे और कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर और प्रशासन में, देश के अंदर, प्रदेश के अंदर कांग्रेस पार्टी के माध्यम से उन्होंने बहुत सारे महत्वपूर्ण पदों को सुशोभित भी किया। लेकिन ये बड़े अत्यंत दुख की बात है कि एक ऐसे समय में जब कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में, हमारी अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में पूरे की पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता संगठन सड़क के ऊपर महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और ध्रुवीकरण के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने 4 सितंबर को महंगाई पर हल्ला बोल की राष्ट्रीय रैली हम लोगों ने दिल्ली में रामलीला मैदान में रखा है और 7 सितंबर को भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, जो कि महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और ध्रुवीकरण के खिलाफ, भाजपा के खिलाफ सीधी सीधी लड़ाई है। हम लोगों ने 29 तारीख को 22 प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस पूरे के पूरे देश में रखे हैं। 5 सितंबर को 32 प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस पूरे देश में इसके लिए रखे हैं। दुख की बात यह है, अत्यंत दुख की बात यह है कि गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब ने ऐसे समय में कांग्रेस को छोड़ने का और इस लड़ाई के अंदर साथ छोड़ने का फैसला किया है। हम ये उम्मीद करते थे कि यह लड़ाई जो जनता के मुद्दों के लिए हम लड़ रहे हैं, महंगाई के मुद्दों के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दों के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, ध्रुवीकरण के खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी सबसे प्रमुख विपक्षी पार्टी होने के नाते लड़ रही है। इसमें भी कोई दो राय नहीं है कि राहुल गांधी जी सबसे मुखर नेता अगर कोई पूरे देश में है, जो विपक्ष की आवाज है, तो वो राहुल गांधी है। तो ऐसे समय में हम ये उम्मीद करते थे कि गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मिलकर के विपक्ष की आवाज और जनता की आवाज को अपना बल देते। दुख की बात यह है कि वो इस आवाज के अंदर अपना हिस्सा नहीं बनना चाह रहे। ये बड़े दुख की बात है। इतना ही हम लोग आज इसके ऊपर कहना चाहेंगे। अब जयराम रमेश जी इसके ऊपर प्रतिक्रिया करेंगे।
शुक्रिया अजय। We have read the letter of very senior veteran Congress leader Shri Ghulam Nabi Azad ji that has been released to the media. It is most unfortunate and most regrettable that this has happened when the Congress President, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, and the entire Congress party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP on issues of महंगाई, on issues of berozgari, and on issues of polarization. The entire Congress party organization in the last couple of weeks has been involved in preparing for the Mehngai Par Halla Bol rally at Ramlila Maidan on September 4th, which will be addressed by Shri Rahul Gandhi ji. 22 press conferences have been scheduled across the country on the 29th of this month. The Bharat Jodo Yatra launch will take place on the 7th of September from Kanyakumari. Finalization of that launch is also underway. And 32 press conferences have been scheduled across the country to project the message of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. So at a time when every congressman and every congresswoman is involved in ensuring that the Mehngai Par Halla Bol rally will be a success, and every congressman and congresswoman wants to be a Bharat Yatri, wants to walk along with Shri Rahul Gandhi ji on this 3,500 kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra. It's most unfortunate, most regrettable that at this point of time we have had to read this letter that has been released to the press. That's all we want to say for the moment. Tomorrow, Ajay Makanji will address today's scheduled press conference on the liquor policy of the Delhi government. Thank you.
Well, they're openly attacking him. They're attacking him and saying that he's leaked the letter. That is the Vadra Congress completely. In fact, they're going on to back Rahul Gandhi's leadership, exactly what Ghulam Nabi Azad had pointed out in his letter several times, on several occasions. He goes on to detail it out. Farooq Abdullah is also speaking about this right now. Let's cut across live to ANI Live Service, ANI Select. Farooq Abdullah reacting to Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation. Okay, I think we just lost that feed. We'll go back to that in just a few seconds. But you just heard the Congress party there. Congress party targeting Ghulam Nabi Azad, calling it regrettable, questioning why the letter was leaked. So they seem to be more embarrassed about the letter, more than the contents of the letter, more worried about the letter itself going out. So it's really, really, unfortunate that the Congress party, Ghulam Nabi Azad in his letter, in fact, he mentions 4 or 5 instances of how, and he makes a very, very, very important mention. He says in August 2020, when he along with 22 others, he talks about the G23, how they wrote a letter to Sonia Gandhi. He says, sycophants of Rahul Gandhi and the coterie of Rahul Gandhi, vilified, attacked, humiliated senior leaders, experienced leaders. And he says the attacks took place on the directions of the coterie that runs the AICC. And he also points out how there was a mock funeral that was carried out in Jammu of Ghulam Nabi Azad. And he says those who committed this indiscipline were also felicitated by the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi nonetheless. Getting in more reactions, Kuldeep Bishnoi reacting to the abysmal...
ऐसे करते जा रहे हैं. अगर बार-बार अच्छे नेता कोई पार्टी छोड़ते हैं, इसका मतलब वो नेता छोड़ने वालों में डिफेक्ट नहीं है, पार्टी में डिफेक्ट है। अब आज गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब छोड़ गए, ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया पहले छोड़ गए थे, मैं छोड़ गया, आरपीएन सिंह जी छोड़ गए, जतिन प्रसाद जी छोड़ गए, कल जयवीर शेरगिल जी छोड़ गए। तो इसका हम वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने अपने खून से पसीने से कांग्रेस को सींचा। अगर हम लोग छोड़ के जा रहे हैं, इसका मतलब यही कहीं न कहीं कांग्रेस पार्टी इज फिनिश्ड। और मैं अगर ये कहूं कि सेल्फ डिस्ट्रक्शन पे और सुसाइडल मोड पे कांग्रेस पार्टी, तो बात गलत नहीं होगी।
राहुल गांधी का जिसको जाना है जाए, और जो पार्टी के साथ जुड़ा रहेगा वही जो है सच्चा।
देखिए, ये मानसिकता गलत है। मैं राहुल जी को मेरा सुझाव है कि इस तरीके की मानसिकता बदलनी चाहिए, ईगो छोड़नी चाहिए। और क्योंकि नेताओं से पार्टी होती है, पार्टी से नेता नहीं होते हैं। और चाहे वो कार्यकर्ता और नेता है जो पार्टी को बनाते हैं, अगर कार्यकर्ता और नेताओं को इस तरीके से कहेंगे, अपमान करके जाता है जाए, तो उस पार्टी का कोई भविष्य नहीं।
सर, आपके अच्छे संबंध है गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब से, क्या आप बीजेपी में स्वागत करने वाले?
अगर बीजेपी में पूरा स्वागत मैं करता हूं। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी मेरी ड्यूटी लगाएगी तो मेरे उनसे व्यक्तिगत पारिवारिक ताल्लुकात है, मैं अवश्य उनको मना के ला सकता हूं।
खबर आई आपको?
अगर मुझे कहा जाएगा तो अवश्य मना पाऊंगा मैं।
So Zenat is also joining me live right now. In fact, we had some pictures also come in a few minutes back of an emergency meeting of a few leaders in the Congress party meeting in Jammu and Kashmir. The first pictures coming in of the Congress party meeting in Jammu and Kashmir. I'll go across to Zenat as well. Zenat, we're getting in some pictures of the Jammu and Kashmir unit of the Congress party going into a huddle. Seems to be a situation of chaos right now. Zenat.
See, this is a working president, Raman Balla of the Congress party, who is holding a meeting. Recently, Congress party has elected Waqar Rasool as the president of the JK unit. Although this is the news of the Ghulam Nabi Azad is a shocker for everybody, and also for those people with whom since yesterday he was rubbing shoulders as the senior congressman. But today it is come. Hello.
Zenat, we can hear you. Go ahead.
People who were the part of the Congress, and he's known as congressman, they were rubbing shoulders, and it has come to them also a shock that a Ghulam Nabi Azad like leader, if he can leave Congress party, what about others? Because Ghulam Nabi Azad sacrificed more than 50 years of his life to be in thick and thin of Congress party. And you see the letter, Niranjan, where he's writing that apart from let us start the Congress Jodo Yatra instead of going for Bharat Jodo Yatra. Here he is pointing out that Congress plan for BJP, where they were targeting BJP, that the Congress and other people, other party men should rather look for the yatra of the Bharat Jodo, because as per the Congress party, BJP has been distorting every constitution, everything of the country like India. So here the congressman is saying that we should stop thinking about Bharat Jodo, rather Congress party should start Congress Jodo Yatra, which is again a pun coming from the Ghulam Nabi Azad as far as the Congress party, the internal politics and the internal functioning of the Congress is concerned. He also mentions that he is taking the step with a heavy heart. It is difficult for him to take this kind of step, but he has left with no option but to choose to resign from the all post of the Congress party, because in Congress nothing has been left. He also talked about since the Rahul Gandhi joined the Congress party as the vice president, and how the Congress changed internally after Rahul Gandhi took reins of the Congress party, and that were also the reason for many of the leaders to leave the Congress party. He talks about the meetings. He also says the elections are not being held and only the sycophants are being elected on the important posts. So he talks about the internal politics, what is happening in the Congress party, and it's a big pun where he says that Congress Jodo Yatra should be initiated rather than Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Gursimran is also joining me live. In fact, getting in, I'm just going through the letters. Look at how he's gone on to, I'm just reading out some of the quotes. Gursimran and Zenat, both of you are live with me right now. Let's show all our reporters on the screen as well, please. And he says here, unfortunately at the national level, we have conceded the political space available to us to the BJP. State level space to regional parties. And this has all happened because the leadership in the past 8 years has tried to foist a non-serious individual at the helm of the party. And he also says the entire organizational election process is a farce and a sham At no place anywhere in the country have elections been held at any level of the organization. He at one point says the AICC leadership is squarely responsible for perpetrating a gigantic fraud on the party. Gursimran.
Senior Ranjan, very true. He has attacked Rahul Gandhi. He has named Rahul Gandhi many a times in his letter and held him responsible for what the mess is going on in the Congress party. Especially he made mention of the unfortunate incident that unfolded inside the Congress, inside the parliament, when Rahul Gandhi torn the ordinance that was passed by the core group of the Congress party. And he said that that is something that is not acceptable. Apart from that, many other decisions he has questioned of the Rahul Gandhi and the way some of the courtesy of the Rahul Gandhi has been into helm of affairs. Right now, we are outside the Congress office here in Jammu, where a high-level meeting is going on, being chaired by the working president of the Congress, Raman Bhalla. This is a crisis meeting because we are getting to know that many of the leaders of the Congress party, we have also accessed the photos of this meeting. These leaders, they have also asked what to do next, because all the leadership of the Congress party here in Jammu and Kashmir, they were totally relying on Ghulam Nabi Azad, that Ghulam Nabi Azad will be the one who will help them sail through when the elections will come in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. But now the situation has completely changed. Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned from all the posts of the Congress party, and it is going to be one of the biggest setback for the Congress party, especially in the Jammu and Kashmir, where they were totally relying on Ghulam Nabi Azad's charisma and Ghulam Nabi Azad's impact to go through in the upcoming assembly elections. Now it has to be seen what they say. We spoke to some of the leaders of record. They are saying that no statement will come until and unless AICC will approve. So we have to see how things come out. But as of now, the former head of the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Ahmad Mir, has hit out at Ghulam Nabi Azad, has questioned the timing and has said that the party has given so much. He also said that it was on the expected lines that Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned. So the question also rises that if it was expected for the Congress party, then why they got the close aides of Ghulam Nabi Azad in the various committees as well as to head the J&K Congress unit? Ranjan.
Okay, I think we're getting more reactions right now, especially from Jammu and Kashmir, where Zeenat and Gursimran are live from across India. There's a state of shock over Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation. Not really a shock for anyone outside of the Congress. In the Congress, there is a little bit of a shock because they're more embarrassed. The Congress party, the Vadra Gandhi family and the Vadra Congress fielded some of their loyalists to attack Ghulam Nabi Azad a few minutes back. And Ghulam Nabi Azad has been blamed for leaking the letter. You had a few leaders of the Congress party, including Jairam Ramesh, who came out and said it's regrettable the letter has been leaked. So they're more worried about the letter being leaked than the contents of the letter. And that's the irony. They didn't speak a word about the content of the letter, though they acknowledge reading the full letter. Let's also play out let's cut into some of the responses coming in on ANI, Service and Live Select.
Respecting person can stay in the Congress. And we have seen that all those veterans who were there in the Congress, they are leaving Congress one by one. Because that Congress, which was the party led by Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar Patel, Lal Bahadur Shastri, now it has come to so low level that only one family, and that to one person who has no capacity, who has been tested throughout the 2-3 elections, and Congress going down every election. That's the tragedy of the Congress. Ultimately, no self-respecting person can stay there, and this is the reality.
Will it impact the local politics of Jammu and Kashmir?
Definitely, because after this, Congress will lose its role in Jammu and Kashmir. Because they are propping second, third line leaders who have no base there, who have no agenda. They are the people who are following the agenda of PDP and the National Conference. We have seen them sitting together and conspiring against the Indian Constitution, against the Representation People's Act, questioning the democratic principles of
निकला कुछ नहीं. अब समय आ गया है कि लोग बातों में महसूस नहीं करते. ये एक
नया भारत है, यंग इंडिया है। यहाँ के जो नौजवान वर्ग है वो अब चुपड़ी बातों में आने वाला नहीं है, वो आगे एक्शन देख रहा है और एक्शन जो हो रहा है वो कोई बहुत उभारने वाला एक्शन नहीं हो रहा है पार्टी को।
राहुल गांधी के इर्द गिर्द जब बातें ही चलती हैं तो इसकी वजह से जो पुराने लीडर हैं उनको कुछ नाराजगी होती है?
देखिए, मैं किसी व्यक्ति विशेष के बारे में बात नहीं करना चाहता। राहुल गांधी ने अपना योगदान दिया जितना दिया, मगर हकीकत यह है कि जब से उनका वर्चस्व स्थापित हुआ तब से पार्टी नीचे गई है। इसका कोई कारण होगा। अब ये कारण क्या है, एक कारण तो हो नहीं सकता। किसी एक व्यक्ति को मैं दोष नहीं देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि कोई पार्टी ना एक व्यक्ति के कारण उभरती है ना एक व्यक्ति के कारण डूबती है। मगर जो शीर्ष पदों पर हैं, जो जिनके पास शीर्ष ओहदे हैं, जिम्मेवारियां हैं, ताकत है, अगर पार्टी का नुकसान होता है तो उनकी जिम्मेवारी बनती है, उनकी जवाबदेही बनती है। और ये जवाबदेही कौन कब जनता को कैसे देगा ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा।
आपने भी छोड़ी थी, बहुत पीड़ा हुई थी, आपने बताया था कि हमने बहुत किया कांग्रेस के लिए। आज कुछ सलाह देना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, जब पार्टी छोड़ दी, जब चल पड़े सफ़र पे तो क्या मुड़ के देखना, दुनिया का क्या था उसने सदा बार बार दी।
धन्यवाद। तो साफ तौर पर पूर्व कानून मंत्री अश्विनी कुमार जी ने कहा है कि जो बड़े पदों पे हैं कांग्रेस में उनको अब सोचना चाहिए, आत्मचिंतन उन्हें करना चाहिए। फिलहाल पार्टी की जो स्थिति है उससे सभी सीनियर नेता जो हैं वो नाराज हैं। अखिलेश राय, रिपब्लिक।
In fact, getting in some more breaking news now. I'm going across to Anuj. We'll get Anuj also live. Right now, we are hearing from Delhi that there are more resignations expected. We'll put that detail out full frame as well. More resignations following Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation expected in the Jammu and Kashmir Congress Party unit. So there's going to be a complete split in the Congress Party is what we are hearing. More resignations expected in a few minutes from now. More Congress leaders expected to resign in a short while from now. We are hearing that more resignations likely in Jammu and Kashmir Congress Party unit. These are details we're picking up. I'm going to Anuj also joining us. What are you picking up? Let me go across to Zeenat actually. Zeenat, would this be unexpected? Because I think it's likely, it's most bound to happen if someone has spent 50 years in the Congress Party, isn't it?
See, absolutely, Niranjan. Ghulam Nabi Azad is somebody who has worked even with Indira Gandhi. Forget about Rahul Gandhi. He has worked with the forefathers of Rahul Gandhi. So that has been the contribution of Ghulam Nabi Azad in the Congress Party. He was a planner, executor, not only in the Jammu and Kashmir, but to other states as well. Whenever the Congress was in crisis, Ghulam Nabi Azad used to tackle and would deal with the crisis, whether the crisis were in Karnataka, they were in Punjab, or some other place. Point man of the Congress Party has resigned from all the posts. Is a bigger shocker for the Congress Party and also to the countrymen, because Azad is somebody who was always known as Congress loyalist. But one more thing is there, that before taking this decision, he must have made his plans, he must have taken people into confidence, and he must have discussed threadbare as far as decisions that has come into public forum today. He must have discussed this with close aides. Now needs to be seen that is it only the Congress who has, Azad who has resigned from the Congress Party, or there are other leaders always also, because Azad has already hinted that the leaders are fed up with the policies of Congress and the way that Rahul Gandhi is leading the Congress Party. So is he hinting that the more leaders will be resigning, more resignations are expected, because he has given in detail, point by point explanation what made him to resign, what is happening in the Congress Party. There is this behavior only with the Azad or with the other political leaders or the ones who left the Congress Party earlier. So he has given a larger description of the internal politics in the Congress family, or we say Gandhi family. So the resignation is coming at a time when none of the Congress top brass is in the country. So what made him to float his resignation now, and why the Congress heads are silent as far as their point man has resigned from the Congress Party? Will it be interesting for the Ghulam Nabi Azad to play a pivotal role as far as the politics in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned? Will he be holding the election? Will he be the part of the elections? Will he float the new party? If he floats the new party, who will be the members of the new party? Because we have seen also recently the change in the Congress Party as far as Congress unit of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Vicar Rasool has given the reins, has been given the reins of the Congress party as far as the Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, because the former president of the Union Territory of the Congress, Ghulam Mir, he was forced to resign, and we all know, being in the Jammu and Kashmir, that Ghulam Nabi Azad and Ahmad Mir never shared a better relation with each other, so we know they will be scratching each other.
नेता बहुत सारे लीडर्स ने जिस तरह जम्मू कश्मीर में रिजाइन किया उनके साथ साथ, तो क्या कोई नई पार्टी होने जा रही है?
नहीं, देखिए वो तो करेंगे खुद ही।
तो अभी क्या आपकी मुलाकात हुई गुलाम नबी आजाद?
हमारी तो होती रही पिछले 4 दिन से 5 दिन। अभी भी हुई।
क्या कहा उन्होंने?
क्या कहते? उन्हें रिजिग्नेशन तो दे दिया, और रिजिग्नेशन में फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स तमाम लिखे, पूरी हकीकत लिखी, और उस हकीकत पे अमल करना चाहिए आपको भी, और पूरा इजहार करना, जो 5 पेजेस डिटेल उन्होंने लिखी है अपनी जिंदगी की, पॉलिटिक्स की, वो सब आपको इजहार करना चाहिए, लोगों को वो बात पहुंचानी चाहिए।
क्या नाम हुआ सर आपका?
GM Saruri, ex-minister of Jammu Kashmir. Thank you.
Okay, so those are some more reactions now coming in from outside the residence of Ghulam Nabi Azad. More and more responses are coming in. Some more resignations also expected. What we will do at this point is we'll take a short break. We'll take a short break and come back on the live coverage. Ghulam Nabi Azad, one of the senior most Congress leaders, has been a minister in the past, has held several organizational positions for the Congress party, has resigned, ending his 50-year association, half a century association with the Congress party. Taking a short break here on Republic TV. Stay tuned. I'm coming to you. I think Gursimran is live. Let's go across to Gursimran. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan, I am joined by National Conference Provincial Secretary Sheikh Bashir. Bashir साहब, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद ने जो है पार्टी से इस्तीफ़ा दे दिया है, किस तरह देखते हैं इस डिसीजन को? क्योंकि आपने जो है काफ़ी लंबे समय तक गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब के साथ काम किया है, और जम्मू कश्मीर में कांग्रेस का मतलब ही कहीं ना कहीं गुलाम नबी आज़ाद था।
मैंने जम्मू कश्मीर में गुलाम नबी आज़ाद के साथ तो काम नहीं किया, लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब जो हैं वो चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे और यहाँ मेंबर पार्लियामेंट भी रहे। लेकिन एक इतिहास की तरफ मैं आपको लेके जाना चाहता हूँ कि गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब जम्मू कश्मीर से MLA नहीं बन पाए थे जब तक एक समझौते के तहत PDP और कांग्रेस का एक अलायंस हुआ था, उसमें आधी टर्म मुफ्ती साहब को मिली थी और आधी टर्म।
कितना बड़ा सेटबैक आप देखते हैं इसको कांग्रेस के लिए?
कांग्रेस के लिए नहीं, बल्कि जम्मू कश्मीर की सियासत के अंदर एक भूचाल तो आएगा, क्योंकि ये कोई आज नई खबर नहीं है, इसकी चर्चा बड़े अरसे से थी। अब ये चूँकि आहिस्ता आहिस्ता चीज़ें चल गई, और फिर शायद आपको याद होगा कि जिस दिन कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपना सदर बनाया वकार साहब को, वकार रसूल साहब भी अगर आपको याद होगा तो वो इसी खेमे के बंदे थे, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब के ही खेमे। आप पता नहीं क्या बात हो गई है कि उसके बनने के बाद क्या डेवलपमेंट हो गई। उन्होंने पहले कैंपेन कमेटी से इस्तीफ़ा दिया था, क्योंकि कैंपेन कमेटी का इंचार्ज उनको बनाया था, और आज पता ये लगा है कि उन्होंने कांग्रेस से इस्तीफ़ा दिया है। तो कांग्रेस ही नहीं बल्कि जम्मू कश्मीर की सियासत में
कांग्रेस को सोच विचार करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि 5 पन्नों की चिट्ठी में काफ़ी चीज़ें लिखी हैं कि कांग्रेस को इसके विचार करना चाहिए। कांग्रेस
का ये अपना इंटरनल मैटर है कि कांग्रेस को क्या चिट्ठी लिखी है, क्या उसने कहा है, क्या नहीं कहा है, कहाँ गलत कांग्रेस गई है या कहाँ आज़ाद साहब ठीक है, ये उनका पर्सनल मैटर है। लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को आने वाले इलेक्शन में कुछ तवक्कात जो थी, शायद उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा झटका लगा है कांग्रेस।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पे यही उम्मीदें थी कांग्रेस को आज़ाद साहब से कि उन्हीं के सिर पर जो है अगले इलेक्शन में अच्छा परफॉर्म कर पाएँ।
आजकल किसी के सर पे इलेक्शन नहीं होता है, आजकल लोग बड़े होशियार हैं, आजकल इलेक्शन खुद फैसला करते हैं लोग। लेकिन इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि आज़ाद साहब का एक कद है, और वो जो फैसला उन्होंने लिया है, ये तो आज़ाद साहब ही बता पाएंगे कि इसके क्या रीज़न हैं। लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर की पॉलिटिक्स में एक नया भूचाल आएगा।
So Niranjan, National Conference also accepting that this is an earthquake in the politics of Jammu and Kashmir. Also for the Congress party, as a leader of the stature of Ghulam Nabi Azad has decided to part ways from the party.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll take a short break and come back with the live coverage. Stay tuned.
And round up from the world of sports, Team India held a practice session in Dubai ahead of the Asia Cup 2022 campaign opener. The men in blue will start the Asia Cup campaign in a high-octane clash against Pakistan on 28th of August. Ace Indian shuttler Pranoy HC advanced into the quarterfinals of the ongoing BWF World Championship after defeating Lakshya Sen in the last 16th match of men's singles. Playing on court 3, Pranoy won the match in a complex fight. F1 had a brief summer track with 13 races completed, and Ferrari's Charles Leclerc admitted that he was relieved to have the time off as he continues to chase Max Verstappen in the individual driver standings.
Jammu and Kashmir High Court reopened the case of Nadimarg massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. 7 persons were accused in this case. During the pendency of the trial of the case, the prosecution moved an application before the trial court seeking permission to examine material prosecution witnesses on commission. Justice Sanjay Dutt accepted the request seeking recall of order. Next case of hearing is on 15th of September. In a recent development in Jharkhand's political crisis, Congress Legislative Party leader Alamgir Alam said that all Congress's MLA have been instructed to stay in Ranchi and are to remain on alert mode. Speaking to the media a day earlier, Congress Legislative Party member Alam said that the alliance is intact and they had more numbers than the BJP. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that there shouldn't be media trials as they mislead. The TMC Supremo was addressing the event organized to hand over a block of the state's new Secretariat building to the Justice Department. She also urged Chief Justice Prakash Srivastava to solve the court cases which are pending for 3 to 4 years, and also emphasized having more women judges.
Whatever the cases are pending since 3 years, 4 years, that should be cleared. I know it is not in your hand, you are trying your best. And also, sir, no media trial, please. Sometimes it mislead and misguide and give the bad name, though the incidents are not true.
Making an appeal over the alleged remarks of the arrested and suspended BJP leader T. Raja Singh on Prophet Muhammad, Owaisi said that a demand of Raja Singh being arrested has been fulfilled. He added and urged all to have peaceful Friday prayers today.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic.